Please welcome the T20 co-chairs. Please welcome Dennis Snower, President of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, and Dirk Messner, Director of the German Development Institute.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, as you can see, I'm not Dennis Snower and Dirk Messner together, but I'm representing the two co-chairs this morning. I wanted to welcome you. I think we had fantastic debates yesterday on inclusiveness issues, on climate issues, on digitalization, and I think that we saw that the potential of this network is huge. And I wanted to only give you two observations to reflect upon this. I thought that we talked about concrete technical solutions. Then we talked about visions, because technical solutions only don't work. How to manage complexity was one of the discussions. Visions to manage complexities. And then we also saw that we are in a specific geopolitical context. It is about politics in the global system. And two observations from my perspective, and I think this is linked to the question of the role of T20. The first observation is that we are living in an era where we do not have a consensus about the world order concept for the future. There are different ones, a plurality of world order concepts, even people threatening the basic idea of having a multilateral, cooperation-oriented world order orientation. So there is a role for T20 to push forward a global consensus on a world order which is as inclusive and sustainable as possible. The second observation is I found it very interesting to listen to the different panels yesterday during our deliberations, because we had global economy people and observing their discussions. We had climate and earth system people discussing the basic foundations of human civilization from an earth system perspective. We had the debates on digitalization, and this is an own community also. And I found it very interesting that in the context of T20, we can break silos down. We can bring these different communities together. And obviously, global economy, Earth system perspective, and global warming, and then the digitalization wave, which is a game changer at a global scale, is what we need to think together at the end of the day. And again, I think that T20 can play a very important role here, bringing these different communities together and building consensus about the most important trends in the global economy and the global society. So today we will move forward with issues and themes around the task forces. We will start in a few seconds with the migration and refugee issue. But before we do so, only two remarks regarding the political highlights of the second day of our conference. At 9:50, after the discussion about refugee issues and the refugee crisis, we will have a key lecture and a keynote from Mr. Steinmeier, Mr. Altmaier, Minister in the Chancellor Office. We will hand over the task force results, the solutions which we have been developing, and he will give a keynote presenting the German G20 agenda, and we are all looking forward to his analysis after the G7 meeting in Italy, obviously. In the afternoon, after lunch, we are going to have Mr. Röller here. Mr. Röller is the Sherpa of the Chancellor for the G20 process. And we will have the chance to discuss with him our solutions, our visions, but of course also the perspective of the German government and how to move forward to build an inclusive and sustainable global order. So today we are delivering our thoughts and delivering our concrete solutions and visions to government officials. I'm really looking forward to that. And again, thank you very much for all the fantastic contributions yesterday. I think we do have a fantastic and wonderful conference here, and I'm looking forward to the next 24 hours. Thank you very much, and kickstart.
Good morning. My name is Astrid Scala from GIZ. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I'm very happy. It's my pleasure and honor to announce the next session, which is on refugees in low and mid-income countries, a dual challenge.
Please welcome Daniel Endres, UNHCR.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The increasing number of new conflicts and the absence of successful resolution of old conflicts has led to an unprecedented level of forced displacement today, among them 22 million refugees. More than 86% of these refugees live in low and middle income countries and place an additional burden on already very stretched host communities. In many situations, refugees are not able to work and have limited access to services such as health and education. Often, refugees are confined to camps where they stay for generations and live in dependency of limited aid. In recent years, many refugees saw no future in situations where aid was reduced and where they were not able to work and care for their families, and where their children had either no access or very limited access to school. The large movements of Syrians and Afghans to Europe 2 years ago are clear testimony to that. The New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants and its comprehensive refugee response framework represent a roadmap to better respond to refugee situations, both in new emergencies and in protracted situations. When adopted by all member states at the UN General Assembly last year, there was a strong determination to base it on existing international law and to establish a more predictable and sustainable global refugee response, which allows for greater inclusion of refugees in their host communities. Key to such a more predictable response is the mobilization of additional resources and expertise by humanitarian actors, but also the early and stronger involvement of development actors, the civil society, academia, and of course, the private sector. The regional refugee response and resilience plan for Syrian refugees, which has been in effect already for about 4 years, and which is led by UNDP and UNHCR, presents a good initial model where humanitarian and development actors address the world's largest refugee crisis together with the host governments. The New York Declaration tasks UNHCR to develop and initiate a comprehensive response together with member states and key stakeholders, such as the development actors, the private sector, civil society, academia, and the refugees themselves. Following consultations with 7 member states, we have agreed to the following countries that are rolling out the comprehensive refugee response plan. We call them pilot countries, and these are Uganda, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Tanzania, Somalia, Honduras, and as of yesterday, Mexico. The example of Ethiopia showcases how important policy commitments and changes by governments can be supported by development actors and by the private sector, as well as civil society. Ethiopia identified 9 areas of policy change towards greater inclusion of refugees in the host communities, including an out-of-camp policy, work permits, access to education and health and other services. And of the 100,000 jobs that Ethiopia is going to create in the industrial parks this year, 30,000 will go to refugees. As one of the largest development actors, the World Bank has also engaged and has established a $2 billion fund under its IDA 18 sub-window, which benefits host communities and refugees alike. And this fund, exceptionally, is at least half of it in grants to host communities and that also support refugees. In a joint mission to Ethiopia, the World Bank and UNHCR, together with the government, explored and developed ways on how we could make Ethiopia's pledges realize towards a comprehensive refugee policy within the CRRF and under IDA 18. At the same time, the IKEA Foundation invested more than $100 million in the Doloado camps to enhance livelihood for Somali refugees. This concrete collaboration of Ethiopian government, UNHCR, World Bank and the IKEA Foundation is one good example of a new multi-partner approach within the comprehensive refugee response framework. Important policy changes and greater engagement by new actors are also taking place in the present rollout countries and are planned for the future ones. Supporting these important changes is essential. We will be able to demonstrate that robust, predictable humanitarian interventions and the early engagement of development actors, the government line ministries and the private sector, as well as the civil society, will enable host governments to have a more inclusive policy towards refugees and in the long term benefit economically, socially, but also in terms of security. Allow me to conclude with some of the key recommendations that we make to the G20 policymakers. In line with the comprehensive approach of the New York Declaration, we also ask all governments to have a whole-of-government approach. That means that refugee issues are not tackled in isolation by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs or Ministries of Justice and Home Affairs, but that the government as a whole includes all key actors, including the Ministries of Trade and Economic Development and the Ministries of Development. We also have to review the bilateral assistance, which represent the largest part of aid, to consider greater allocations towards refugee hosting states and communities. And we have to advocate for the inclusion of refugees in the national development plans to support these countries in line with a comprehensive refugee response. With the above, all member states, and in particular the G20 states, can make a concrete contribution towards the development of a global refugee compact, which is to be adopted in 2018, and demonstrate true global responsibility sharing and global solidarity. Thank you.
It's my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker to you. It's Jaya Joshi. He's head of the research center for BRICS at the renowned think tank in South Africa, Human Resources Council. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the first speaker raised a few points. My focus is going to be how do young people young people who are predominantly the main focus of the refugee program are accessed? It is important to note that without equitable access to high-quality education, forced migrants and refugees will not be able to access the capabilities necessary for the labor market in their countries of asylum. Our policy brief that we undertook for this T20 focused on how skills and education for the victims of forced migration is an attempt to highlight the fact that integrating refugees into their host countries requires the equitable provision of education and skills. Just a few comments about what's happening in Southern Africa from the region where I come. Recently, it was reported that ethnic conflict in the DRC forced 1.5 million people from their homes in 2017. And this is 3 times more than the displaced people in Syria and 5 times more than the number in Iraq. Similar conflicts in Somalia, Southern Sudan, Central African Republic are creating conditions for mass forced migration. And of course, South Africa is the main host of a growing number of refugees, especially the young ones, to flee violence in their countries. A large proportion of refugees fleeing violent conflict, poverty, and unemployment are young and in search of opportunities, education, and skills. As of 2015, there were almost 28 million international migrants aged between 15 and 24-year-old around the globe. This number rises to over 51 million if those young people in the range of 25 to 29 years are included. and accounting for 21% of the 243 million migrants worldwide. While 52% of youth between 15 and 29 years leave their home of origin are in developed countries, the rest are in low-income and developing countries. In 2015, 20% of youth between 15 and 29 years old were willing to migrate permanently to another country. In Turkey, less than half of refugee children are registered in school. In South Africa, 50% of all refugees are children. And with a country that is struggling with its own financial problems of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, this is a serious burden. So given the increasing influx of young refugees and migrants, what did we do in our policy brief and ask how the G20 countries can at least promote the updating and responsiveness of national education systems in terms of quantity and quality to address current migration challenges in both host countries and countries of origin. So what are the challenges? One, the resources are limited, as I've alluded to in countries like South Africa and in other countries. Two, there's a shortage of infrastructure and non-responsiveness to the specific needs of refugees. We know refugees have very specific needs, and many countries are not prepared to address and accommodate these needs. Secondly, there's limited access to higher education and technical vocational training, and there's an absence of adequate information from which refugees can be able to establish what is available for them. I will leave it there, moderator, because we can talk later on about the recommendations. Our set of recommendations that we make focus on three areas which we'll go into detail a bit later. One, how can the G20 leaders look at inclusion of refugees into the national education systems? Two, what type of educational infrastructure can be put in place to accommodate and to provide a more inclusive approach for the refugees and forced migrants who are seeking higher education? And thirdly, what type of access to higher education can we develop in terms of policy objectives, targets, and instruments to accommodate refugees in our countries? Thank you very much.
Please welcome Güven Sak, Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey.
Good morning. Let me start by saying a few words about Turkey regarding this issue. There are now around 3.5 million refugees in Turkey. About 3 million of them are from Syria, and this is the first time that we are facing globalization in this fashion. Because in the past, globalization for us is about selling goods to outside markets, but now we are seeing others coming into Turkey too, and we are trying to cope with that situation. 3.5 million refugees mean that's about, a bit less than 5% of Turkish population, and it's a bit more than 10% of the Syrian population. They are now living in Turkey. And obviously, as Jaya also has mentioned, that's a drain on resources, and that's a strain on public services, basically. And that includes health, education, all the municipal services, but also labor regulations too, because things that we had forgotten, we have started, let's say, to have forgotten in Turkey are coming back. Child labor and all other issues are coming back normally in such a situation. So these are all additional burdens on the development process. And also, there are problems that are related with social cohesion. And in order to cope with that, another issue that's also on the agenda of G20 is very much important. That's the jobs and growth agenda in general. So this, preventing protectionism, free trade, all those issues are also very much important to cope with this situation. And if we look at, as it has been mentioned, as most of the refugees are now living in low income or middle income countries, upper middle income countries, if you consider that, that's an important issue. And if the objective is to turn these countries from transit to host countries, then there is the need for developing a development agenda. This migration challenge is bringing a development challenge for us all at the same time. So there are also other things that are happening in Turkey too. There are now around 6,000 companies that are established by the Syrian refugees, that are Syrian partnered or established by the Syrian refugees in Turkey. We are now conducting a study on that. We have only now started conducting a study on that, funding by from EBRD, just to understand what they are doing. But the impact is already there. If you look at the trade with Syria, between Turkey and Syria, it has declined very rapidly after the civil war, but then it has increased to its normal level despite the civil war in Syria, because these guys who came to Turkey, they knew how to do business within Syria and how to collect resources also from Syria too. And also some of the companies that are established by the Syrians are selling goods to the European markets at the same time, and they are in the list of the top exporters from provinces in the southeast of Turkey, if you look at it from the bright side, let's say. So there are positive developments too. So taking that into account, in the task force for forced migration, we focus on what can be done to improve this situation, to help the refugees to help themselves to develop their own businesses. I think with the involvement of the World Bank, this Jordan Compact thing that's happening in our region is a positive development, despite its problems. And the problems are, I think, very much related with the fact that, there is the need to design a new governance structure. Because what we have done, when you look at the Jordan Compact experience, what has been done is just to host these enterprises inside the special economic zones that are already operating there, but for the SMEs to increase their operations abroad, to increase their operations in general, there is the need for a strong interface, especially in this situation, between the corporations and the government bureaucracies. So there is the need for a new governance structure there. And I think also the Chinese model of providing trade facilitation services could be a good example to follow. That's when we look at the developments in Jordan regarding this experiment. It's a good experiment. I think we are on the right track to develop to develop something out of this enterprise development by the refugee populations, and it is very helpful to improve social cohesion. But I think we need to go over the mechanism once more. Regarding G20, I think, first of all, this is a G20 issue, because this is an important development challenge, and there is the need to strengthen the institutions that we have. UNHCR is here, UNDP is here, World Bank is operating, EBRD is working on this. So there are many agencies, but we don't know how to cope with a situation of this extent. It's too big now. So that's why there is the need to raise awareness and focus on some new mechanisms to deal with the issue. And also, we also need to know that, there's another G20 issue, I think. This is tied to the jobs and growth agenda all throughout the world. So in order for social cohesion to be maintained in countries like us, there is the need, because most of the refugee populations are in our type of countries, more than 65% to 70% of them are in our countries. So there is the need to focus on new mechanisms, including innovation-based growth, technology transfer, technology diffusion. All those issues that are already in the global agenda needs to be reconsidered with this objective also. So let me stop here. because she's looking at me. You know the Germans?
The members of the panel are Pierre Abouassi, Lebanese Minister of Social Affairs, Daniel Endres, UNHCR, Güven Sak, Economic Policy Research Foundation of Turkey, Achim Steiner, Oxford Martin School. This panel is moderated by Astrid Skala-Kuhlmann, GIZ.
So, I'm supposed to sit in any order? Or? No, I don't know. No.
Help yourself.
Thanks. She didn't say anything.
This is a little okay. So, welcome very much to this panel. I'm extremely pleased about the composition of this panel, which couldn't be any better. We have Daniel Endres, who already gave us a keynote from UNHCR, and we have Achim Steiner, the appointed administrator of UNDP. So both representing the governance level, very important institutions in the refugee protection system internationally, and we have two colleagues from think tanks, thinkers from renowned think tank from South Africa and Turkey, but at the same time, I would say practitioners and implementers, because you both come from countries, low mid-income countries, which are very overburdened, if I may say so, with a high influx of refugees since quite some time, as I may say so, protracted crisis. So I would like to start with the global governance on refugees, and I would like to invite Achim Steiner, who is not only the future UNDP head, he's already also a thinker, because as I understand you have been working at Oxford now for quite some time, and I learned that you're also the envoy of the German government for the platform for disaster displacement, which is, as I learned, a specific challenge of refugees. Maybe we have some time to embark on this later. First, I would like to hear about your position on the present global governance on the refugee protection system. So do you think this is a suitable one, even after the New York Declaration and the Global Compact on Refugees, which we are facing in 2018? So where do you see the challenges in particular when it comes to bringing together, and you have already pointed this out in your keynote, the humanitarian assistance and the development assistance at the same time, and coordinating this and bring this into a joint action, so to speak? Achim Steiner.
Thank you, Astrid, and it's a pleasure to be here. And let me just say that as of now, I'm still a thinker and not yet the administrator, so I speak freely and not on behalf of UNDP. And certainly Daniel will speak on, let's say, the more formal positions related to the UN. But let me just say, we have an architecture. We actually have a remarkable governance system with fundamental rights and principles that the world should be very proud of. And I think many are indeed concerned that the problem is not that it was faulty by design, but it is beginning to be undermined by practice or lack of practice and adherence to it. So one of the things that I think we all need to recognize, and I think this is true also for the G20, there needs to be an explicit commitment to honor what is the protection of refugees already today. Because if we start allowing countries to individually choose which parts and when and how they adhere to it, then it is no longer a global governance system. It certainly will not be rights-based and not law-based. So I think that's very important. Having said that, clearly what we also face is that a system that was designed at a time when the world was able to absorb the kind of refugee movements clearly no longer holds. We are now faced with greater numbers, in greater concentrations, and I want to again also recognize Turkey's remarkable capacity to actually manage this, where others have failed in many other respects. But what it all points to is that I think a fundamental principle needs to be looked at, and it deals also with the development humanitarian nexus. Either we are able to develop a collective capacity to respond, because the failure to act collectively imposes individual burdens that are unbearable and unsustainable, and we have seen this. So a fundamental principle has to be not just collective responsibility, that is easily invoked, but collective interest and also the collective capacity to act. And that's where I think the G20 is not an alternative venue to address these issues, but rather needs to ask itself two very clear questions. One, in its collective capacity to support, financially but also otherwise, the response of a world faced with unprecedented movement of people, involuntary movements, is a key pillar of that collective capacity to act. But secondly, the G20 also, I think, could be a very interesting bridge to within the General Assembly of the United Nations, within the governance process such as under UNHCR, to overcome what often are then divisions in the multilateral system, which is the genuine, legitimate and authoritative place in which we need to frame this collective capacity to overcome divisions. Because this is in part where we are struggling at the global level right now, that the interests that divide us obviously leave us stuck. And finally, as you know, in Germany also there is a big discussion about, and in German language you have this wonderful capacity to put 5 words together and it makes a new word. So Fluchtursachenbekämpfung, which is basically being a refugee, there are the causes and how to combat them, all becomes one word. And it's a key question in the development cooperation debate now. Is it legitimate to invest development finance also in combating the root causes of people having to flee their place of living? And I think, to me, this is a very theoretical debate. Well, obviously, it is legitimate if it is development and it helps people to stay in the place where they wish to stay. What is not legitimate is when you start directing development finance only to those who you think might come to your country. And the logic of working from a development perspective in reducing the risks of displacement, whether by disaster, by climate change, by war, seems to me a very obvious thing.
Thank you very much, Achim. I like the notion of collective answer and collective capacity, as you said. However, there are, as far as I know, no rules for distributing refugees, and there are no rules for sharing the economic costs. So we need a lot of, let's say, proactive and within an alliance of the willingness, because there's no instrument which could force this collective action, if I understand. So talking about the refugee answer, it's often said there is not enough money around, and UNHCR is only able to cover a very immediate, the first response, and then development cooperation has to join in. Can you still embark a little bit on that? And you had also mentioned a few examples of multi-partner approaches, but again, these are wonderful collective actions, I think, of multi-stakeholders. But again, the international community cannot force anybody. This is all done by the willing ones. So could you talk a little bit on these challenges?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to first thank Achim Steiner for his statement on the system as such. There is a very strong legal basis on how we should deal with refugees, and there is also, I think, a very strong humanitarian and development capacity. The challenge is that they are not capacitated enough with resources, and I think our challenge is also that we need to be able to bring better collaboration and to have a more joined up goals in working between humanitarian and development actors. And I think it's important also to see that supporting or addressing root causes, prevention, and bringing peaceful resolution of conflicts is central to greater global stability. But if key industrialized nations should only see the element of containment of movements, then I think it will very quickly become a one-sided deal. Now, in terms of the system collaboration, we have good examples where development actors, private sector, civil society, academia collaborate. It is not a prescribed situation, strictly speaking, but surely the New York Declaration indicates that we should work that way. What we call it is the new way of doing business, and this is now a sort of a key slogan within the UN in particular. That should be the standard. So what we would like to do is, by exemplifying, showcasing how we can work better together in a number of pilot countries, we would like this then to become the norm and be adopted end of 2018 as the Global Compact.
Thank you. You also made recommendation and also Achim to the G20, and one of your recommendations was the all-of-government approach. Maybe you can embark on this a little bit. And my question to Achim would be, what do you expect of the G20? We just have seen the G70, I wouldn't dare to say fail, but as I learned, the issue of refugees was not, there was no consensus, to say the least. So maybe first to you.
Yeah, I think Güven mentioned a good example of the Georgian Compact, where it is not just a matter of providing aid. We should look at displacement situations in a more holistic way. And so the EU has established a compact with Jordan that allows for a trade liberalization on textiles for Jordan to export to Europe. And in exchange, Jordan has committed to employ 15% Syrian refugees and later 25% Syrian refugees in specified industrial areas. So it is that kind of agreement is one that consolidates advantages on both sides for many years to come. And so that's what we want to see. That's why we would like to see engagement of also non-traditional actors in supporting refugee, the refugee cause. And that's why it is important that governments internally also have a coherent plan. Very often you see ministries of interior, justice having a slightly different position as compared to ministries of development or foreign affairs. So that combined approach, I think, will also bring us to a more logical international system.
Thank you. And Achim, towards the G20?
Let me go back just a few years and point and start with the simplest thing, because money is actually not the biggest challenge for the G20 collectively to deploy in support of this issue. So if individual countries now choose to withdraw from that collective capacity to act, I think that is an issue the G20 needs to address head on. There's a price to doing that, not only for the refugees themselves, but actually for the international community. And I think it is important that we remember that part of what we witness now here in Europe, having happened out of the situation around Syria, was a terrible failure in actually being able to help people stay where they wanted to stay at the time. We were together in the UN at a time when WFP had to cut rations, when UNICEF had to stop vaccinating children, when we had to shut down health centers in the countries around Syria because there was no money. And that's when people basically say, I cannot educate my children, I cannot feed them, I cannot get any health support services, I have nothing left but to try and do this extraordinary journey. So it really is a terrible price that not only people pay, but actually our international capacity to respond. Having said that, I think it is also critical that the G20 send a very clear signal that the processes that are now mandated by the General Assembly are not just paper tigers. I mean, let's be honest. We can work on compacts and on migration and on refugees. We'll reiterate fundamental principles, and the world will kind of be relieved that it didn't step back to where we already were. That's not good enough. It simply does not address the issue of our time. So what I would look to the G20 leaders for is to confront this issue, because that's why they meet as leaders, not the whole industry around G20. It is in that room that either people can convince certain actors that sticking together in this process is actually the foundation upon which we can even talk about a global refugee management capacity. So a lot should actually be the leadership dialogue. We can develop lots of recommendations underneath that. But the principle is, are leaders willing to go together back into the General Assembly of the United Nations as a group of 20 and help the world community shape, so to speak, the way forward?
Thank you very much. I hope the G20 leaders will get this message. Guven and Jaya, from your perspective, we have elaborated several recommendations to the G20 leaders as well, very practical ones. And from your perspective, what would be your strongest plea to the G20 leaders?
Oh yeah, we have listed a few issues. I have only noted, that there is the need to go over the existing mechanisms that we already have, starting from Jordan Compact to these experiments need to be, I think, reconsidered again in terms of their effectiveness, let's say. But G20 is there to raise awareness about the issue, as you have already mentioned, and it is multifaceted, if you ask me, because it is also important for countries, for example, like Turkey. If we focus on these industrial estate experiment, follow the Jordan Compact, it's not about providing additional advantages in terms of trade to Turkey, but maybe at the outset it might be useful to get some procurement contracts from the multinational companies. So it might be good for the leaders just to bring these guys also, not only the leaders of other countries agreeing on basic engagement strategy, but bringing these CEOs together and telling them that this might be a good starting point. We have already established the mechanisms in these countries, to make this work, to make these companies, enterprises work. So it might be useful for you to bring awareness about this issue. This might be good, because we are not yet in a position, G20 is also good in putting some key performance indicators, but I think we are not there yet. But the situation is evolving. I mean, we need to do something on the ground. So I think the G20 has to pave the road to set those key performance indicators sometime in the near future, maybe country-specific indicators. As Jaya has mentioned, in Turkey, there are around 1 million children that needs to be schooled. Only 50% of them, after all these years, could be in our schools. That's a development when it comes to 2 years ago, but still it's low, but we are not there yet regarding key performance indicators. Secondly, it might be good for G20 to endorse a mechanism like, a virtual observatory for refugee integration, because we are all working in our countries on the issue. We are all working on the ground also. And I think it is better to cooperate with organizations like us, the research centers in the countries itself, to focus on redesigning mechanisms, let's say, because this is not something that can be solved by one-size-fits-all solutions. There is the need to understand what's happening on the ground, basically. So I think that's why a virtual observatory might be a good thing. Just endorsing that might be a good thing too, because that allows organizations like us to operate more freely, more easily also in our countries on this issue. And thirdly, another issue that we have also discussed regarding the refugee entrepreneurs, a startup visa program is already discussed in many other countries, just to provide visas for the startup entrepreneurs. It can be done with these guys too. So that can bring the focus in all our business incubators and all those activities in our countries to focus on the refugees also, because our focus nowadays is not that much on the refugees, but on domestic population, definitely. So that might also be helpful and useful, I think.
Thank you very much for this very practical suggestion. So, Jaya, maybe you could embark a little bit more on the recommendations on the education issue, because we learned, for example, in Turkey, only half of the refugee children have schooling, and so please. So we have a couple of more minutes, actually, since we are waiting for our minister. I have to be in time. I'm just telling this, and I would like to open also the floor. We have a few a global solution young changes here, and I would allow them to to ask one or two questions to you as leaders and thinkers. So, but 2 minutes for you to embark on education as the key, one of the key challenges as we have identified it, referring to SDG 4, quality education, as well as to the Refugee Convention, which is pointing this out, and also the New York Declaration has underlined the importance of education for refugees. Please.
Thank you very much. We did 3 basic recommendations for the G20. I think one of the key issues that you all raised is very important. Not only do we have to include the refugee children, we have to integrate them. Yeah. Because including them and not integrating them into the system creates tensions that will later on reduce them into excluded migrants, which with all the attendant risks and consequences for youth, risk behavior, etc. But in terms of including them into the national education system, we raised a few things. We need some institutional, administrative, and financial policy instruments that need to be brought in very quickly to integrate young refugee children. And when we talk about that, we need to strengthen the host organizations that are doing this. There are some NGOs, there are some public sector groups that need to be supported. And we need to also harmonize the education systems, because some of the refugees come from countries where the education systems are different. How do we harmonize those issues? And I think that's going to be important. Another important issue is the accreditation systems. Some people are accredited in their countries under a different system. How do we bring those together? And non-formal education. Many of them have non-formal education from their countries. So how do we now give those a better formal approach? Somebody raised monitoring and evaluation. I think that's an important. We need to look at how we raise that. Funding, of course, Joachim raised the issue of funding, and that's going to be important, especially for developing and low-income countries. And we need to support the creation of institutions and think tanks, as Gulen raised. We need to think about how those think tanks can provide the basis. For infrastructure, development cooperation is very important. Schools. Many refugees attend schools in slum conditions, even in the countries of their first asylum. And I think that's important. We need to think about an interministerial forum on education for refugees. I think the G20 countries need to think seriously about that. Recognition of prior qualifications is also going to be important. Many refugees come with qualifications and they're not recognized in their countries of asylum. So we need to think about how we're going to recognize that. And of course, access to higher education. How do we deal with that issue? Again, I think ministers of the G20 need to come together to think about how do we provide access to higher education for refugees in countries like South Africa, for example. The question of higher education has been a big problem for the local people, and to think about it from a point of refugees makes it a bit more difficult. And then we need to encourage ministers to cooperate with their labor ministers and the other ministers so that you have an approach of access to labor market issues when people are qualified. And of course, mobility programs, funding for mobility, because students need to have access to mobility and movement, and I think those are some of the practical issues we need to think about.
Thank you very much. I hope this is also helpful for both of you to bring to your attention this very practical suggestion and recommendations. And I recognize that there's one, the all-government approach, including all ministries, and we have already discussed also in the task force to include the education ministers from the outset in the discussion and in the strategies at national level. So we have a little bit more time, and the minister is not yet here. So I would like to open the floor and ask if one of our young global challengers, please, a lady from Africa. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's the microphone.
Yes.
Could you say where you're from? And yeah.
Okay. I'm Chiedza from Zimbabwe. And I wanted to find out what you were thinking of doing in terms of the accreditation and verification of transactional refugees. Because at the moment with the G20, I think we've got a holistic and overall approach in terms of looking at refugees, but we don't actually have the alignment of grassroots organizations and think tanks that are aligned with organizations of the G20 governments in order for you to have a less burden of the transit points and the final host country. I think this is what's led to the type of divisions that you're finding in society in regards to the perception of refugees, because that accreditation and verification is not coming from the grassroots, and it's just at the host country where the approach and the integration perspective is holistic. So I wanted to find out what we're doing about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you have a quick comment on that, because we are now getting under time pressure.
Okay, well, I'm not 100% sure I understood actually, but there are refugee flows, as you rightly pointed out, are global, and so I think the issue is how can civil society and especially the grassroots-based one engage more with people on the move, whether they are in a transit country or in the country of destination, and surely. At least from the UN side, I think the engagement of national civil society is a priority. It has also been committed very much in the so-called Grand Bargain, and we see and we cannot underestimate that the majority of the support that refugees receive is actually from the grassroots level. So I think that's one of the key issues that we have realized, and there is a clear commitment to intensify the collaboration with the civil society and the grassroots. Whether it is in a country of transit or in a country of final destination, I think we need to be flexible on that one.
So thank you very much. This is a very German organized conference, so unfortunately we run out of time, and everything has to be in time here. So there is no room for a summary, no room for a last statement from your side, but I very much hope that we can continue this interaction.
We'll talk outside.
In particular between the global leaders and the local thinkers, so to speak. And I'm very confident that our T20 coordinators, Dirk Messner and Dennis Noah, will bring all these intervention, all these messages to the G20 Sherpa. And I see at the right moment walking in our minister, Peter Altmaier, who is also the coordinator for refugees of the German government, and hopefully he will get a good summary of this panel. Thank you very much for your intervention. So after this very intense and good session on refugees in low and middle income countries, I would very much like to introduce and to welcome now for a keynote Minister Peter Altmaier, together with Dirk Snower and Dennis Noah, Dirk Messner. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much.
Kommen Sie in die Mitte.
Yeah.
Habe ich irgendwas falsch gemacht?
So, dear Mr. Altmaier, welcome to the T20 meeting. We are very proud to have you here. And we would like to deliver as T20. More than 12 task forces have been working very hard. More than 300 authors have been participating in writing more than 70 policy briefs. And we try to develop very concrete policy recommendations to G20 leaders and visions for the future of G20.
Let's move to and one thing that's worth saying is that these solutions embody one important message, which is that the economy is meant to serve society. And therefore, looking simply at economic growth, which is important, is not sufficient. And moving into the future, we'll have to look at a lot more measures, not only environment, but also social measures. And if the people of the G20 understand this, then they will be reassured of the importance of the G20 in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Now the floor is yours, Minister.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Professor Snower, dear Professor Messner, ladies and gentlemen, good friends. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this important forum. I'm a minister. I'm the chief of staff to Angela Merkel in the Chancellery. That means I'm one amongst 15 ministers in German government. The chief of staff in the Chancellery certainly is not the most important minister, but in my specific case, I can say at least I'm the biggest minister in government. And at the end of this electoral period, I can tell you I have successfully defended that title, and I'm committed to do so in the future as well. Second. When I received your invitation to address the meeting, I was deeply impressed because so many think tanks from so many important countries, and I can admit that when I was not a child but a student, and when I was realizing what it means being a think tank and working for a think tank, it was perhaps the most fascinating dream ever to become a member of a distinguished think tank in my later life. And today I must confess I didn't make it. It's a pity, but I've now the privilege discussing with you and learning from you what we, the politicians, have to not to do, but what we have to change and to improve in order to better serve the 7 or 8 million people around the world. We have decided to take on our responsibility for organizing this G20 summit. And your conference is in a very important and decisive moment. It's in the aftermath of G7 and the NATO summit, and it's literally almost the eve of the G20 summit. And therefore, let me at the beginning refer to the claim of our presidency. It is, we need to shape an interconnected world. And this is perhaps more important than it looks in the first sight, because we have realized that technological progress, that the existing risks with regard to climate change, migration, poverty, terrorism, and many others can be solved and tackled only in an interconnected world and not by some member states, some nation states, some sovereign states on their own and alone. And this is something that I have learned over all my political career, that in this ever-growing globalized world, there is no single country able to provide leadership. No single person is able to provide leadership. But what we have to build instead is a world where we have a interconnectivity that will allow us to produce results from bottom up in the civil society, but also in the political arena, where we have to shape structures for cooperation structures for governance worldwide. And to give you an example or two in this context, one is we are all talking about digitalization. We are all talking about the enormous changes with regard to cyber, with regard to the spreading of information, the processing of information, the storage of information, big data mining, how to how to provide global solutions to local problems, for example, with regard to precision farming and many, many others. But we have so far not at all a sufficient governance structure to deal with all the ongoing changes in that world. To be clear, the technological change and progress and innovation is not steered by politicians. It is driven by existing problems and the wish to resolve them. It is driven by technological possibilities and innovation. And it is moving faster than in any moment of human and mankind's history before. We cannot decide which type of smartphone or tablet will be convenient in 20 years' time from now. We will not decide on whether autonomous driving will become a reality in all our countries. We are not deciding whether civil drones or telemedical applications will become everyday business. But what we have to provide is a framework, is a structure where you can discuss all the problems and all the risks related to the change that is underway. And this is one of the purposes why we have devoted this G20 meeting to shape an interconnected world. And the second example is something you have already, as I was told, discussed yesterday. It is the enormous challenge with regard to migration. Migration, the issue of refugees from civil wars, refugees from bad governance, refugees due to climate change in some countries, especially in the south of Africa. All these phenomena are not at all new phenomena. We know about them for many, many decades already. But it seemed in the past that all these phenomena have been local or regional phenomena. And what we have learned in the Syrian refugee crisis is the fact that today you cannot contain such catastrophic events like the dismantling of states and governments as it happened in Syria, as it happens in other countries in that region. You cannot contain it just to the region concerned. And to recall this moment 1.5 years ago in September 2015, when 30,000 refugees from Syria and Iraq have already arrived in Hungary and Austria. 30,000 were on the road between Greece and across the Balkan countries like Macedonia and Serbia. 30,000 people already arrived from Turkey to the Greek islands, and 2.5 million people, today there are 3.5 million people staying in Turkey, and 2 million people staying in Lebanon and Jordania, and looking for perspectives to have a decent life and a chance for a better future. And at that moment, when all these people tried to come to Europe and to come to Sweden, to Germany, to the Netherlands, to Luxembourg, to France, at that moment we realized that no sufficient structure did exist, neither on an international level nor on a European or on a national level. There has not been such a thing as a good working international framework. Of course, UNHCR and the World Food Programme had excellent skills and manpower and women power. But at the same time, they were running out of money. and they had to reduce the amount of money available for feeding the refugees in the country where they were staying. And all the important heads of states and government around the world did not realize what was underway until it was almost too late. And then when these people arrived in Greece and they made the journey, 7 days journey across the Balkan countries, there has been no preparation in hotspots to avoid humanitarian catastrophes. There had been no sufficient structures to deal with applications for protection and asylum. And when Germany decided in the beginning of September 2015 to admit tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in its territory to deal with that crisis, it had two aspects. One aspect has been to help people in extremely difficult conditions to avoid a humanitarian disaster. This is what we call the humanitarian imperative. And we know we are not the only ones. There are many countries in Africa, many countries in Asia who did exactly the same when they were confronted with refugee movements in their neighborhood. And the second was to buy time, to make it possible to assume our international responsibility, our geostrategic responsibility to work with the UN special organizations, to work with IOM and UNHCR, to work with our European partners in order to achieve a more sustainable solution for all of this. And we have achieved a solution where fewer people are coming to Europe, and at the same time, the living conditions for refugees staying in Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, and Jordania have been considerably improved. We are far away from a solution that we so desperately need, but we have achieved in less than 1.5 years, in cooperating with so many others, much more than many people had expected or had even hoped for. And therefore, we have now to look to the G20 process and its targets for the midterm and long-term future. We have been able as G20 to overcome what can be called the biggest world economic and banking crisis ever. And we have spent and devoted most of the time in the last years to talk about financial markets, to talk about the necessity to better control financial flows in order to limit the risk of financial bubbles and similar risks. And today, 8 years after this world economic crisis, we see the global economy is growing again. But recovery is still fragile. And recovery has taken place in some countries and in many other countries not, or even not to the extent that would be needed to avoid further disaster. And therefore, we have to draw the right and appropriate conclusions. And one of the conclusions we have suggested to our partners is that we should develop the G20 process beyond economic and financial aspects, that we should try to reduce economic, social, ecological, and political risk and safeguard growth through collective action. This is why we have our agenda based on 3 pillars, as you certainly know: building resilience, improving sustainability, assuming responsibility. It sounds good, it looks good, but it all depends on the concrete progress we can achieve in the framework of this process. We will, as far as migration is concerned, as far as living conditions is concerned, as far as climate protection is concerned, as far as terrorism is concerned, we will have to focus more on Africa and African problems as we have done ever before. And this is why we have, when we invited the G7 to Elmau 2 years ago, why we had decided to involve more than before African country leaders, and we will develop a partnership between G20 and Africa, to give you an example, when you take a country like Niger, then they have 18 million people today. Average age is 14. And by the end of the century, they will grow to a number of 100 million people in this country that is considered as one of the poorest, least developed countries worldwide. At the same time, this small country of Niger, with 18 million people today and 100 in the future, is a transit country for almost 80% of the refugees coming from sub-Saharan countries to Libya in order to reach Europe by every mean you can imagine. And that means we will have a chance to better deal with all the challenges when we better involve the countries that are affected immediately by all the risks that I have mentioned and by the process of migration especially. We have seen how much hope and how much debate was provoked when our Minister of Development Cooperation, Gerd Müller, who addressed the meeting as well, as I was told, when he was speaking about a Marshall Plan for Africa. It has been resonanced in many, many countries on the African continent. And regardless whether we, at the end of the day, will call it the Marshall Plan or whether we will call it in a different way, but we have to understand, in order to have a stable world, to have a stable framework for economic growth and welfare, we have to consider not just the situation in our own countries, but we will have a sustainable, a safe, a stable framework for our own development when we focus on global changes, on global risk, on global developments. That is something that we have to learn. And that means foreign affairs, security are back on the political agenda. But they are back in a different way than they have been on the political agenda 30 years ago, 40 years ago, in the Cold War. Then foreign affairs and security was discussed in terms of rockets, in terms of tanks, in terms of military capabilities. Military capabilities still are important. And therefore, Germany feels obliged and bound by the results of the NATO summit 3 years ago, where we have adopted a roadmap in order to improve our military capabilities. But today, we have to realize that foreign affairs and security issues are closely related to education. They are closely related to professional training. They are closely related to the question whether we can enable people, especially women in African countries, to take a more active part, not only in the economic process of producing GDP, but also in the political debate in the countries. And we have a genuine and warm interest to avoid unstable, fragile, corrupt governance by encouraging governments with responsible politicians who have an idea of what it means to live in a state where the rule of law and democracy are at least an aim for the midterm and long-term future. Because we have learned over the last years that democracy as such is not a guarantee for economic success. But without democracy, market economy, and rule of law, the chance of having a flourishing, a successful economy is much smaller than it would be otherwise. And then the second point is how to make it possible when we are developing these countries, when we are improving GDP growth, how to make it possible that everyone can participate in that growth, can benefit from that growth. That the growth is not just reserved to few people in key positions, but that so many million, and I would even say billions of people dreaming of their own car, of their own tablet, personal computer, dreaming of TV, dreaming of spending holidays abroad, dreaming of nice dress and clothing, and so many other issues. How we can how we can help these people to realize their dreams. Otherwise, there are people, as soon as they have even modest financial means, will try to go to Europe, to go to the US, to go everywhere where the perspectives are more attractive than in their own countries. And that would mean risking to deepen the gap. And this is why, for example, when Wolfgang Schäuble, our finance minister, served as a minister of the interior 12 years ago, he was discussing new concepts of migration. On the one hand, it is true that in European countries, and one day in America as well, and in China as well, we are relying on labor market migration in order to use the potential economic growth that we have. But at the same time, if we would invite and admit all the people who would be interested in moving to Europe or to the US, we would deprive many African countries of their elites. And how can you avoid a brain drain and convert it into a brain gain? That is one of the big challenges we have to discuss. And we cannot solve it and discuss it only on a national level. We have to do it on a European and an international level. And therefore, there are, from some think tanks in the past, developed ideas and concepts of a kind of circular migration. I'm not going into the details. I have thought a lot about it. And I think it deserves a closer consideration at least. There are certainly other possible concepts and other good ideas, and therefore we are looking forward what you as the think tanks can recommend to us. Politicians are always in a difficult situation. They have the same ideals. They are sometimes even not too stupid. They have the ambition to do a good job. But politicians are spending much of their time in addressing meetings, in attending summits, in campaigning for re-election. And you, as the members of the think tanks, you have the freedom, you have the margin of maneuver of thinking it through. The Romans, the old Romans, Vergil, has made this slogan, rerum cognoscere causas. And it means you have to understand the root causes of the things around you, and you have to find the appropriate solution because you cannot have an economy that works on the basis of voodoo economics. You cannot have foreign and security policies that work on the basis of voodoo policies. No, you have to work on very concrete challenges and to have to discuss the possible solutions that are appropriate, that can work in a world that is like it is. And this is what we expect from your conference today. Thank you so much for handing over to me your recommendations. We will study it carefully. We will prepare the summit as good as we can. We can, of course, not decide on the results by our own. We have to try to achieve a consensus. And what became clear after the G7 and the NATO summit is that a national responsibility is always, will always be there. In Europe, we have understood that we have to combine, we have to pool our sovereignty in order to have more and bigger impact on international debates. But even if European integration would be much bigger and greater as it is today, at the end of the day, we need solutions that are negotiated, that are agreed amongst all the important regional organizations, amongst with the involvement of the UN organizations, and especially amongst the most important economic players worldwide. And your activities, your conference, but also what you are doing at home, will enable us to achieve progress. Perhaps not in one step, but step by step. That is our aim, and therefore we will work as good as we can. Thank you for your attention.
This is Global Solutions, Recoupling the World. This session is Economic Resilience, how the G20 can combat populism and protectionism. Please welcome Edmund Phelps, Nobel Laureate, Columbia.
Good morning. I thought that I would be playing an extremely minor role here this morning, and that is the deep truth of it. But I find that, in a way, I am starting this session off, which is perhaps already an acknowledgement that I don't have much substantive knowledge of this subject, but at least I can organize things. I think there are two kinds of populism. We all shudder at the populism of Hitler, and in the present day, the populism in Hungary and some other countries. In the United States, we look a little more benignly at populism. We think of the populism in the era of President Jackson in the middle of the, or earlier than that, of the 19th century, when the people spoke up and protested the way things, protested their lack of recognition, the lack of attention to them and to their needs. What exactly does populism mean? I think to define populism means we have to define its alternative. I think the alternative to populism, or the opposite of populism, is elitism. And here I think it's difficult, at least for me, it's difficult to condemn populism altogether as something horrible and misguided and to be stamped out to the greatest possible extent. I don't, for me, that is my personal feeling is that would be a mistake and not something we should strive to do. I wouldn't want to live in a country that is totally run by elitists who give their sole attention to some subset of the country, maybe people like them, and ignore other people. If there was anything to be said for corporatism, which I spend almost every day attacking, 8 hours a day, but if there's anything to be said for corporatism, it was the idea that all the interest groups would be addressed, not just elitist groups. I think that in the United States we've had too much elitism, and this resurgence of populism is a kind of reaction to the excesses of elitism in the United States. Is there a lot of elitism in Europe? I'm sure I'm sure that the countries differ. I'm sure that on close analysis we would find that some countries have much less elitism than others. But certainly among the three large countries in Western Europe, continental Western Europe, there's a lot of elitism. And nevertheless, I think at a very substantive level, the question is, are the concrete proposals and the understandings of the populists dangerous to our countries, and if to the extent and with respect to such dangers, what can we do about it? How can we re-educate people? How can we engage them? How can we debate with them? But I do feel that it is very important that we learn to talk to the populists and learn to communicate with them, to have a conversation, to have dialogues. Well, on that hopeful note, I will cease and desist and turn over the session to those with something substantive to say. Thank you very much.
The members of the panel are Kazumasa Iwata, Japan Center for Economic Research; Edmund S. Phelps, Nobel Laureate, Colombia; Carlos Ivan Simonsen Leal, Getulio Vargas Foundation, Brazil; Nicolas Véron, Bruegel. This panel is moderated by journalist Declan Curry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for your patience as our schedule is slightly fluid today. We appreciate your understanding. I'm Declan Curry. I know you'll initially want to join me in thanking Professor Edmund Phelps for his remarks. Let's give him another round of applause, please, to say thank you. And you join me in welcoming our panel, Kazumasa Iwata, Christian Kastrup, Carlos Ivan Simonsen Leal, and Nicolas Véron. They're here to discuss economic resilience, how the G20 can combat populism and protectionism. We also welcome your input and your engagement, so please do not hesitate to join the discussion when I invite your contributions. We are looking for brief, concise questions or observations. If you have them, they are very welcome during the course of the discussion. We start by looking at some of the flavour of the work of the task force for the T20. And Christian Kastrup, you are able to take a few minutes now to give us initially just the flavour of the work and the issues that you were seeking to address.
Thank you, Declan. Severe recessions and financial crises are frequent. Their effect on the economy is persistent, and they're also a very strong driver of widening inequality. And therefore we thought and got together that there are measures to be taken to minimize the risk of such events while strengthening the potential for economies to innovate and prosper, which is still necessary in the world. So resilience is key. Minimizing risks first require the accurate monitoring of homegrown vulnerabilities in real time. I will not go into that. The other issue is identifying and putting in place policy settings and mechanisms that can help absorb the impact of a severe downturn and also facilitate a swift rebound of economic activity. And we believe that this is really one of the keys against rising populism, nationalism, and protectionism. So if we look in the period of the post-war between 1970 and 2010, we observe 120 episodes of banking, currency, or sovereign debt crisis. And we had more than 100 severe recessions which have been recorded. So, and indeed, especially if you have then, which we also observe, long periods of relative stability, we start and tend to overlook growing risks behind the curtain, and vulnerabilities are easily overlooked. And I think this is especially true if you think about the last crisis. So, recent political developments show that there is growing discontent also with the distribution of growth dividends. It has been underestimated. This again has an impact on the economic resilience of households as it imposes adjustment costs also, especially on marginal workers. And this again feeds the populist loop. So what can policymakers do to lastingly enhance resilience in the face of economic and financial risks? So in doing so, of course, we have been mindful of a certain long-term growth impact also of risk mitigating measures. This is also an issue where we investigated a bit with our joint work, because mitigating risks can also have costs. So we have to look at that too, and the benefits need to be balanced against these potential costs. So policymakers should indeed identify and implement cost-effective measures which reduce the risk of a crisis and make the economies more resilient, which also improves inclusiveness. And we looked at it in the paper. You will find a nice 4-quadrant scheme. And I would just imagine it for a second. So you can really look at policy areas where you have, for instance, a quadrant which is higher growth but higher fragility. There is higher growth and lower fragility. There is lower growth and lower fragility. And there may be low growth and high fragility. Let me just, the headlines now, because we do this later than in the discussion. For instance, there's this broad area of product market reforms and labor market reforms, which is so important, as we did in our OECD study on Going for Growth, bring them together as a package. Here you can clearly see these are reforms, structural policy settings, which will improve growth if done well in a package, also inclusive, but they will not interfere with the fragility item. Then there is the issue of civil justice, rule of law, when you look in the long run, which also feeds a strong and prosperous middle class. This is also just low fragility, high growth. Then we come to a more dangerous part, and I think this is what we will probably discuss. This is the financial market policy and current account openness. And indeed, here we find, due to different policy settings, some interesting impacts. So we can see that if your economic model relies too much on finance, it can hamper growth. And it can also hamper inclusiveness. And therefore, we have to look at that. So these are the 3 areas we're watching, and I leave it with that, Declan.
Indeed, thank you. And we will look at that in more detail as the discussion progresses. Kazumasa Arata, welcome to our discussion. What are your initial thoughts based on Professor Phelps' remarks and also Christian Kastrop's summation so far?
Okay, I want to talk about the relationship between secular stagnation. Advanced economy faced this secular stagnation after the global financial crisis. In the case of Japan, we faced this problem already in the mid-1990s. In the deleveraging process, we have the excess accumulation of debt during bubble period. The leveraging process, in this process, our growth rate down from 5% to 1%. This is very painful process. I think similar thing is now happening, in the case of China. China's debt accumulation, corporate debt, more than 170% of nominal GDP. It's higher than the case of bubble period in Japan. This is one of the implications for a global financial imbalance. This process of this deleveraging, if there is excess financing, one of the policy measures how to cope with this. Given our experience, corporate governance, weak corporate governance was one of the factors which led to the excessive accumulation of debt during bubble period. It's better to have strengthen the corporate governance structure in China by enhancing the transformation into market economy. This is one implication of this resilience.
Thank you. Christian Kastrup, how did this, has this fed into the thinking of the task force? Have you considered some of these issues in your own deliberations?
Yeah, I think, of course, we are first started with this more cross-country comparative way of thinking. So, and this is now, I think, we already move a bit forward to the next steps. And I think this is what I would indeed see now to look in more in types and regions and in countries. And this is, so work to come. I think we're very happy to proceed.
Yes, let me hear from Carlos Ivan and from Nicola first. Carlos Ivan, your thoughts?
Let me take the point of view of Professor Phelps. I believe that populism is not the real problem because it's going to be there anyway. People have demands. The standard of living has been falling in many regions of the world, and you are bound to have it. What matters is the check and balances that you use to counterbalance that. So it doesn't matter if Trump wants to do a lot of things. You have laws in the US, you have rules, and they have to be obeyed. It takes time to change them. So there is some resilience there of the whole system. In the case of my country, for example, we don't have a good budgetary process. Therefore, national strategy is determined mostly by the executive. And that is very bad. That is really, really bad, because a populist there, he can do whatever he wants. And that is why we have a debt to GDP, which is equivalent to Germany, $400 billion of reserve. We are recovering growth, but nevertheless, we have lots of corruption. We have lots of problems that we have to deal with. So resilience and inclusive growth for us, at least, depend a lot, not only on technique, on managing, on fine-tuning. It's more than that. It depends on perfectioning our institutions. For us, this is the main problem.
So it's having the right institutional spirit.
Yes, and the right culture behind that spirit, so that everybody has to believe in that. Of course, this is a necessary, not a sufficient condition. In order to have a sequence of good budgets that will yield inclusive growth, resilience, etc., you not only need to have a good budgetary process, you have to have good politicians that have this long-term view. And this, of course, depends on electors.
Professor Phelps, a thought in response to what Carlos Ivan Simonsen-Leal had to say about the importance of culture, of the institutional spirit, as opposed to strict rules.
Well, I agree with all of that. The checks and balances are very important, but also the culture, bad cultural elements are costly, and good ones are not necessary, really. You used the word resilience. I knew there was something missing in my remarks this morning, and that was the word resilience. and over the days, I did once or twice think to myself, what's this going to be about, this resilience thing? And I recalled the first time I heard the word used in the economic context was an interviewer from Germany, in fact, who asked me about resilience, and I had to ask her what she was talking about. Now I think I know. One of the problems that's arisen in recent years is that I'm thinking of the economies of the West, but I know that goes beyond this. That many of the economies of the West were very slow in nasty
persistence. Let's see if some G20
it's hard
solutions will get
without the fly. Okay. What happened was that a lot of countries were very slow in recovering from the shocks felt by them caused by the global financial crisis. And I've done a little research on this, and I've found that the countries that exhibited concrete evidence of dynamism prior to the global financial crisis, those countries not only grew faster than the other countries, but those countries were also faster in recovering from the shock of the global financial crisis. The U.S., it seemed to us it was slow as molasses, but relative to most countries, the US recovered rather quickly and rather fully. The same is true of Britain. So, and those were, using the data that I was using to estimate dynamism, those were the two countries that were most dynamic in the sample set of countries I was looking at. So I think that countries such as, well, let me say Italy, sorry Fabrizio, Italy is just so lacking in entrepreneurial zeal and imaginative creators of innovation. There's just, I mean, the creativity is there. It's all in our. We all human beings have plenty of zeal in us and plenty of creativity in us and imagination, but it's not getting out in Italy, and it's not getting out in some other countries in Europe, and that's why those countries don't recover.
Thank you, Nicolas Veron.
I'd like to pick up on this, and let me first say that even though I've been introduced as a fellow at Bruegel, I'm also at the Peterson Institute in Washington, D.C., so in a G20, T20 format, I would really find it unfortunate if my American affiliation was not mentioned. And this actually connects to my question or exhortation maybe to Professor Phelps, because I've always been a huge fan. Professor Phelps has always been my hero in lambasting corporatism in Europe, especially in continental Europe, and making the case for an open economy that would be open to new ideas, new entrepreneurs, new entrants. And I've been a bit I'm interrogating a bit the introductions that Professor Phelps gave us and the point contrasting elitism, excess elitism, and corporatism in the US as a reaction to that. And actually, you see exactly the same thing in the UK. I mean, you see temptations towards corporatism in the US, in the UK, also cronyism, and various forms of corruption, which I think were alluded to from the Brazilian perspective. So Ned Phelps has been such a champion and never shy about criticizing corporatism in Europe. I really hope he will have the same energy in not being complacent vis-à-vis threats or possibilities of corporatism, very harmful corporatism in the US and the UK as well.
Thanks for the admonition. I'll watch myself more carefully. But I do want to say one thing in defense of myself. In front of 1,000 people at the American Economic Association meetings last January, I likened President Trump to Mussolini. Now, you can't get much more dramatic in linking Trump's thinking to corporatism. He's very much a corporatist. He likes to be a puppeteer that advances some interests and stops other interest groups. I think he's almost the quintessential corporatist in the world today.
Okay, thank you. And insofar as this affects resilience and inclusive growth?
No, I absolutely agree. So, and this is what we should probably also say. What we produced here is only, say, some nutshell. It's in a nutshell. I think resilience is much, much more. And I think this is what Nicola, what Professor Phelps and the others just have said. It's a whole culture of things. So, and this is what has all to be recorded and looked at. And as therefore, I think this is a really great work still to be done. But I'm very well aware when we had our first outline of the resilience project, I think I can tell you we had a kind of an A4 chart with all the elements which would somehow interfere and again also interlink to each other. So it's a very, very complex thing. And what we here tried for the first shot was to highlight these issues about, say, 4 or 5 main drivers. So the financial markets and also macroprudential, where we can come back to that. So this is the entire thing we thought here. But I'm very well aware it would be very nice to have more. So we connect to all the T20, if possible, wherever there is something. I'm happy to fit that into further work.
And of course, the purpose, the point of this Global Solutions event is to produce some actual solutions, and we have the brochure this morning with the 20 solutions, 20 proposals for the G20, and if you flick to page 9 of that, we see some of the solutions for this session on resilience and inclusive growth. So let's set out what some of the potential solutions, and they are in varying works of progress, of course.
No, there is much more outside, and as I said, you have different types of countries, you have regions. There are also elephants in the room we did not look at, and let me mention here an issue which was discussed on other panels, which is, for instance, coping with climate change. So also climate change will impose serious resilience risks, and to do really a good program for mitigation and for growth strategies in the age of coming to low carbon economies, this is another issue which could be ideally interlinked also to this work.
But for today, looking at some of the solutions identified in the program, the proposals that have been published this morning, we have developing further active labour market programs. We have identifying global risk, drawing on the indicators of house price misalignment, global credit to GDP ratios, global equity price gaps and other indicators, and then designing financial market prudential policies.
These are indeed the issues we identified who have been triggers of lacking resilience. So, and especially tax regimes, regulation regimes for housing and for the financial markets, also looking at some good, really, say, prudent macroprudential policies. There are also bad macroprudential policies. I think this is what we concentrated first, and we're rather happy that I see the community found it worthwhile. And again, this has to be developed further. And again, there is no one size fits all. This is the entire problem. This complexity, again, we also have to explain, because some people just drop out and say, anyway, I won't understand that, so go for easy, simple, populist solutions. This is what we're not going to do.
Just as a broad brush, are we at risk of taking too much risk out of economic processes?
I think at least we should be very, very closely looking at the possible gains. Of course, you can never look into the future to a full amount, but really we have to check the gains for growth with new economic and, say, financial models. So a lot of countries had for years large gains from using, say, a finance-driven economic model. Now you see also the risks, and this, of course, shows up here in the results, that probably you need a better check, and not just a check by economists. He was also mentioned somehow ethical checks. So we should really see whether we can control this in the end. So sometimes it's like this famous story that you engage somebody, a wizard, who is doing for you a certain job, and then you can't stop him anymore. And I think this is what we really need to check, to have the right economic incentives, but also to have political control.
Nicola.
I think the point about financial markets and the financial system is very important, and I think very well set out in the paper, because there is an apparent paradox here. On the one hand, we say we need to control risk, and that's very much what Christian has just emphasized. And at the same time, we need an equity culture. We need resilience through developed equity instruments. And what we know is that it's actually more difficult to have more developed equity markets, including private and public equity, than having just a bank-based system. And there's a big debate here in Germany, but more broadly in Europe and in the world, about this question of financial system structures. But I think the key point here is that you get what you need, what you want in terms of resilience, and actually also, as the paper makes clear, in terms of providing opportunity and fighting inequality through financial system development, which includes equity market development, but that means not necessarily more finance, but more financial development, deeper financial structures. And this is often misunderstood in a political debate, because that sounds like, oh, giving more leeway to financiers and they're evil. But actually, a well-regulated, well-supervised financial system can be empowering, can be an instrument for more opportunity and more equity. The paper makes that clear, and I think this is something we have to reflect upon a lot, not least in continental Europe.
Yes, on this financing issue, I find there is a need, to transform the business model of the existing banking sector. The existing banking sector is engaging too much on the property financing. using the land and real estate as a collateral, and easily this is leading to the excess financing, this excess debt accumulation. And now we are needing the new financing way, how to form the human capital. This is, I find the improvement of institutional quality closely related to this problem. This is resilience can be improved by improving the quality of institutions. Institutions covers not only economic, but social and political. This is wide concept. And in this context, growth strategy and Abenomics, passing through 3 stages, growth aspect. This is aiming at improving the institutional quality. First, starting with the TPP. This is now, even though the TPP -1, US withdrawal from TPP, but Japan is prepared to stick to TPP -1. And also governance, corporate governance reform. This is the first stage. And the second stage is stabilizing the population size at 100 million, because we face the sharp decline working age population, which brought about one of the, this is one of the factors secular stagnation appeared in our economy. Therefore, this is also very important, and eliminating the gender gap. And this is the second stage. And the third one is we are facing the labor market reform and education system reform. Now the proposals on the insurance for children, insurance scheme for children, or the other, income contingent student loan, or the current education program. And those proposals now on the political agenda, this is the third phase. This is relating to the improvement of institutional quality. And if we success, in improving the quality of institution, that would strengthen the resilience of our economy against the large shock.
Thank you. Yeah. A range of practical solutions. Carlos Ivan, how do they strike you?
I am a little bit skeptical because all that was mentioned ignores 2 things. First of all, there is a big geopolitical game going on. The US is fantastic, is #1 in innovation, is #1 in universities, #1 in many things, but it's not #1 in public finances. It needs naval dominance of the sea lanes in order for the dollar to remain the international currency. Why do Arabs keep dollars? Why do they buy products from the US, weaponry? Because there is a Sultan base in Saudi Arabia. So it is a problem of naval dominance. And what is being challenged in the South China Sea is exactly that. So there's going to be a chicken-out game there, which is very dangerous, which is not controllable, which is not predictable, and for which Japan has been throwing lots of money. Japan has a 2nd navy in the world, and very few people know that. Not only that, the game is very complicated. This is one big problem. There is no resilience apparatus that will sustain a deleverage of the American economy if ever the US loses the capacity to create international liquidity, which depends on oil being traded in dollars, energy being traded in dollars. The second thing is a rise of the relative rhythm of innovation of Asia, of that region of Asia, compared to the rest of the world. If we simplify, forget credit, forget everything, there are 2 things in the world: innovation and natural resources. You exchange one for the other. The South China Sea area has been increasing its level of innovation, and therefore natural resources are becoming more expensive for the people that produce innovation. And you see standards of living slowly falling in Western Europe and the US, especially for the blue collars. Of course, I'm simplifying the model. But these 2 problems are not easy problems. And these are the roots of what we have to deal with. We may take care of banking systems, but at the end, banking systems will be broke. Why? Because you have stopped being competitive at an international level. So there are many issues there. It's not so simple as to take a series of things and treat them as if they were not connected.
Just briefly, when you say there is no resilience mechanism, do you mean there is no resilience mechanism today, or do you mean that it is impossible to create one in the future?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I really don't know, because imagine that the game that's being played there, it's similar to the missile crisis around Cuba in '62 in North Korea. Obviously, the Prato Islands were a threat. They are a better threat, better game strategy if they are not finished, if you keep building them. Because if you finish, you have to enforce the threat, and that may be very dangerous.
Okay, thank you. I need to stop you because the clock is against us. I'm going to ask our panelists for some final thoughts in just a moment or two, but I did say that I would like to welcome contributions from those of you who've been listening to this debate in the hall. We have a hand over here, so if we can have our cube microphone, we'll get to you as well. So the little furry cube will approach you, and there it is. If you catch it and speak into it, we will all hear you.
Thank you. No, I have to intervene because Ned Phelps mentioned me. I think the problem of Italy is not the lack of creativity of the businessmen, of the entrepreneurs. I think the problem is with the institutions, and I think I would agree with what you said last night, that, you know, in Italy we have had a sort of a tendency for social protection or social peace, as we call it, to create sort of laws and regulations which actually stifle the creativity of business. And but, you know, if you look at the recent example, you know, Ferrari just recently got rid of all the foreign experts in Formula One racing, and they put on Italian managers, and they won a couple of Grand Prix. And so I think the solution is probably having an Italian car with a German driver. I think that would do it.
Okay, thank you, and we appreciate your restoration of national honour. This young gentleman here will pass the cube to that gentleman there.
Hi, my name is Paul. I'm part of the Young Global Program. Just one very quick comment. As a young person, I think populism and protectionism, to me, from another perspective, is just manifesting the rise of individualism. Now, in the olden days, we all talk about news as if we read it on the newspaper, but now, today, we talk about news as if we are in the scene. And I think from my perspective, being an entrepreneur or investors or anything that, we start to talk about ourselves more than ever. So I think we need to address this, the filter bubble, and we need to address this in a more microscopic level.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Professor Phelps, I'll get a brief thought from you, and then we will bring in the rest of the panel for very, very tight contributions.
I'm a little bit confused by the way we use corporatism and populism interchangeably. It seems to me that populism does not mean corporatism does not mean populism. Corporatism means that the market is not used to allocate where capital and labor goes. The government instruments are used to guide the directions of the economy. There are other dimensions to it also, but while I think of populism as more a cry of anguish from people who are in pain and who blame those for who they think are not paying attention to them, and that leads, of course, to a whole topic of we haven't done an analysis of how badly we've done in the past. I think maybe we're not facing up with.
And I'm afraid that today we will not have the time to do so.
Right.
We are going to overrun the clock by a minute, Christian, because I want to give you an opportunity to just synthesize where we are.
I think two things I would like to mention at the beginning, which are on a broad scale, and this is the point you made. To have some kind of global resilience, you need, of course, encompass political issues and economic issues which are closely intertwined. So there is this geopolitical game, I agree. On the other hand, we have to see, if we talk on a very broad level, I think the core of the world economy will move to Asia. So I'm not so the future of the Western world. We still have to discuss what we can do for that resilience, and we need more global governance. This is clearly to be seen, and there I think the G20, the T20 process must play a role. Very last point, the rise of individualism, which was mentioned here. This reminds me of a famous book of Joseph Schumpeter, where indeed some economic model can eat up the implicit social condition on which it's based, and I have the impression that we sometimes have forgotten this, or we have to redefine this. Let me stop with this for resilience.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to all of you for being so flexible and accommodating the reduced time that we were able to give you for the discussion this morning. Thank you to all of you for your attention and for your input as well. Please join me in thanking our panelists, Professor Edmund Phelps, Kazuma Awata, Christian Kastrup, Carlos Ivan Simonsen-Leal, and Nicola Veron. Please give them a round of applause.
Our topic today is the financial resilience of the world's financial system. In a financial sense, are we still 10 years after the global financial crisis too big to fail? Our panel today has some very interesting and often contrary views about whether our financial immune system is back up and working or not. Briefly today, you will hear from Michael Heise. He's the chief economist at Allianz, one of the largest insurance companies in the world. Claudia Buch is a vice president at the Deutsche Bundesbank and an economist specializing in financial stability and international finance issues. Jan-Peter Kranen is a professor of corporate finance at Goethe University in Frankfurt, and he also runs SAFE, the Sustainable Agriculture, he's not a farmer, he's an economist, and he runs the Sustainable Architecture for Finance in Europe Institute. Fabrizio Sacomani is an Italian economist and was the former Italian Minister of Economics and Finance, and he will speak about the management of global capital flows. And Ludger Schuknecht is the Director General for Strategy and International Finance and Monetary Policy at the German Finance Ministry. His department devised the debt brake used by Wolfgang Schäuble since 2004 to balance the German federal budget without additional borrowing. And today you will hear, as an introduction, from Franklin Allen, a professor of finance and economics at Imperial College in London, and formerly with the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, who will present for us now the recommendations of the T20 group on financial stability.
I'm going to present the recommendations of a group of three of us, myself, Jan-Peter Kranen, and Helene Ray. So what went wrong in the crisis? I think one of the main problems was that the basic idea underlying financial regulation at that time was that if you a build-up of risk in individual financial institutions, you'll prevent a financial crisis. That's an important component of any regulatory system, but it's not sufficient. What it does is ignore systemic risk. Now, systemic risk is a complex phenomenon, but basically it comes from the interactions of financial institutions. One example is contagion. So if one fails, then if others have a claim on it, then they may also fail, and we get a domino effect, just as one example. Now, great progress has been made in improving the regulation of the financial system. Things like capital standards and so on have been significantly improved. But there remains a significant amount to be done as well. And what we aim to do in this recommendation that we have is to have doable and concrete proposals that will further improve things. Our proposal to improve financial resilience has three components, three practical ways to improve resilience. The first is to remove inconsistency and incompatibility across regulatory measures. So just to take one simple example, the way that subordinate bank bonds are treated in banks and insurance companies differs. And that tends to undermine some of the proposals that have been introduced. So in banking regulation, government guarantees, implicit guarantees of subordinate debt have effectively been removed. It's now bail-inable in many countries. Now, what that means is that if the bank gets into trouble, this debt will turn into equity and its value will fall. That's what bail-inable means. Now, the question is, who should be holding this? If it's held by retail investors, you have a problem because they'll put pressure on the government to bail them out and remove this bail-inable feature. And we saw aspects of that in Italy in 2015. Now, ideally, it should be institutions with long-term horizons that hold this kind of debt. Now, one good example of that is life insurance companies, which have very long horizons typically. Now, the problem is that regulation in insurance industry such as Solvency II, tends to discourage the holding of those kinds of bonds by making it more expensive in various ways. So one of the things that we need to do is to coordinate the different types of regulation of banking, insurance, and other parts of the financial system. What we would propose is that we have an expert committee that looks at these incomparable and inconsistent aspects of the different kinds of financial regulation and makes recommendations. And they can then be implemented. Now, second aspect of our recommendations is to discourage the use of financial regulatory standards as a means of international competition. One of the problems in recent years has been the rise of anti-globalization politicians who have as part of their agenda to put their country first. Now, one of the things that the 2008 G20 meeting did was to try and overcome those kinds of regulatory problems that create incentives to race to the bottom, to undermine your regulatory standards to attract business, while hoping that most of the costs of that fall on other countries. Now, one example is central clearing houses. Those at the moment are typically nationally regulated, and that creates incentives for this race to the bottom. We would propose that another expert panel look at how to create impartiality and have broad implementation of supervisory tasks which prevent that kind of race to the bottom. And the third proposal is to give weight to explaining and rationalizing the established regulatory standards. If politicians are to be prevented from trying to pursue national interest rather than global interests, then what we need is the electorates to understand what needs to be done. And we recommend that there be further improvements in financial literacy, in particular to try and make people understand why good financial regulation is an important component of a financial system. And we would suggest that that be introduced in various stages in the educational system, hopefully in the secondary system so that everybody gets exposed, but also in the university system. These proposals don't solve all remaining problems, but as I say, we hope that they are doable and concrete, and we believe they would help significantly to improve financial resilience.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen, thank you. And if I could at this point ask all of our guests to come up to the panel. And we'll be followed with a short film here that explains once again who they are. And I am Kevin O'Brien, by the way. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself before. Please come on up.
The members of the panel are Claudia Buch, Deutsche Bundesbank, Michael Heiser, Allianz, Jan-Peter Kranen, Frankfurt University, Fabrizio Sacomani, International Affairs Institute, Italy, Ludger Schuknecht, German Ministry of Finance. This panel is moderated by journalist Kevin O'Brien.
Okay, great. Let's get right into it then. First question goes to Mr. Heiser, the chief economist of Allianz. Mr. Heiser, you'll talk about the role of the long-term investor in financial market reform, but I wanted to ask you up front, 10 years after the global financial crisis, is Allianz too big to fail?
Well, that's a nice specific question. Well, the bodies that make these decisions, who is too big to fail, have decided we are too big to fail. But this is for different reasons than when banks are too big to fail. We don't borrow money on markets, but we have huge investments, of course, also in the asset management, but also as an insurance industry. And if we were to get into some kind of trouble, there would be heavy sales, of course, of securities in many different countries. The capital markets would be affected by that, and that would exacerbate other problems that will be there in a situation of turmoil. So yes, we are a global, systemically important institution.
If I can just quick follow-up, do you like being too big to fail, or would you rather be under the radar?
Well, I think first there was some reluctance to enter this process on our side because it is a lot of administrative work you have to do. There's an own department that makes reports only to show what we would do in times of a crisis. So first there was reluctance, but in the meantime, it is also seen as an advantage, and you can see it on the markets. The market shares are growing in very many countries of this world because the nimbus of safety, of security, of being watched, especially carefully by the regulators, is actually an advantage. So we can leverage that.
Some benefits to being under the microscope then. Ms. Buch, you wanted to talk about efficient regulation. Regulation. But let me ask you, you're the key Bundesbank representative on global bodies, G7, G20, ECB, etc. What is the political environment right now globally in terms of managing the world financial system? It seems like we're in a period of backlash to the post-2007 reforms, and at least, for example, in the United States, there's rhetoric of rolling some of those back. So how do you see that?
Well, it would be difficult for me to comment on what's going on in the US, but so let me talk about what we do in the G20 and also in the FSB, the Financial Stability Board. And I think it's always the case once you've done reforms, at some point in time you tend to forget why you did these reforms. So remembering the crisis, the effects of the crisis, this is something which is fading a bit. And I think it's always important to make us aware that actually the effects or the legacies of the crisis are still with us. So we still have very high debt levels. So talking about resilience, that's an issue. We also have increasing evidence coming in that the real effects of the crisis start to become visible. We have long-term growth, which is below the trend we've seen before the crisis, which may not be the right benchmark, but we see that the distortions in the financial system are still there and also affect resource allocation. So I think it's important always to remind us that resilience obviously is still a very important issue. That's why it's also, Ludger can say more about it, a key topic under our German G20 presidency. Now, what the FSB is doing, what our international coordination and cooperation is doing is to say, well, we've initiated a lot of reforms, ending too big to fail is one of them, also increasing capital in the system, transforming shadow banking into market-based finance. So we've started a lot of reforms. Most of them are well underway in terms of implementation. And now it's also the time starts to take stock of what we have done to evaluate the effects of reforms. And this is partly what people say, well, we've had all these unintended consequences of reforms. I think it's also important for us to understand the intended consequences. And it's pretty clear that this has to be part of a structured process. So we have to have a good process in place which leads us to evaluate reforms and then maybe, if need be, to also change some of the reforms or address new risks that are emerging, but we can't do this ad hoc. We need a structured process for that.
So the patient is not fully healthy? It's still under observation? You haven't let him out of the hospital yet?
It's an evolving system.
Okay. Mr. Kronen, you've been involved in 2 government efforts to improve the global financial system, both here in Germany, the Ising Commission, and an EU attempt in 2012. Can you talk in general about these types of attempts to improve the free market, so to speak? How much is promise and what comes out at the end?
I think one of the great successes of these efforts, I'm now talking about these commissions, but also more generally what has been achieved here on the G20 level, is that there is a common understanding of the objective, the goal. What are we trying to achieve? And you said the word market power, so I think market discipline, bringing this back to the banking sector is also theoretically a very difficult problem because of the risks that Franklin Allen was pointing at. We have systemic risk, a particular feature only of the financial industry. Now, how can we bring in market forces to achieve some efficiency in the sector itself? And we have the rules, we have the ideas, but we have not fully implemented. So if I have to summarize my current assessment, I would say what the way the direction is well taken, is well founded, but most of what we have on the level of hindering too big to fail to happen is not yet credible. And establishing credibility is the thing that has to be addressed very soon, and there are clear statements in what direction that goes.
Thank you for that. Mr. Saccomanni, you've heard some comments about how it's possible here through intelligent regulation to solve all of our problems. Is it that easy?
Well, thank you. I have led a sort of a task force within the T20 exercise, and we have prepared a paper which is available on the G20 Insight, which states, the title is Beyond the Financial Regulation, the need for a broader and more coordinated capital flow management strategy. So, I think, regulation is necessary, is good. Probably it needs to be stabilized because I think there is a little bit of regulatory uncertainty and regulatory fatigue in the world. But I think it's good, and I personally worried about the prospect of the United States undoing the Dodd-Frank, if I can be explicit as
Sure,
a former
please.
minister. Now I can say what I think. But the point about the sort of a coordinated strategy of capital flow, I think, comes from the work that has been done again under the aegis of the G20 by institutions like the IMF, the BIS, the OECD, and I think there is a sort of an emerging consensus that you need a little more than just regulation to sort of orient capital flows towards stability, monetary stability, and financial stability. Because capital flows are good because they finance investment, infrastructure, and so forth. But they can also create a lot of volatility, and they can create a situation of tensions when they come in, because they may create some sort of excessive credit creation, and then they create problems when they go out, which sometimes happens suddenly with little sort of advance notice. So I think the G20 probably needs to be taking the lead on this issue to give sort of political support to this type of research that has been conducted, and perhaps I can argue a little more about how we can do it.
You'll have an opportunity to do that, I promise. But then let me turn to Mr. Schucknecht, sitting right next to you. Regulation, despite your best efforts, is not enough. There needs to be some type of new management of the global financial system. From the German perspective, is that something you would welcome? Germany's always been calling for better state finances and balanced budgets, etc. Is this some kind of a global financial, not a control, but management? Is that something you'd like to see?
Well, I mean, financial resilience comprises several elements. As Claudia was saying, the German presidency emphasizes, of course, the role of financial regulation, of completing the regulatory agenda, of doing the evaluation. And there are some important elements which are still being completed during our presidency, on which I could comment later. But referring to your question, a second very important element of financial resilience is also healthy state finances. And that's, for obvious reasons. A government that is in trouble, that cannot finance its obligations, it doesn't do good services to its people. It does not provide safe assets for investors. It cannot provide a kind of a backstop in case there are banks or in case the financial system gets into difficulty, and the kind of and if you have weak public finances, then you are less likely to survive a financial crisis without major damage also to your real economy. So I think that sound government finances are an important or key element, a prerequisite almost of financial resilience and of making all our efforts in the financial sector credible.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, you live in London now, but you spent 30 years or more living in the States. What is your assessment, and you just recently moved back to London, do you believe the United States under President Trump will attempt to roll back a lot of the post-2007 reforms, or is that rhetoric?
So I think it's very difficult to understand exactly how much he will do of what he says, but I think there is a good chance that he will roll back some of the financial regulations that's put in place since then. Certain parts of the Dodd-Frank, like the Volcker rule and so forth, watering down of capital regulation and so forth, I think is quite likely.
And if I can follow up, what effect, if any, would that have on world financial markets beyond cosmetic?
So the problem is we'll be back to where we were to a large extent, at least in the US, prior to 2007, and that's not a good place to be given what happened with the financial crisis. So I think we have made progress, but that may well be rolled back if we have a lot of deregulation in the financial area in the US.
Wow, that sounds like Back to the Future then,
Yes.
to a bad future. If I can turn to Mr. Heise again and ask you from the perspective of the insurance industry. We're talking here about improving the functioning of the global financial market through perhaps regulation or other measures. Insurers, your industry is having a difficult time with the zero rate environment, which has disrupted your investment model. The global system may have to change. Doesn't the insurance industry have to change the way it does business?
I think quite a lot has to change. Behind that question, I would see that as a backdrop, the growth of debt, which you alluded to, is reappearing in the United States already, going fast. It has to do with low interest rates, but it's not only taking place in industrialized countries, it's also taking place in the emerging market world, which we are all together here. And so, for the G20, I think this would be a very important message to keep under control the accumulation of debt, which is going very, very fast in many emerging countries. And I just hope that many emerging markets don't repeat the errors that were done in the industrialized countries, letting this debt machine get out of control with all the subprime, short-term debt behind it, which had devastating impact. So this is a very general point before I address the insurance industry, which also has to change and which has changed. Actually, in Germany, there has been something like a silent revolution, I would say, not really noticed by the general public, that the products that the life insurers are actually supplying to the market are completely different from those maybe 2 years ago. They are thankfully in high demand, although their return is very low due to the low interest rate environment, but there are no good alternatives. A bank account gives you a negative real interest rate, and all alternatives and stock prices are high, and real estate is moving up, so there's still quite a lot of demand for life insurance. But of course, our investment has changed very much.
Ms. Book, how optimistic are you that out of the G20 will come concrete measures to improve the stability of the international system? Are you confident or are you skeptical?
No, I'm confident. I mean, if you look at what I said before, what has been done, what has been decided in terms of reforms in the FSB, in the standard setting bodies, I mean, there's been a major effort after the crisis, and I think the task we have now, again, is to look at the effects of these reforms, do it in a coordinated way. I think there are many spillovers cross-border that others have alluded to in terms of capital flows to emerging markets that may be volatile, where the regulation has an impact. And I don't think we can look at the effects of these reforms in isolation. We have to do it collectively, internationally. We have to decide, how do we want to do this? How do we want to also join forces internationally to perhaps, if need be, modify reforms. So I mean, there's no way that we can deal with all these issues at a national level, and that is very well understood. So we got actually big support for this agenda to do a more structured evaluation of policy. So it has been endorsed. There's been a public consultation where we got a lot of feedback from industry and from academia. And so this framework for the evaluation of reforms will become effective. For now, it's just a framework that is very high level, so it has to be filled with life, so to say. We have to actually implement it, but there's a strong endorsement for these efforts at the international level.
Thank you. Cooperation at the international level sounds good, Mr. Saccomanni, but often very difficult to obtain. Are there limits to political pledges of good behavior? I mean, for example, I think the EU has set debt deficit criteria, medium-term objectives, so to speak, for all of the member countries. Those have been set in stone for quite a while. Currently, I believe only 6 of 28 EU countries meet those objectives for debt and deficit. Is it possible through coordinated, well-meaning government effort to improve the situation?
Well, I think the institutional framework that has been established in the European Union certainly provides, the the basis and the instruments for correcting those imbalances. I think you have to understand that in a situation of slow growth, risk of deflation, and very protracted stagnation of the economy, the debt consolidation, the debt reduction has been more difficult in all countries, and also for the public sector and the private sector. At the same time, I think if you refer to my own country, I think Italy has tried to be in compliance with the deficit to GDP ratio. Since 2013, we have been out of the excessive deficit procedure. We're still not in compliance with the debt to GDP ratio, which has stabilized at a very high level, and we hope it will be reduced as economic recovery takes hold. But certainly what is needed probably is at the European level a more coordinated effort to revive economic activity, particularly focusing on investment, which has been lagging behind all over Europe, and I think this could certainly play an important role. At the same time, I think compliance with the rules is certainly necessary.
Mr. Cronin, is it possible through political goodwill to achieve the improvements that are being desired here? You were a part of 2 efforts to improve the system. Were all of your recommendations embraced and put in place? Or?
No. Maybe not yet, but unfortunately not. I want to make one point, please, on this. We think this new regulation is in place, and efforts are underway to evaluate this. But I would a little bit caution with respect to the degree to which this implementation has really happened. And we all feel, in a way, and know that Europe would need significant restructuring of its banking sector in several countries. That is, in a way, shared wisdom, but it doesn't happen anywhere. And that's, for me, a clear sign that the type of market discipline that we would like to inject into the system is not there. We have some of the walls of the new edifice in place, but there's no roof, there's no door, so there are certain very elementary things which can be done, which need the goodwill, but which are not being done. And so it's a bit early to take stock and say, well, where are we? Or maybe it didn't work, we should try something else. We should be serious on really fulfilling the last mile is in every marathon, which really counts, and here's the same thing.
Thanks, Mr. Cronin. lack of market discipline that's being desired, Mr. Allen. Everybody knows what needs to be done, but it's not being done. Why is that, do you think?
I think it's political forces. So in many of the countries where it's needed, there's reluctance to admit to the problems, and that's a very strong current. So in countries like Italy and in Germany itself, there are resistance to admit that there are problems and that the capital that should be in place in terms of market value, it just isn't there, and it needs to be put in place. And I think we need more technical recommendations to overcome the political resistance, because it's a very important thing if we're going to avoid another crisis, to get debt levels down and get capital levels up in the banks.
Mr. Schukenecht, there is this fundamental difference in the approach to the financial markets. You could call it continental, Anglo-Saxon, etc. Throw more money at the problem or save your way out of the problem. Germany has always taken it's good to have the kitchen budget in order first, and everything stems from that. Do you think are we moving closer to a consensus globally, or is there still this divide over how to improve things, remedy things, respond to crises? What do you think?
Well, I would say there's a certain disconnect or a certain schizophrenia, because on the one hand, I mean, everybody argues that we need to have good financial regulation and that it needs to be implemented. And that should lead also to the resolution of banks that are not viable and bail-in and all that. But when it comes to public finances, to the public sector, many people are still arguing, that it doesn't seem to matter. And it's not clear, people say, okay, we should at some point start reducing the debt, but not now because the economy is too fragile and so on. So I think there is clearly a need for consistency in policies. I mean, we need to implement the rules we have both in the financial area and in the fiscal area. And in certain instances, like we have seen, this will mean throwing money at the problem in the short run, because, we need to have government programs, we need to have financial sector programs, because you cannot let the system completely unravel. But you must not move the day of going back to sound policies to never day. And I'm afraid that in Europe, as Mr. Saccomanni was saying, rules need to be implemented, fiscal rules, but we are not really doing it. And now we are in the process, or we are at risk of not implementing the banking union rules regarding some banks either. So that will not build confidence, and that will not build financial resilience. So what you're saying is not contradictory, but what I think our approach is that we are saying that in this environment, growth is reasonable. Italy is weak still, but on the whole, growth is good. And if we don't move to, going back to implementing the rules in both areas now, when?
Okay, thank you. At this point, I want to say to the audience that we'd like to take two questions. If you have them, please just raise your hand. I'll take one from a man, one from a woman. And we restrict you to a minute, so I'm sorry. Sir, Mr. Molidin will now make a comment or ask a question.
Just a question, what we should be expecting from the proposed revisions to Basel III, what's so-called Basel IV? What could we expect some more unintended consequences, and what can we be done about that?
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to take a stab at that one? Basel III, Basel IV? What you folks have a big stake in it, so what do you think?
Well, yeah, we watch it closely. As an insurer, not directly, but it alludes to one point that was made, that there's harsh competition, and it's not only political unwillingness to do, reforms, it's also an issue of competition. And if you put higher capital requirements on your banks, or if you don't accept the internal models with Basel III and say, now we need a leverage ratio, as the United States is saying, then this is an immensely important impact on the competitive situation of your banks. And this, of course, slows things down. And it comes back to what you said is one of the results of this great working group, that there should not be a race to the bottom, or framed differently, that we should have really a level playing field. This is so important that not regulation is used as a measure of attracting business. And I think we missed a chance there, actually. The first G20 back in Washington was saying exactly this. We have to harmonize and go together. And in the meantime, because of the crisis and so on, we've seen things go apart again. I think a big chance missed.
So basic disagreement over the appropriate tools to get ourselves out of this situation. Mr. Saccomanni, if I can, simple question, or perhaps not. Is the global financial system today more resilient than it was before 2007?
I don't think so. And
so it's worse. It's worse. It's worse, or
no, it's not worse, but it's not significantly better. I think I read with great interest a conference last October by Tim Geithner, the former Treasury Secretary, and he asked the question, "Are we safer?" And he concluded that in the negative. And I agree with it, because in my view, the strengthening of regulation on banks and financial institutions is not enough. And as I said, in the G20, we have followed a different type of policy approach. The advanced countries rely on free capital movements, floating exchange rates, and transparency and regulation. But the rest of the world, which is much bigger or getting bigger, they intervene in the foreign exchange market, they introduce capital controls, they accumulate huge amounts of foreign exchange reserves to fight the risk of capital flows and inflows, as I mentioned earlier. So I think we need to reconcile these two views, and I think the work that has been done in the G20 sort of points in the direction. We need to look at the financial cycle in the world economy, which is much more important than the sort of the business cycle in many ways, because it can have a lot of financial repercussions. So I think we need perhaps to strengthen what is called the global safety net, but also we have to have policies within the individual countries that are looking at financial stability and not just looking at it from the domestic point of view, but also to think about the repercussions and the spillovers to other countries.
Thank you for that. I mean, Ms. Buch, Chancellor Merkel yesterday, after returning from Italy, urged Europeans to take hold of their own destiny. In this kind of a matter, a global financial system, is it possible to determine your own destiny in a system where other countries have totally different ideas about what to be done?
Well, I think the statement yesterday was also related to much broader policy questions than the ones we were talking about here at the table. So I don't want to comment on that. So like I said before, I think it's the dealing with issues related to financial stability, the stability of the global financial system. This is not something we can do in isolation. I mean, maybe it's important also to note for this audience that if you look at how responsibility for financial stability is organized in Europe, it's basically a national task. So we have the German Financial Stability Council, which is dealing with financial stability issues, but this is all closely coordinated at the European level. So there's also a European responsibility because we know there are spillovers, and we have the international fora, the FSB, the G20, in which we coordinate these issues. So again, you can't solve financial stability issues alone, but there are many national policies which are relevant for financial stability, so you can't delegate it all to the international level. Let me raise one quick point to what Jan said earlier about market dynamics and what are we done with the reform agenda. That's certainly not the case. I think what's important is that if we want to look at what we have done, we need a lot of independence in this process. So a lot of the discussions we had here is also about the political economy of reforms and what are the interests of the different stakeholders in this process. And I think we need to develop mechanisms of how we can bring the policy community and the research community together so that they can actually jointly work on these issues. While bringing in their own standards. And I think the important contribution that academia can bring into this debate is independence and taking a different look at the issues and challenging us. And I think that's why this is discussion also in the context of the T20 is important. We only talk about the G20.
That's true. Thank you for that. We're approaching the end of our time, so I'm going to have to wrap it up at some point. But Mr. Heise, if I can ask you, one of the recommendations from Mr. Allen was to remove regulatory inconsistencies. One dealt with a subordinated bank bond, and that your industry might be more inclined to purchase if there wasn't a regulatory conflict with another set of regulations. From your view as a major long-term investor, these little regulatory changes, do they have a big impact on your behavior, or would you like to see other types of reforms, like an end to the ECB's cheap money policy?
That's a nice question. No, they have a big impact, definitely, the regulatory mechanisms that we are subject to, and they restrict the freedom of investment very much so our share in our portfolio of bank bonds
would be automatically
especially subordinated bank bonds is going to be fairly small because they require high capital cover, and that makes them not really attractive anymore. So this is an important thing. Also, the whole regulation of capital requirements is pretty complicated for us. When the interest rate goes down, as it has, especially in our location in Germany, to zero, then your capital requirements go up, and you have to start buying very long-term assets to cover your liabilities, which grow. And for doing that, you often have to sell equity, which is, for an economist, not really something attractive. When the interest is at zero, you start buying long-term bonds. So this is a little bit a technical thing, but it has very, very high implications. And therefore, one thing I would argue is that a change in monetary policy, which is not formulated by the Deutsche Bundesbank, but by the ECB in Europe, would be very helpful for the whole system. I think there are inconsistencies. Monetary policy is just pushing banks as strong as it can and even punishing them if they don't hand out more debt. While on this other side, the regulator is rightly saying, well, you better get your risks down and maybe your debt and loans down, so you're better capitalized. So this is a big inconsistency. And my wish would be that monetary policy actually, turns the corner. I think we're on safe ground for that.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're at the end of our time now. I wanted to thank all of our panelists and ask the audience for a big round of applause for our panel today. Thank you very much.
You forgot to ask the question.
So hello, everybody. I'm very happy to introduce you to a very fascinating panel that we have invited to discuss a very, I think, important question, very general but very acute question on the new economic paradigm. I will say some words on that. I would just like to introduce the speakers first and bring them to the table. First, George Akerlof, that probably everyone knows of you, excellent economist, Nobel Prize laureate. Please take your seat. We're having Rob Johnson, president of the Institute for New Economic Thinking in New York. Marcel Fratscher, also president from the German Institute for Economic Research, DIW. Thank you. Xavier Rago from Paris, from the Observatoire Français des Conjonctures Économiques. I learned. And Michael Jacobs from London, from the IPPR, the Institute for Public Policy Research. Thank you. So what we are planning to do is to have a discussion on what could this new paradigm be, having in mind that for the last, let's say, 30 years, there has been a very strong paradigm guiding the international policies, international organizations, economic policies, which has been very strongly market-oriented, very strongly globalization-oriented. And this seems to have broken in a way since at least the financial crisis. And since there seems to be some vacuum and people don't feel comfortable, what could be that new paradigm? What we want to do on this panel is not talk about the past, not talk about what has gone wrong. I think there are some obvious things like huge inequalities, like the number of what is used to be called the losers of globalization, an incapacity failure to cope with climate change and other things. So it seems as if there has gone a lot of things wrong, and what we want to do in this discussion is to make a reflection on what could be a new paradigm. There are a lot of studies already done on this field, but does this fit into something new? Is there something new emerging which could guide policies, or is it just about having some policies and some correction of old policies? So I would like to ask all of you to give a short introduction on your perspective, and I would like to start with George Akerlof, who has done tremendous work on exactly this, on working on norms, identity, Fishing for Fools, something you presented at the last Global Economic Symposium, which is all about questioning the idea of the efficient market and questioning Homo economicus. So I would like to ask you, is there something, does this fit together, your work, into something new? Is there a new story emerging?
So I think there is a new paradigm in economics. So I think, first of all, we need a sort of a microeconomic paradigm about how people work. And then I think we also need a new paradigm for financial markets. So back in the 1990s, Rachel Cranton and I wrote a paper called Economics and Identity. And it said there's a relation between people's identities and their norms. So this paper shows that identities and norms have major implications for all kinds of economic relations. That would include why schools and other institutions work or why they fail. This also includes why there's involuntary unemployment. So in seminars on our papers after we wrote them, we were asked, where do those values come from? And the fact is, we didn't know how to answer that question. But in recent times, just very recently, there's been work that answers this question and that opens up this whole field of identity economics into something that's really quite different. So Jean-Paul Carvalho and Stephen Bosworth, Dennis Snower have very important papers on this topic. So I'm going to talk about another paper on the topic, which I think is within this paradigm. That's a paper called Values and Norm Formation by my son, Robert Akerlof. So I'm going to give you a sketch of it. So when we talk about a paradigm, I feel where economists work, if you ain't got a model, you ain't got the economics. Somehow you have to have it down in the mathematics. Otherwise, it gets ignored. So I'm going to give you a sketch of it, just a sketch, to illustrate the emergent paradigm. So his basic assumption can be seen in the context of schooling. So a student can choose to value academics or to value rock music. But her choice of values for academics or for rock music depends upon what makes her happy. So how happy she is depends upon her self-esteem on the one hand, what she thinks of herself, or upon her peer esteem, which is what the other people around the table are thinking about her. So her self-esteem depends upon her performance relative to the average performance of what she values of those in her comparison group. That's why I said around the table. So isn't that actually the way the world works? If I value academics, then my self-esteem depends on my performance in academics relative to my associates. It does not depend upon my performance or theirs in rock music. So he has an equilibrium. In the equilibrium, people in the model choose the following. They choose their identities, which is academics or rock music. They choose their norms or values. What's the value they place on academics or on rock music? And they also choose the members of their interaction group. So the model then gives a template for answering the question that eluded Rachel and myself. It answers the question where identities and norms come from. But then it added something more which is also central to sociology. That is, it tells us who will interact with whom and why, and how that will affect the norms and values in turn. So now I'm going to give you some motivation for this. You know, I gave you this abstract model. It's probably very hard for anybody to understand. But I did that. I wanted you to see that there is a model. And so now I'm going to talk about, and I hope that maybe you can just get a glimpse as to why this could answer these questions. The model gives a natural explanation to economists for William Julius Wilson's claim for the role of the exit of manufacturing jobs in the downfall of the US inner city. When manufacturing jobs disappeared, those who could not get the jobs switched from work values to street values. So this model can also be associated with ethnographies. I'll give you another example. Captures exactly the motivations that the protagonists in those ethnographies are ascribing to themselves. So a particularly good example is the behavior of Primo. Who is Primo? Primo is a drug dealer in Harlem in Philip Bourgois' book, In Search of Respect. Now that word, in search of respect, of course, that's what this model is all about. And so that's what it describes. So Primo in this does something that's rather peculiar. He has a rather good job as a mailroom clerk at a desk publishing company. But the people around him have no respect for him, and he really resents it. So what he does is he casts off his work values. He can't deal with this lack of respect that he's getting there. And he switches to street values and becomes a drug dealer. So just to give you the advertisement for the idea that we might really be at the beginning of a new paradigm, this model is then a template for explaining a very large number of concepts such as identity, norms, resistance, legitimacy, reference groups that sociologists emphasize. But these are foreign to economics, and I think when we bring them into economics, we're going to see lots of things that make people more human, and then we're going to get lots of things that we're now seeing in a bigger space. And maybe Rob will talk about some of that.
Thank you, George. Indeed, I would like to ask you, Rob, to give us your perspective, having had these approximately 8 years of existence of the Institute for New Economic Thinking, which has been created after the financial crisis. So what has been, in your view, what is the state now compared to the times when the Institute started?
Well,
First off, I have to go to confession in listening to George. I came over on an airplane last night, excited to be back in Berlin, and I listened to the U2 record Achtung Baby, which was created here by Brian Eno and U2 in Berlin. So I don't know if it's economics or rock music. I think it's economics and rock music, okay. But I'll have to prove that in a later session. At any rate, the things that I see on the horizon really comes from a historical perspective. I believe that the problems you have with your, your paradigm or your ideology are the product of the wounds that you received historically. So the separation of church and state, which was very necessary at one point around the time of the 30 Years' War, leads to a pretend value-free economics. And as George is working back into the notion of values and norms and identity, it's enriching, what we say, the kind of things we can explore and explain legitimately. The second, which probably related to the Bolshevik Revolution, was the separation of market and state, where the, failure of the experiments in the Soviet Union led people to want to think about markets as almost a deity, and they stopped thinking about politics. In the United States, where I'm from, we just got one big dose of reawakening about how unresponsive and unrepresentative our political system is and how that relates to economics. Because the regulation and structure of markets, the nature of finance, what we do or don't do on environmental regulation, the tolerance for the narrow concentration of income and wealth, what my colleague Tom Ferguson has named the high income trap, where politics stops being responsive to a broad base of the population and risks social unsustainability. So I think that politics is very important. And George, you spoke also about the notion of financial markets. I think financial markets increasingly now have to understand fundamental or radical uncertainty, the kind of work that Roman Friedman does for INET and his colleagues in Copenhagen, or Rick Bookstaber's new book, or there are many, Dennis Snauer has been enthusiastic about this realm, and the people at UCL, David Tuckett, are exploring this area. But the idea that you don't know the future, you can't pin it down, sort of suggests that we've been running our financial systems around the world on too thin a margin and risking calamity. So I guess I won't go on much further there, but in the context of a market system, I know, Michael, you alluded to this earlier, you have to understand the institutions, you have to understand the politics of design, implementation, enforcement, and you have to have values about what these means, whether it's a corporation or a financial market or a financial institution. These are the means to the ends for society, and we need to reinvigorate that conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. I think it's a little bit a question about the universality of economics, which has been pretended, with universally given economic laws, and then this seems to be one side of the approach to question this and to go into more divergent or more differentiated.
Just in that regard, the Young Scholars Initiative, which Jay Pocklington, sitting to my left, runs, is very, very vibrant, and it's vibrant all over the world because the young people, they call the millennials, are not buying the old paradigm. They see their problems, and they see our, what you might call, constricted vision, and they're asking for more, and they're asking for curriculum reform, and they're setting up their own study groups and almost becoming self-taught economists because they're not seeing the custodians of the profession giving them the things and the tools they need.
Michael, you've been editing the book you have, which I'm proud to show some publicity, but it's worth it, on rethinking capitalism, and you collected some big authors like Andrew Haldane and Joe Stiglitz and others. and yourself to question and to see what the new paradigm could be, question the old one and see what the new one could be. And you did a very fascinating introduction in this book, trying to put these pieces together and to see what could be that new story, that new guiding line for politics. Could you please just give a short version of this?
I shall try. So we've been given 3 minutes, as well as an audience that we have to look round at, unless you want to do everything on the screen, which we could do. We needn't be here at all. We could be in another room and you could just look at the screen. But we are here. The first thing I think it's important to say is that the conditions are ripe now for a paradigm change. There have been 2 significant paradigm changes in economic thinking and economic policy over the last 100 years. In the 1930s, following the great crash of '29 and the Great Depression, it took quite a long time, but a process of political reform and then economic thinking reform, almost entirely embodied in Keynes, they're not entirely, led to a paradigm change. And from the 1940s onwards, expressed in policy, domestic policy and also international policy, Bretton Woods and so on, the core thinking of economics and the core policies that flowed from it shifted. In the 1970s, after a not quite as dramatic, but nevertheless a set of crises in Western economies, the oil crises, and then the stagflation of the 1970s, simultaneous unemployment and inflation, which appeared not to be explicable by Keynesian economics, a second paradigm change occurred. This was most obviously represented in the US and the UK, where the advent of President Reagan and Margaret Thatcher instituted what was a different system of economic thinking based around freer markets, deregulation, privatization, and so on. We are living now in an economic and political times which appear to indicate a set of similar crises within economic thinking and policy. The failure of a neoliberal or orthodox economic model to, firstly, to regulate the financial system in such a way that it didn't cause systemic crisis. That was a clear failure of a deregulatory model. And now to deal with the aftermath. So the slowest recovery from a recession, from a slump on record, very low productivity, static productivity, rising or static inequality in countries, living standards unchanged in the US, median living standards in the UK, 30 years in the US, a decade in the UK. This is a set of economic crises, both in the theory of economics, which is how we understand the economy, and also in policy making, in being unable to address the problems that we face, which are comparable to those 2 earlier periods. And the question you ask is, do we have a paradigm into which we can now move from the neoliberal free market orthodoxy, which has been dominant for 30 years? We clearly don't in the same way, in that the political reaction to these events has been very diverse. So President Trump in the US, the Brexit vote in the UK, President Macron in France are 3 different political responses to the situation, and their economic policies look as if they're going to be different. So we don't appear to have yet a coalescing around a Keynesian equivalent or a free market equivalent. The interesting question is whether we could be close to it. And I think my view, and the view that I took in this book, Rethinking Capitalism, which I've edited with Mariana Mazzucato, is we are closer to it than we yet know. And part of the problem that we have is that heterodox economics, which is all the people who reject an orthodox approach, are still very heterodox from one another as well as from the orthodoxy. And there are 2 reasons for this, which I think are quite important. One is, if you want to understand modern capitalism, you are inevitably going to have a much more complex set of theories than the rather simplistic ones we are trying to replace. The free market neoliberal system is deliberately very simplistic. It has simplistic models of how economies work and a relatively simplistic set of policy solutions. Actually existing capitalisms, which are not all the same in different countries, are very complex. And so, in a sense, it's not surprising that we're not coalescing around something simple. The second one is, I don't think we've been organized enough. So Keynesianism, luckily embodied in one man, was very well organized. It was organized in the writings of Keynes. The neoliberal revolution which occurred was also pretty organized. Hayek and Milton Friedman were organized. They had a society, they had think tanks, they had journalists in various parts of the US, the UK, and then more widely, who propagated a certain kind of view. We, on the alternative side of economics and economic policy, have not been as organized, and I think one of the tasks we now need to do is that. Very simply then, because I realize I've taken up the time with all the preface to the remarks, is what is that basis? And I think if you want a simple analogy, I think it's the shift from Newtonian physics to evolutionary biology as the mental model of economic systems. We have in orthodox economics, and in the economics which most people get taught, and certainly which is propagated through commentary about economics, in the Academy of Economics, there's a huge variety and diversity of thinking now going on. But in the orthodox view that gets taught to most economic students for most of their time at university in undergraduate and master's courses and is propagated in commentary, a very orthodox model of how markets work, of the firms within markets, and of the role of government. It's markets as competitive equilibria in which there is market failure when things don't go to plan, but interventions by government can then correct market failures. This doesn't in any way now characterize the complexity of actually existing capitalisms in which firms are very complex structures which behave differently in different circumstances with different value systems, with different governance systems, governments which are integral to markets. You can't say governments are intervening in markets as if the markets pre-existed. Governments are integral. Law, regulation, tax, and so on are absolutely integral. And the relationships between them, which are not equilibrating markets. They are evolutionary systems in which innovation, technological change, system change, firm change changes the way in which those relationships occur. And an evolutionary model is a much better way of understanding capitalism. And we now know that it's not just an evolutionary model in the sense of dynamic change on Schumpeterian model, but it's based on an ecological underpinning, which if we don't pay attention to it, if we don't actually understand the ways in which our economy interacts with the natural environment on which it rests, the resources and the assimilation of wastes, we are going to destroy the basis of the economy. So we need an evolutionary model of capitalism which understands the institutions that operate in the economy in a much more sophisticated way, and we need to understand its ecological underpinnings. And I think between those, we have the basis for a new economic paradigm, but we will need to get much more organized around it for it to have the kind of impact on our current economic and political circumstances that those two previous paradigm changes had.
Mm-hmm. To put it on the French and very concrete side, there's been a lot of noise and a lot of hope around the election of Emmanuel Macron in France. Is this something of a new paradigm emerging?
There's a high demand coming from France and Germany now to try to put some initiative on the table to make the euro area work again. What should be done, I think, is clearly part of the debate we have. What is a new paradigm? Because I think we have to step back a little bit. I think that there are two ways to think about this new paradigm. The US-based way, I would say, it's about finance and stability of finance. And the European way, it's about European divergence, which is not really about finance. And I think this new paradigm will be a little bit as, for Keynes, a problem-solving paradigm. What should we do to think about making Europe converge again? And this will help to think about a new paradigm. Let me be more concrete. Okay, France and Germany were very close in 2000 on many dimensions. Unemployment, current account, inflation, growth. 15 years later, the two countries are very, very, very different. I only speak about France and Germany because they have to find an agreement, a deal to make things work again. We can compare unemployment rate, we can compare current account, it would be too easy, but I think even more importantly is a public debt, which is so diverging between the two countries. I think this is a key issue to look at as a summary statistics of the imbalances. So the key question is why? How come Europe, with budgetary discipline, monetary discipline, competition on the good market, financial integration, all those type of disciplines that we put on the table and we thought that it would create the institutional design, the pressure on institutions to change, to make European converge. It was totally the contrary. The two countries that diverged, France and Germany, have never diverged after the Second World War, except the period after the German reunification. So, increasing market pressure make the two countries diverge in dimension that we do not think about closely enough. What is the key dimension that is not on the table to think about the paradigm? I think it's values, it's politics, but embedded in institutions on the labor market. It's the way the wage formation, the labor market process is different, totally different in France, in Germany, in Spain and Italy. In France, we have an inflationary bias in the wage formation process. There are some conflicts, some strike, and we put a little bit of wage increase, and that inflation will restore the equilibrium of the economy. It's what we did since the Second World War. Germany is a totally different story. The central bank was very tough on inflation, and there's a deflation bias compared to France, or a stabilization bias, if you want. So I think what is on the table is to make Europe survive and converge again, is thinking about institutions on the labor market. And this is happening today. I think the new paradigm in terms of policy implication is already spreading out in Europe. Let me be more concrete. Germany has introduced a minimum wage for some internal reason. The UK is speaking about increasing minimum wage. It's not in the euro area, but it's there. There's a report, a 5-president report. We speak about introducing a national agency for competition in all countries to discuss about wage dynamics and to make a coordination at the European level. It's not very popular, but there's some starting a new institution to re-institutionalize the labor market in Europe. We speak about, the Bank of Italy speak a lot about European unemployment insurance, mimicking the US one, the federal one with diversity of the state institution. So there are lots of ideas about thinking clearly about the source of the divergence, which is the labor market. And labor market, I will go in your thinking. What we call labor market is the firm. What's going on in the firm? The fairness within the firm, the reference group of the worker within the firm, the values on the workplace. So labor market is a short summary for the workplace within the firm. So, and I think it's the issue to make Europe converge again. So the new paradigm will evolve. I think it will be, to summarize and to conclude, it will be, as at the period of Keynes, problem solving. And the problem, I think, is on the labor market. We have to think about it and create a good model and variety of models to think about that. So academia have to look at how to solve this problem. And it's already there. And the labor market, I think, will be key and values within the firm to think about the deep politics, which is the wage formation process across countries.
Marcel Fatscher, is there scope for this Franco-German approach to bring different functioning of labor markets or other things together again? Germans are said to be not the most unorthodox in the economic debate internationally. Why is it? I mean, is there scope for something like that?
Really? We are not the most unorthodox? I want to link that into a broader context of the social contract, and I maybe don't agree with everything that Xavier said. Maybe just a short side note is there's actually no divergence between France and Germany. It's just the perception of it. Just to give you one example, since 1999, the French economy grew by 3% more than the German economy. So we like to forget in Germany that we were the sick man of Europe 10 years ago. And we are now in a process of catching up, not more, not less. And I don't want to belittle the success stories that Germany had. But I want to talk about an issue that relates to a lot what has been said, and that's the role of the social contract. And if you look at Germany, if you look at France, if you look at the United States, there's a feeling by many people that the promise of the social promise has been broken. In the United States, you have 40% of the workers at the bottom of the distribution who have lower real income than in the 1980s. So they feel left behind. They feel disappointed. They feel, look, the promise of the American way, the American dream, that I can really have my own responsibility, can take responsibility for my life, has been broken. you find that in every other European country as well. You find that in Germany. In Germany, we have long been proud of this, what we call soziale Marktwirtschaft, social market economy. So a balance between a strong welfare state on the one hand and a functioning market economy on the other hand. And that has given rise to everything we have seen, to the election of Donald Trump, to the Brexit decision, to Marine Le Pen winning 11 million votes in the French elections. You see that also in Germany. And I think this contrast between, what are people expecting from or as a social contract and what is a state able to deliver, I think that disappointment is really, for me, one of the core issues. And a lot of people argue, maybe Michael has been going a bit in that direction, and say, markets have been, capitalism has been brutal in the sense that it has created winners and losers. We have seen globalization, we have seen technological change, we have seen a fundamental shift in property rights, or however you want to call it, that has really created an inequality within society that really challenges our way of thinking about economics and how to fulfill that social contract. Your question to Germany, we have this promise of the social market economy, so a balance between the social welfare state and a market economy. And what bothers me in this discussion that we're having, that the argument is always, or very often, the markets are functioning too well, so they're creating winners and losers. And my argument is actually, markets are actually functioning less and less well. So in Germany, one of the big reasons in most of Europe for this increasing inequality is a lack of equality of opportunity. So the gap in terms of educational opportunities is becoming wider. So half of everyone's income is determined by two factors: the income of the parents and the education of the parents. So this diverging path is increasing. We have this perceived contradiction between state and the market, and the social market economy says you need actually both. You need to have a strong state with clear rules, but at the same time you need to have enough freedom for companies, for firms, but also for individuals to be able to participate. We see that apparent contradiction between solidarity and sovereignty. That the feeling is, in particular from Germany, the other Europeans, they want our solidarity, but they don't want to take responsibility for their decisions. And I think in most cases, the two are not contradictions, but you need both. And also what Xavier was talking about, how to get Germany and France together, solidarity and sovereignty, but also kind of taking responsibility for one's own policies. I think those belong together. So maybe a final point on that is, I think it's really about making markets function properly. I think this model of a social contract that both has a functioning market economy and a strong social component becomes ever more important in a world that becomes more globalized, where technological change, I think we have seen only the beginning of the impact on our economy and our societies. And I think a final point is we must shift from our analysis of economics within nation states to really the global economy. So I think almost all of our models are really closed economy models. We don't really have that global component very well in there. And sovereignty, national sovereignty, has become not entirely meaningless, but it's losing its meaning more and more. And more, if you want to have sovereignty, if you take Germany, if you want to have sovereignty over our economic policy, over trade, gaining sovereignty actually means we have to strengthen Europe. We have to give up national sovereignty and shift that sovereignty either to the European or to the global level, because almost all of the big challenges we face today are no longer national, but they're really global. So I think this shift of sovereignty, the transfer to international, European, global institutions is for me an absolutely important, crucial element.
George, what I would like to better understand or to know is, based on your work on the importance of identity and norms, what does that mean for globalization? Does this mean that this has to be redefined, that probably we have to check things depending on how people can identify with it, and so perhaps bring back some responsibilities to local levels and others to global levels, depending on how it fits to people?
Okay, so let me go back to what Xavier was saying, that somehow that one of the things that's extremely important here are the local labor markets. So I feel one of the problems in Europe, that, at least that I see, is that we have different local labor markets, different by country. And there used to be a good way to solve the problems that arose from that, which was if one country inflated, then it could devalue. And so it was devaluation. But so I feel that the existence of a single currency across most of Europe has unfortunately removed that. And so then we have, I feel, a crisis in a good share of Europe, which is extremely high unemployment rates. Extremely high unemployment rates, especially amongst young people. And that in turn creates a serious identity crisis. That one of the things that one's supposed to do as a young person is to get a job. And yet we see these very high unemployment rates, which are keeping people from getting jobs. Very high unemployment rates, for example, amongst young people in Spain and Greece and Italy and other places. And so I feel that in turn, going back to what Rob was talking about the questions of politics and identity, that this creates a problem of identity. Because if you, as a young person, can't get a job, you have an identity crisis. If you have a parent as a young person who can't get a job, you again have an identity crisis. So that it may be that the unemployment rates may be, for some places, only 10%. But only 10% is not only 10%, it's lots of people you know.
Thank you. Perhaps, Rob, to you, the question on also this identity issue, which has been in the core of the debate in the US and Trump and so on. Does there do we need some new definition of what globalization means and what is done at what level?
I'm quite interested in taking Marcel's comments, mixing them with George's, and seeing all kinds of dilemmas. First of all, you had talked about essentially how do differences in identity relate to values about who should be taken care of and not taken care of. In the United States, the most profound example of what we call otherness in the world is the racial animosity between African Americans and Caucasians. And there is very strong empirical evidence that when you run an austere economy, economic insecurity goes up and it inflames racial animosity. And as we've seen in the United States, we've massively contorted our politics and our political structure around that woundedness related to race. And there are examples in other parts of the world, and obviously the migration crisis that's on the horizon here is very important. The other dimension which in listening to Marcel, I really wanted to bring into this is, I think there's a fundamental dilemma here, which is the domain of the sovereign is smaller than the scope of the market. So if you go big, global governance, you become less sensitive to the local needs and variations. If you go small, you're asking people to control an environment they can't control because forces outside of their reach matter a great deal. So lots of people now, all over the world, are very, very unhappy with governance. At some level, the population, say in a segment of the United States, elects the local government. And then they come and tell you, we're going to deregulate, we're not going to protect your rivers and streams, and we're going to cut your labor protections, otherwise capital will leave. Well, now the people who are the representatives in government may be correct, but they're correct in diminishing the outlook, the expectations, the well-being, and the protection of the people who elected them in order to avoid an even worse outcome. So we have real problems now with the politics of governance, and we have real problems with deciding who's in and who's an other, with the fault lines between in and other being a very combustible part of society.
Rob was talking about environment as one main issue. You've been working a lot on climate. in which respect you see that also the climate debate needs some new framing or is part of this new economic paradigm?
What I think's been interesting about the climate and to some extent the wider environmental debate, and we need to go beyond climate. We have multiple environmental crises, and climate has rightly taken up most of the environmental movements, and insofar as it's been adopted by political elites, their understanding and engagement. But we have many more crises to deal with environmentally. The interesting thing I think that's happened in the last 10 years is the acknowledgement that you could deal with the environmental crisis and the climate crisis through investment, and in fact you have to, that the old green idea that you would basically cut consumption, cut output and consumption, which is clearly another way of reducing environmental impact, was not going to work either politically or in fact rapidly enough. That what you need to do to shift an economy out of carbon is to invest in new forms of energy generation, in new forms of transport, in new urban design, and so on. And that therefore what has now become known as green growth or low carbon growth is a strategy both to reduce your environmental impact, certainly for the next 20 years or so, and to stimulate investment, innovation, technological change, and so on. And that I think is a really important part of the new paradigm in terms of policy. The core failure of our capitalist systems right now is their failure to raise the living standards of at least half the population. That has been a combination, arisen for a whole variety of reasons, but it's been partly a lack of demand and austerity policies, which came in much too rapidly after the financial crisis, have sucked demand out of our economies. And you don't need a new paradigm, you need to go back to an older Keynesian paradigm to realize that we need demand in the economy. But that demand cannot be an undifferentiated demand for things that raise environmental problems. So we need governments to direct that demand into the things that solve our social problems, of which climate change, environmental degradation is an enormous one. So one of the ways of stimulating demand is to push the regulatory, the carbon tax agenda towards investment in new forms of energy, transport, and urban living, and so on. And the same is true of the other great challenge we're facing, which is demographic change, in which we've got aging populations, a smaller number of people coming into our labour markets to support a much longer living retired population. Again, we should be driving investment into healthcare, social care, and other forms of looking after people in our economy as a way simultaneously of generating demand and also of generating jobs, as well as solving the social problems. So it seems to me that what we are looking for here in policy terms is a new form of demand drive, but to solve social problems in ways that create jobs and decent incomes for ordinary people. The other reason we've got this stagnation of living standards problem is effectively, workers in labour markets have become weaker and weaker in demanding more wages. So very flexible labour markets have generated very weak positions for organised labour. Many labour markets are now, there is no organised labour in them. There's deeply unorganised labour. There's people who are on 0 hours contracts or short-term contracts where they have no bargaining power whatsoever. They don't even know what hours they're going to work tomorrow. And if you look at the labour share of income, national income, and you look at the profit share, there's been this huge divergence in which, while profits have been rising, labour share has been falling, and the relationship between productivity, which is how much we earn per worker at a macro level, and actual wages, which is what you earn per worker, is completely diverged. So once upon a time, those two things went in parallel, as an economist would tell you they ought, and now they've diverged. So we need to address the demand problem, and we need to address the labour markets problem if we're going to get an economy that both restores decent living standards for the majority of the population and also addresses these huge social and environmental challenges we face. I don't think that's impossible, and I think we are gradually moving towards that direction in policy, but it needs much more than it has now.
I always keep in mind, and that refers to what you said, that in the old thinking, or the paradigm which has dominated for a long time, the answer to such reflections has always been that finally the market has to decide, because how can politicians know better? So now it seems there are a lot of things that the market can't do, but where's the new guideline? I mean, that's the fear of having governments doing everything without any sense is there. I mean, and that brings the question, may there be something, even if it's not as simple as the market has always right thing that could help guide politicians in the next decade or more?
Public debate and forums like this one are very useful for this goal. But let me be more specific about, I think that indeed the state can go too big in some dimension, and so we need a clear governance, public governance. For instance, but there's some good aspect to that. There's some social safety nets which are very useful in terms of crisis. Let me be again more specific about that. And it's a part of an answer to the remark. I agree a lot with many things that Marcel has said, but a small distinction there. I was not afraid of Marine Le Pen winning, giving a majority in France. Because in France, our state is very big, our welfare system is huge, public spending is 57% of GDP, so one of the biggest in the world, except Finland, I think. But the outcome of that is that inequality did not increase a lot after the crisis. So there were no social anger in France, lots of political anger, because people wanted President Hollande not to be in charge and so on and so on. But people were not against the state, were not against euro, against the EMU, because they felt that the social contract in France, although unemployment is high, is still working quite well. So there's a problem with the French public spending. It's high. It has to decrease, for sure, but not too fast and not increasing inequality, because the gain of having a low inequality and people feeling respected in terms of social contract, it's a huge public good compared to what happened to the UK and the US. So this aspect we should factor in when we think about the evolution of the state. But the drawback of that is that public debt increased by 30%. And now the difference between France and Germany, I think, is not growth, as you said, is public debt. Just do the counterfactual. If Germany public debt follows the French one since 2010, I cannot imagine what happened to Germany. You are almost close to full employment, growth will be so high. I think it's not growth as the main factor to compare, is really the stock accumulating a divergence, which is public debt. I'm not claiming that we should decrease rapidly public debt. It should be a slow process without any mutualization in debt in Europe, no social transfer between countries. So as is possible. So we should do our job. And one of the main jobs to be done in France, going back to what I was saying, is what we call modestly a labor market reform, which is a huge issue about the state trying to change the way the labor market works to make it compatible with the euro area, with a low inflation world. So, and this is debated. I think it's more the ability of the state to create new institutions compatible with euro area, which is what we call Macron labor market reform, which is at stake, than the being afraid of the big state or a big welfare state. I think it's not the main issue. The main issue is what is the ability of the state and the social contract in each country, and it has to be done in each country because it's very country specific, to change the institution to make it compatible with well-functioning markets or euro area as a whole, with the same currency, the same interest rate for the whole economy. In France, we are trying to do our job with the labor market. Spain has done a lot of job. Greece has done a crazy job. Italy is the main issue that has to be discussed in Europe. But all countries are trying to create new institutions to make it work. It will take some time. Maybe the size of the state will increase to allow for this transition to be not too socially costly. But I think the condition to make euro work again.
Master Fratscher, any idea of a new story to tell, a new paradigm story in some sentences?
Maybe to connect to somewhat what Michael said and what Xavier said. First of all, I'm always very careful with these paradigms because you mentioned Keynesianism and neoclassical approach, and I find the truth is usually there's truth in each of those theories. And you talked about demand management. I think supply management is equally important. To me, the big challenge I see in Europe for all the economies, including also for Germany and for France, is actually a lot more on the supply side, in the sense that you have less and less equality of opportunity. You have more and more people who are actually not able to participate or bring in their potential. So in Germany, one of the biggest challenges I see is the decreasing social mobility, or relatively low level, and the decreasing social mobility. So if you're born today in a family where your parents have a low educational attainment, have low income, your odds, your chances of really getting a good education, being able to participate, getting into the labor market in the first place, is actually pretty bad. And we have more and more people who are left behind in that sense, that they don't really have an opportunity to participate in that market. So in that sense, I see we have a lack of a functioning market, and the problem really is not to say we have this pie that we now have to divide and who gets what share, but the challenge should be really how we can increase the size of that pie and how we can increase social participation. So participation, economic, social, political, that's what I see as the main challenge we need to address with any new paradigm or whatever you may want to call it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see there's at least one question from the audience, and we have some minutes left to take ones. We have just to pass the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Jan Zygmuntowski, Instrat Foundation. I'm one of the young global changers. I think one of the main problems with our economic thinking is that we've been for a very long time looking at microeconomics first, how businesses operate, how people think, and not at the macro scale, which is actually different. If you look at the ants, for example, if you follow the path of one ant, it makes no sense what the ant does. But then the entire colony, it all makes sense. So the macro scale is completely different than the micro scale. And that's why I really like the idea of evolutionary approach when you look at the entire ecosystem. And I'd like to ask all of you a question. If we could move from thinking about economy as a businesses and market and private decision, where very narrow groups of people who hold private property and the means of production decide what is produced and how do we share what we produce, into thinking about an economy as a huge ecosystem where we could have, like, for example, democratic planning of production and how we divide the outputs. Like, not only political democracy, but also economic democracy. Thank you.
You can pass on. I think we collect this too.
Thank you. My name is Maya Göpel. I'm from the Wuppertal Institute Berlin's office. I would just like to throw in one more term here, because I found it remarkably absent when we talk about paradigm, and that's growth. What do we mean with growth? Because, I mean, both the Keynesian and the then so-called neoliberal was all about reinvigorating growth. And coming from an ecological point of view, of course, we have all that backlash to say there is not endless growth possible. Then secular stagnation, and we see that financialized capitalism is pushing up asset prices, but is not really delivering on creating the value where it's needed. And then, of course, a digitalization towards zero marginal costs and all that will massively impact both on the opportunities on this participating on the supply side, but also towards the sharing economy and what is going to happen on the demand side. So I think when we really think about what's the question in the room is, what is value and how is who valued for participating in its creation?
Okay, I would suggest we have one question there and perhaps another one there, and then we have to give the opportunity to panelists to answer.
Hi, yes, Stuart Wallace from Lancaster University and previously New Economics Foundation. I'd be interested to know what role the panel thinks the stories we tell ourselves and others tell us about how the economy works, play, or narratives if you want, play in shifting a paradigm.
You have to, so...
Thank you. I was really catching this. Okay, you started the discussion on a new paradigm with values. But if we are talking values, we are talking about humans. We are talking about human being. So does it mean that we should accept that when we are talking that the system is ready for new paradigm, we need to say that we are facing the crisis not of economy, not of the politics, but we observe the crisis of humanity. Is it correct or not?
Okay, we have 1 minute,
Humanity.
30 seconds. So if everyone could just give one short sentence to sum up, to react to one question, or to
I'm happy
say what. Yeah.
Then I can pick the one I can. They're all very good questions, very challenging. But maybe if I may refer to the question of growth, I think that's absolutely right. I think the big challenge is how to generate growth. I think it's necessary. If you talk about debt, how do we get out of it? If you think about how to generate employment, I think that is a big part. But I think you're absolutely right on the quality of growth. So we are really, really bad in economics measuring growth. And in a way, what growth should measure is satisfaction, happiness, whatever creates value, right? And we know that we are very bad at that, and so we definitely need new concepts of how we actually measure growth. And you talked about environmental sustainability, which is an important element. There is an issue of growth, national happiness, which Bhutan has. They're unfortunately some of the least happy people in the world, so it didn't work for them. But I think to think how we measure growth, how we improve in terms of the accounting, I think that's an important question.
Xavier, shortly.
Yes, I think that among the new paradigm, the environment, the question of growth, of digitalization of the economy, I think we will question growth the way we do it, the pure GDP approach. I think the very notion of growth may disappear. We want progress. Progress is not growth. We can make more progress with less growth. For the environment, it's obvious. We want change. We want increase in happiness. All those concepts should be decoupled with growth. Economists, we know that we do not maximize growth. No serious economists want to maximize growth. It's not the goal. It's easy to maximize growth. You invest like crazy, you do not consume, but Stalin economy at the beginning. So the goal is not to maximize growth, it's to maximize happiness. And we know that as economists, but it's not well phrased with new concepts that could reach policymakers with the good balance between benefit and cost in terms of happiness, welfare, in terms of strictly growth. For the digital economy, I totally agree with Marcel. I think we are at the very beginning of what's going on. What will happen? The question of the basic income that we had not addressed, but it was related to my talk and focused on the labor market. I think it's on the table. I think it's not totally a good solution. I think there's too much decoupling between the social value of the labor process and income. I think there will be a connection between the two in terms of fairness and self-esteem. But still, we need some redistribution because indeed, some actors are capturing growth and value as an impressive unequal scale, if we look at the digital economy. So we need some redistribution, but not go at the point of basic income to decouple labor and income. I think it would not be a good solution. And for the crisis of humanity, of course, I let it to my neighbor.
Sure. Go around. I'll come back at the end.
Okay, so I think one of the things that we should be thinking about that I mentioned in the very beginning is the concept of resistance. I think that what is resistance? And resistance is in some sense taking a negative view toward things. So a wonderful book is by Arlie Hochschild called Strangers in Their Own Land. And everybody here might want to read this because it's about group of people that she interviews in Louisiana over a period of 5 years who put up resistance. And so I suggest that for people in the audience, you may want to put that into your, something you want to put into your analysis.
Mm-hmm. Last word, Michael?
I wanted to pick up on Stuart's question about the stories we tell us, because we are living in a time of political crisis. I think all of us feel that. It's different in different countries, and that's an important thing to recognize. And in order to get out of it, we need to be telling a story about how the world could be different from the one we're living in and how we got here. And for there to be a sense of hope that a different kind of organization of the economy is possible, and it is possible. This economy is human-made. It's made through social and political forces which we can change. And we will change it through politics, and we will change it through politics, through social organization, political organization, and the ways in which we tell ourselves that we want to live. And what strikes me that we need more than anything now is a vision of a different economy, a vision of an economy which benefits most of its citizens in the way that our current economy is not, in a way which looks after the natural environment, which is the underpinning of our societies, and in which we can have a sense of controlling our own destiny, which I think the process of globalization have left many people feeling that we're not in control. And so creating a vision of an economy that is different, that produces those kinds of outcomes, seems to me to be really important. And if we can do that by mobilizing in this kind of way, then I think we have the opportunity to change the world politically and economically. And in the end, it isn't enough just to have good theories about the world. As somebody once said, the point is to change it.
Many thanks. Last word.
Yeah. You asked me what's changed in the 8 years since I started INET. And the first time I spoke in public was at the Southern Economic Association. And a guy in the back, who I now know was a Hayekian scholar, screamed out at me, "Mr. Johnson, when will you know your work is done?" And what I said to him is, when economics is irreversibly, completely fused with the humanities. Because when the humanities dictate your preferences, when they inoculate you from bad narratives, when they remind you of who's left out, when they question your otherness and your hostility and your fear, it's the best hope that we have. And I think economics has been too abstract. I think economics has enabled cruelty. And yes, I think it's a crisis of humanity, but it's one that can be overcome.
Many thanks. Just one last sentence. I think you referred to former paradigm shifts, and I think it's interesting to look at what happened and how long that took. And perhaps indeed, compared to that, we are perhaps far nearer to something new. And if I listen to all the ideas you have in mind, I'm quite convinced that we are. So many thanks, and let's continue the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Enjoy your meal from the United States.
Lek ak jamu from Senegal.
Buen provecho from Argentina.
आप अपने खाने का आनंद लीजिए from India.
Maikana from Fiji.
Mirurung Ganji from Benin.
Nikmati hidangan Anda from Malaysia.
Buen provecho desde España.
Disfruta de tu comida desde Colombia.
Aber 1000 Dank, und wenn ihr mögt, dann sagt mir Bescheid, solltet ihr Spaß dran haben generell. Aber ich finde, ihr habt das ganz toll gemacht. Ihr habt mit den Basti Kontakte wahrscheinlich und dann klärt er das. Ja? Super. 1000 Dank. Ja.
Danke auch. Dann noch viel
Bis
Spaß.
bald hoffentlich, ne? Ja, tschüss.
Ja, das den Bums hier liegen.
So, Freunde der Nacht. Du machst direkt los, aber wir machen zu dritt. Ja, aber ich muss ja noch mein Shirt wieder wechseln. Ja, wir gehen noch.
Ja, genau.
kannst auf jeden Fall hier ein paar Flaschen. Sieht das auch jeder, ne? Diese? Wir machen es hier vorne am großen, ja. An der großen Leinwand, so dass jeder sieht. Wo spricht man denn hier rein?
Hier. Das ist ja eigentlich eher so, habe ich mir überlegt, das ist ja eher so für so ein Teamworking-Ding.
Ja, aber unter den Ball weiterläuft, dann soll einer was. Ja, der nächste Question aus, ich sag halt der nächste.
Hier fängt einer das und gibt es dir.
Ja,
So.
nein, gerne.
Aber es war ganz, hat für Lacher gesorgt hier drin.
Mir wird gerade gesagt, wir können die Slides hier nicht testen, weil die sonst mit Tower und draußen zu sehen sind. Das kann ich nicht.
Wer sagt das denn? Wenn Sie hier auf der Leinwand nicht testen, sollten Sie sonst rausgehen.
Aber es ist ja noch auf, da ist doch nichts, das kann doch so lange ausschalten. Dem muss man doch sagen, dann geht's nichts raus. Wir haben doch auch eigene Sessions, die sie spielen. Steht doch.
Ach, steht da. So, ja, ist
Ich habe
gut.
ein ganz komisches. Linkshänderin auf Rechtshänderin.
Ehrlich?
Das ist immer das
Umgeschult worden, das ist saubrutal. Das finde ich jetzt. Das hat man mit meiner Frau auch versucht. Die leidet damit ja auch.
Das macht man jetzt nicht.
Nein, machen wir überhaupt nicht. Rightly so.
Dann erkennt man das. So, okay, das heißt, wir haben am Anfang, nehme ich mal an,
Ja.
Moderator.
Ja, genau. Genau. Ja. Ja. Okay. Genau. Ist er der Einzige, der spricht? Ich weiß gar nicht. Ja, der Einzige.
Paul Kelly.
Dazu und er geht mit.
Ich komme noch mal ganz kurz hin. Wir besprechen nämlich gerade die quasi übernächste Session. Die letzte Session, ja. Da haben wir keine Unterschiede.
No worries.
Genau.
Can you say no?
Seriously, after that invitation.
Come on over. David.
Ja.
Auf den Vorschlag. Ja, sie kann durchgeklickt werden und da kannst du angeben. Das kläre ich noch, ob man das hinkriegt, aber jetzt ist da. Okay, das dauert.
Problem ist nämlich, dass wir alles, was wir sehen, alles, was wir verstehen, vergessen. Das wollen wir jetzt ja definitiv. Das heißt, es geht erst raus, wenn wir das da wirklich gechattet haben. Oder ist das egal?
Nee. Wenn wir ein Freeze im Streaming machen können, wäre das. Ja, ist ja schön.
Ich glaube, ich habe also morgen schon gefüllt. Was ist denn mit der Building
Ich wollte hier 50 Stück werden. Eigentlich soll draußen noch welche, aber daraus liegt halt nichts mehr. Hier liegt noch eine.
Eins habe ich schon gefunden. Ich brauche hier die Mikros. Hier, die Morph-Dinger. Ist das nur das eine?
Nur das eine, ja.
Das ist nur das eine, ne? Da unten hätten wir noch eins. Ist die Frage, ob man mit zwei was machen soll.
Wir haben die ganze Zeit eins. Es kann ja eh nur einer reden hier im Raum.
Stimmt. Aber da kann man das andere schon mal zum nächsten.
Das hat immer funktioniert. Also ich
Ja.
weiß nicht, wenn ihr es jetzt ändern wollt, ändert es,
Okay.
aber an für sich hat es immer so.
Weißt du zufällig, wie die drei Jungs vorher, weil wir lösen die jetzt ab, wir sind auch zu dritt, wie die immer gestanden haben? Das ist dann.
Also es ist ja eher mal, also wenn da dieser Gruppentalk ist, diese Panels,
Ja.
dann sitzt man ja eh rum und wartet so ein bisschen.
Ja,
also
ja.
die Jungs zumindest. Und wenn, ihr seid zu viert?
Nee, zu dritt.
Waren zu viert.
Achso, die waren zu viert, alles klar, okay.
Dann ist meistens quasi an dem Ende Ende einer gestanden.
Ja.
An dem Ende und da an der Tür.
Ja, okay. Gut.
Und dann ist quasi, sind die immer so die Gänge vor und zurück und haben halt geguckt und sich das gegenseitig hin und her geworfen.
Ja, genau. Ja, so wollen wir es auch machen, aber wie gesagt, wir sind nur zu dritt. Es geht um die Veranstaltung von 15 bis 19 Uhr.
Genau.
Was sind das?
14:50 Uhr geht's los.
Genau.
Ist dann hier. Erstmal werden wir haben ja jeden Detailscheiß, also erstmal werden die hingesetzt, dann gibt es hier immer so Animationskram auf dem Fernseher.
Mhm.
Und dann ist theoretisch, aber es ist immer auch im Verzug ein bisschen, gibt es eine Anmoderation, Keynote Speech.
Und dann irgendwann ist
15:20 Uhr dieses Panel bis
okay.
16:17 Uhr.
Ui,
Theoretisch.
geht ja schon
Und
länger.
dann, also meistens so am Ende die letzten.
Ja, genau. Wir hatten das so unten in der Tau-View schon gemacht, aber da ist die Aufteilung anders gewesen als jetzt hier. Hier sind auch die Entfernungen ein bisschen größer. Ne? Deswegen, wir sind jetzt hier
um. Man es mit, beziehungsweise wir sagen euch dann so, jetzt funktioniert euch, ihr müsst dann halt gegen Ende immer gucken, bis einer sagt, jetzt.
Genau.
Und dann stellt ihr euch langsam so auf.
Ja, das wird ja auf beiden Seiten voll sein. Dann habe ich immer, ja gut, da kann man es ja so machen. Einer steht an der Tür, einer hier vorne und dann macht einer den Bereich und der andere den Bereich. So, ne?
Ja, wenn ihr zu dritt seid, dann stellt sich einer an die Tür, einer hier und einer da hinten.
Und da kann man ja über die Tür dann darüber werfen.
Genau.
Weil ganz darüber, das wird schwierig.
Genau, deswegen, also da an den Enden jeweils von den Türen.
Farid, kommt mal beide her. Ich habe das mal in Erfahrung gebracht, wie das die drei Jungs vorher gemacht haben. Einer war halt hier vorne im Gang, einer an der Tür.
Nee, falsch. Einer war an der Tür, einer stand hier am Ende des Ganges. Also hier, wo es, also zwischen, also
Ja, ja.
Genau.
und einer am anderen Ende.
Genau, genau.
Und die sind halt hier mal rein.
Also muss man ja nur dann immer den Weg über die Tür gehen und das geht ja.
Ja, cool. Läuft. Und haben wir nur ein Mikrofon oder hier zwei?
Nur eins, kann ja immer nur einer reden.
Stimmt, ja, wird auch sein.
Ja.
Cool. Ja, kriegen wir denke ich hin.
Ja.
Das ist an für sich, ich hab gemeint, also die anderen saßen ja auch irgendwie rum und haben gewartet, bis es halt so gegen Ende ging der Zeit. Da wird ja meistens eine Zeit angezeigt.
Ja, und dann
noch so 10 Minuten, dann kann man schon mal aufmerksam werden. Und bei 5 Minuten meistens war es dann so, dass
kurz abgelaufen, weil wir haben es unten im Tower Room auch gemacht. Ja. Da war es auch irgendwie die letzten 5 Minuten, haben sie dann Fragen gestellt und dann haben sie dann vorher hingestellt.
Also
okay.
Na, die Sache ist ja die, 15:20 bis 16:17 geht die erste Veranstaltung und dann wahrscheinlich in den letzten, also erst ab 16 Uhr dann
also
irgendwie ein bisschen bereithalten.
Ja, genau.
Nicht schon, also die Veranstaltung ist schon vorher, nur ist halt vorher so eine Animation, dann ist
Ja,
eine Rede, dann ist dies, das und dann ist zwischen 15:20 und 16:17 Uhr diese Runde hier. Und am Ende der Runde.
Die 17 ausgedacht.
Aber ihr müsst schon hier sein im Raum. Also ihr dürft
Ja, nee, wir sind hier. Ich meine ja nur, dass man dann sich so mental schon mal bereit hält, dass es dann ab 16 Uhr zum Ende hin dann die Fragesession kommt. Ja.
Genau, ich überlege gerade hier irgendwas.
Wir wollen uns anteilen, wer will wo?
Ich bin hier an einem der Enden, du bist in der Mitte, würde ich sagen. Oder? Keine Ahnung, wenn du...
Oder wo muss man am weitesten werfen?
Ich gehe sowieso immer, also ich für meinen Teil, wenn irgendwer hier reden will, gehe ich ganz vor und du wirst mir das Ding vorne zu. I don't wanna make any
Geht klar.
Es ist eh immer nur so 2, 3 Leutchen, also viel ist da auch nicht.
Ja, ja.
Auch vorher viel mehr erwartet. Also 2 Fragen, ehrlich gesagt ein bisschen enttäuscht, wir wollten mehr werfen.
Wenn ihr da in der Pause macht. Da könnt ihr schon mal üben.
Ja, deswegen sind wir hier. Gut, so.
Der Fernsehkamera da.
Ja?
Ja, ich würde sagen, wir würden es über die Mitte.
Ja.
Hier müssen wir halt. Du kannst ja
Jetzt loslaufen und durch die Leute.
Ganzen Stuhl rein.
try it from the back.
Oh.
Zweite Kamera. Ich muss das Mikrofon
Ich höre ja aber nicht.
Oh oh. Hier hängt das raus. Okay, Pause. Das ist wahrscheinlich nicht so gut.
Nee.
Also wahrscheinlich nichts Schlimmes, aber
Probably
ich vielleicht mal
not.
fragen, bevor wir das dann komplett schrotten.
Hängt was
So
raus.
ein Kabel ist da, aber ich weiß nicht, wie man das Ding auseinander nimmt.
Doch, ja, geh mal her. Ich habe zugeguckt, als
Ah, okay.
die das unten gemacht haben. Das ist ganz einfach. Hier ist es ja nur Klettverschluss.
Ah, okay.
Ne? Hier ist das Mikro übrigens.
Okay. Achso, also einfach das dann drunter quetschen oder was?
Ja, beziehungsweise den Styroporkolben hier rausziehen und dann hier so. Da haben die das Ding aber ganz schön gut hier geworfen. So.
Ja, das letzte waren halt Basketballer, keine Tontechniker. Ja, vielleicht haben die es auch irgendwie so hier an der Seite gehalten oder so.
Wir sollten den sagen,
Ob
dass
sie
wir mal einen
das
Test
weiter-
machen sollen, ob das noch geht. Oder? An sich, weißt du, wer weiß.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oder so machen.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, not now.
What you gonna do with all that junk inside your trunk?
Also 14,
Geht.
15. Ja, wollen wir noch ein bisschen werfen oder was?
Ja.
Ein bisschen Sicherheit gewinnen. Also du stehst nur auf der Seite.
Zum Beispiel, ja.
Ja, ich wollte jetzt.
Facebook Live Sache.
If we can use the speaker system, that might work.
Nee, es geht ja darum, dass ich dann, wenn sich hier Leute melden mit Fragen, dass ich dann hier stehen werde und dann, so wie das jetzt aussieht, mitten im Bild.
Mit der Kamera dann hier, oder?
Nee, das macht ihr größer mit den Studiokameras.
Okay. Ja, ich meine, die können wir schon
Wir sind
vermeiden.
jetzt hier ganz kurz für so eine Facebook Live.
Ach, nur jetzt, ach so, nicht während der Veranstaltung.
Nein,
ach so, alles
sobald
klar.
es hier losgehen sollte, sind wir auch weg.
Ah, alles klar.
Da könnt ihr Rugby spielen, wie ihr wollt.
Ja,
Na,
gut.
welcher Football?
Ja.
Das eine ist ohne Schützer, ne?
Ja, aber Rugby kannst du halt auch nicht wirklich werfen. Also Rugby ist eher so ein Laufsport.
Ich weiß jetzt
Also da
gar
machen die
nicht,
halt vielleicht so diesen
Rugby
komischen
ist das harte.
Ist das mit diesem Ei-Ding, wo man dann so durchrennt?
Und ohne Schutz.
Okay.
Ohne die Helme.
Ja, so ein bisschen so einen kleinen Papierhelm oder so. Also die haben ja schon ein bisschen was drauf mittlerweile. Eher Ohrenschützer als das andere.
Ja, aber
So
ich meine,
eine Rabbi-Mütze.
Ja, so was ähnliches. Ist einmal so kurz drum gebunden, wie so eine Schwimmmütze.
aber die Neuseeländer werden doch da immer Weltmeister. Ne?
Ja, die Südafrikaner sind auch nicht schlecht.
Ja?
Die Franzosen haben es auch drauf, die Engländer sind auch nicht ganz hinten her.
Prügeln sich mit Baguettes durch.
Double-sided.
Ja.
American Football hat mehr Verletzungen, weil gerade wegen den Helmen und so hauen die halt nochmal härter rein.
Da habe ich jetzt einen Film geguckt, Enttäuschende Wahrheit mit Will Smith. Der handelt genau darum. Der spielt einen Pathologen, der die Hirne auseinander nimmt in der Autopsie von gestorbenen Footballstars, die in der Gosse gelandet sind. Ja.
Oh ja. Ja,
Und dann am Schluss ihres Lebens durchgedreht sind, richtig völlig wahnsinnig geworden, besessen und der eine hat sich mit 4 Liter Frostschutzmittel gekillt. Der andere hat sich einfach hier in den Hals geschossen.
4 Liter Frostschutzmittel.
Der andere hat...
Ich meine, als Ladenhändler musst du mal sagen, so 4 Liter, fuck, was hast du da für 2 Panzer?
So, unser Ford unten schluckt auch irgendwie knapp 4 Liter ein Kanister im Wasch, in diesem Dingskasten unten im Wagen.
Und der andere, der fährt dann Geisterfahrer auf der Autobahn mit einem Pickup und knallt mit 180 irgendwo rein. Ne?
Also, was lernt man? Footballstar werden, ne?
Ja, und er hat das halt analysiert, wodurch das kommt. Du hast ungefähr 100 G Kräfte wirken, wenn die Köpfe mit den Helmen aneinander prallen. Und der hat so eine gelatineartige Masse in so ein Glas getan, mit Wasser einfach nur. Und hat das so veranschaulicht, was da passiert im Kopf.
Ja, das schwappt dann so.
Und hat das so geschüttelt.
Klatscht das Gehirn einmal schön gegen die Schädelwand.
Und du hast jedes Mal eigentlich eine Gehirnerschütterung. Und das wird alles nicht behandelt.
Mal oder so pro einem Spiel.
100 G ist jetzt ja auch nicht so wenig, ne?
70.000 Hirnverletzungen erleidet ein durchschnittlicher Footballspieler in seiner Karriere.
Ja gut.
Wow.
70.000.
Alle auf weißem Puder drauf.
Ja.
Sonst überlebst du es, glaube ich,
direkt hier auch den O-Ton, der das summarized.
So, willst du noch mal in die Mitte oder haben wir jetzt genug geworfen, oder?
Ja, wir können noch mal werfen, wenn du möchtest.
Yeah, so we're here with like politicians. Yeah.
So. Ja? So. Aber es ist gut, dass man das nochmal übt, ja?
Ganz andere Verhältnisse.
Sascha, wenn voll ist, musst du wirklich darauf achten, weil wenn du dich nur darauf konzentrierst, dann fällst du auf den Schoß von irgendwem. Was für eine Trefferquote wir haben, ich weiß es nicht genau.
Okay, die machen kurz, ja. Sweet.
Jetzt gehe ich nochmal schnell runter, Dampfe.
Sure thing.
Kommen gleich wieder hoch.
Okay. Ja,
Können
wir,
noch mal 5 Minuten werfen.
Sollen wir noch hier warten, bis wer auch immer vorbeikommt?
Ja, eigentlich schon, glaube ich.
Ich meine, es war doch irgendwie die Chefin oder sowas, wollte doch mit uns quatschen.
Die soll ja so
Das sah
mega...
so aus, als ob die das auf dem Schirm hat, dass wir hier jetzt sitzen und auf sie warten. Ich meine, ich habe dies zwar noch mal den gefragt beim Gehen, ja, die weiß Bescheid. Ja, also weißt du,
Na, ihr wisst ja jetzt, wie sie aussieht.
So.
Aber letztendlich, ich habe doch mit der...
Nee, klar, aber wenn wir hier auf die Chefin warten sollen, dann sollen wir auf die Chefin. Also so, ja, auf jeden Fall. Also
Wir haben die Infos und ist erstmal gut so, oder?
Ja, das Wichtigste ist ja.
Genau.
Ich meine, ich weiß nicht, das ist jetzt die Chefin, von denen uns nochmal erklären möchte. Ich glaube, die ist jetzt nicht so mit dem Werfen erfahren. But
Gut, dann kommt gleich wieder.
cool. Good job. Cheers, bro. Was ist denn hier? CDC, Investment Works. That's not the Center for Disease Control.
probably not.
Das ist ein Engländer.
White House PR Chief resigns. Can't
Oder
blame you,
nicht der
buddy.
Spicer, oder? Nee.
Nee.
Das
Can't
ist
blame
der
you, buddy.
Pressesprecher.
Der Spicer sollte doch auch eigentlich entlassen werden.
Ja, noch nicht.
White
Also
House
der ist gerade im Shit.
Communications Director
Dann, aber
Dubke.
kenne ich nicht, aber cool. Dubke. Mike Dubke. Ah.
I was just thinking maybe it's better if you are also in one of the ales, because in the ales it's about catching, and if one throws too high, like if you throw too high,
yeah.
I mean I would try to catch it, but otherwise I will
too
just
high
let it.
one, I'll be.
And but he seems to be trying to still get it and forget there's like a bunch of people
Yeah.
behind him. He's gonna
Yeah,
like
that looked
fall.
a little dangerous.
And
But that might also be very entertaining.
yeah, potentially.
God damn it, just give me a small fucking letter. Yes. I hate you so much already, and I've only had you for 2 days. Ich glaube, ich habe jetzt zum 3. Mal erklärt, dass ich and und nicht andere schreiben möchte. Und das glaubt mir einfach nicht. Are you sure? Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna replace löst. Lost. Ja, die ist eher busy. Yeah, I was supposed to call my mom back today. Die Batterie hält aber auch nicht so geil an dem Ding. Oh, nope. 20% habe ich noch.
Ja, bei mir, aber bei denen hier auch nicht. Das ist sehr schnell in der 28.
Damn near lost my shit. Just trying to. Ow! Booty. Fuck.
She's cute.
I don't know where to look.
Exactly.
Just saying, where's my sunglasses?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait before I go somewhere and make that call.
What call?
I need to call my parents back.
Okay.
Die gestern so ein bisschen abgewürgt mit, ich gehe jetzt in die Bahn und melde mich danach irgendwann mal wahrscheinlich, wenn ich Zeit habe.
Okay.
No, you don't know. Take care of this little puppy.
Nee.
Cool. Ich denke mal. Also ich stelle mich da vor die Tür, winke einfach mal, wenn die was von uns
Ach so, you want to call it now? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, so
no, go ahead. No, go ahead. Why not?
It was actually probably more private than out there. Because, I don't know.
Get him.
Hey, Dad, how's it? Ah, yeah, that passed by here an hour or two ago. That was pretty intense. It was, I mean, almost damn near blew some windows out. Pretty wild. Oh. But yeah, it's not our job. We're still throwing microphones today. Oh, yeah, I'm stuck indoors all day. I mean, the thing, we're going to be handling microphones for the next 4 hours, I think. And then we're taking the thing apart, so it's going to be a long work day today again. Yeah, true. Except I have to be up again at like 8 tomorrow and out for the fitness test with that. Yeah. Oh, it will. Yeah, I'll see how I'm feeling at the end of the day. There's a good chance I'm just going to want to go to bed as soon as possible. Oh yeah, no, I didn't get WhatsApp configured until about an hour ago. I just responded, actually. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, no, I got home and I took a shower and closed my eyes for a second, and then I opened them and my alarm was going to ring 1 minute later. And yeah, I've been here again all day. I still feel like shit, though. I still almost threw up in the shower.
Keeping it well.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. What to do? Yeah, so sorry I didn't send you the thing last night, but didn't have time for anything but sleep. Tonight might be similar. And tomorrow's a colloquium. I've got the fitness test with the climbing people until 2, I think, so basically straight to uni from there. I guess I'll just send it to you from uni. Probably easiest. Thanks. I will be dead, but, at least not poor. Yeah, probably. I'm still holding up okay. But, I don't know. Talk to me in 4 hours when we're done throwing this microphone around. Oh, yeah. I mean, that part's fun. It's the upload that I'm more worried about. Because it took him 3 days to set this up, apparently. Yeah, I'm curious how well that's gonna... Yeah, true, but 3 days, I mean, even if it's half the time, and we're hoping to have it done in like 6 hours or so. We shall see. Maybe I'll just go home earlier at some point if I'm running danger of passing out. Nach so einem 15-Stunden-Arbeitstag, Oh, yeah, nobody here's had more than, I don't know, a couple hours of sleep in days. But coffee's free, so, yeah. We make do. No, it's terrible. It's really weak. Yeah. Probably. True, yeah. And a little bit of psychological caffeine benefits, not too bad. Well, we did, let's see, we helped throw the microphone for the moderation during a podium on the agenda for 2030 for the G20 and a podiums discussion for ending hunger. Now we're sitting Germany's G20 presidency, I guess is the next topic. And there's a speech by Sachs. Who's Sachs? Goldman Sachs?
No.
It's not a person.
It's also a minister, probably.
Probably some minister. Gesundheit. But yeah, be a long day. But yeah, should be okay. I mean, the schedule's pretty vague because I haven't actually looked at the thing. I just have the timetable and a map. I lost my map. Yeah, friends who studies with us. It works for what's the Veranstaltungstechnik? Agentur, oder?
This here?
No, ich meine, wo arbeiten die, Sabrina?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah.
Yeah, like this Veranstaltungsorganizing thing. And they were, just looking for some people. Well, originally it was just to throw the microphones, but we've done a few other things. Mostly good, okay. Pretty fun. Just tiring. Long days. True, yeah. Never too bad of a thing. Oh, nice. Making hummus? No, not really. Actually, yeah, weirdly enough, like not at all. I don't think we've ever done it with Allah. We make our own falafel. He's really into chicken stuff. Yeah, no hummus yet. I guess it's not a huge thing in Syria. Yeah, I did not have time for that yesterday. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fit it in today, because by the time I make it home, I'm probably just going to collapse in a puddled heap on the floor. But I do have, so after the fitness thing tomorrow, that ends at 2, I have to go to uni for the colloquium, which is at 4, so I guess I can just send it to you when I get to uni, and then I'll discuss it after class with the professor. Person. No. This is just about registration. Yeah. Full week. But should be good. Yeah, I could do with an hour more sleep in the morning though. But yeah. When was this? Kathmandu. Oh yeah, okay, that's because Warren is super intimidating. He was the coach, and you don't mess with the coach. Yeah, I suppose you got a point there. Yeah, all right. Okay, yeah, I was wondering. It's going in and out of focus there. But, yeah. No, true. Once you get the ball rolling, it's quite a lot easier to keep it rolling. Yeah, true. I think about when I'm tired, but I get up and move. Yeah, probably. And maybe getting home quicker. Bed earlier and all that. I don't know, like 11-ish, I think. Also ich meine, wir waren jetzt für 1, 2 Bier draußen und dann bin ich auch den Bus, Bahn und dann nochmal groß wird Alexanderplatz? Yeah, great. Thanks. I will treasure them. No, we're waiting for the next Veranstaltung to start, which is going to be in... What time is it?
Oh, way too long.
Oh, wait. 2:30. Yeah, it's well, yeah, 3 o'clock. So
Like
half hour.
2:20 or somewhere. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to be here officially at 2:50. But yeah, I just gotta hope the battery lasts. We don't. I think they don't do the discussion until the end of the event, which is another 2 hours or so down the line. Oh yeah, down in the foyer. I mean, when we're doing the Abbau, I guess I'll just put it on the charger, pack stuff up. Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, sure. Let's try talking again tomorrow. I'll try to catch up after uni. Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, well, you guys have a great day. Talk to you soon. Thanks. All right. Yeah. What? Yeah, it was too. I still have some battery power. Weißt du eigentlich, wer Kolja ist?
No.
Well, she's in charge of the Abbau later.
Okay. He probably, it's a boy's name, usually.
Oh, yeah, I've got a number for Philip and for Kolja.
Okay.
I'm gonna give WhatsApp from somebody else.
Basti, you said.
Yeah, I think so. Ja, I figure eine Nummer sollte auch ausreichen.
Wahrscheinlich brauchst du auch gar keine, wenn du dann einfach, wenn du hier bist, dann gehst du runter und dann... Oh, apparently I talked to Sebastian about the Abbau, get some information. Apparently he says, well, most of the stuff is from other Agenturen and shit.
Oh, so do we have to do that, or are they
no. So it's like two Sprinter worth of stuff.
Okay. Not too bad.
No. The question is if there's going to be a lot of like Kleinaufgaben wie so fucking, you know what, was der Joel gestern gemeint hat, dass er zum Beispiel alle Bändchen ab von dem Plastikding machen lässt, von den, you know, stuff like this.
Ja, so little shit. Oder, ja, Dingens, Sascha hat ja gefragt, was hier mit den Aufstellern ist. Und die Dingens meinte auch so, somebody else is dealing with that. Ich kann das Handy unten hinlegen, ohne dass einer klaut.
Probably if you face it that direction.
Even this thing, like, yeah, the person will probably just throw it away.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to say. Sure, can like make us look presentable to her. Maybe she doesn't see where we're at.
Rüberwerfer.
Genau, ja, der dritte ist gerade noch.
Okay,
Wir
habt ihr
haben es mit den
geprobt?
Technikleuten
Super.
abgesprochen, kurz geprobt. Ja.
Cool. Also, das geht schon darum, also auch nicht das hinzutragen, sondern auch schon zu sehen, immer zu gucken, dann flitzt halt einer vor, lässt es rüberwerfen und dann, weißt du?
Also wir haben jetzt, genau, wir haben das jetzt so gemacht, also das wäre zumindest die sicherste Variante, dass wir zwar hier stehen, aber dass ich dann immer vorrenne.
Dem das rüberwerfen,
Und
zack,
der dann
und der bringt's dann hin.
aber halt immer
Ja,
vorne.
genau.
Wir wollen nicht Experimente machen, dann hier irgendwo in die Mitte zwischen den Aber ja, oder wir können es auch. Also das ist die sicherste Variante. Ja, wahrscheinlich. Möglich, ja, haben wir schon gemerkt.
Ihr seid am Start.
Ja, genau.
Habt ihr noch ein Tuch eigentlich, was ihr euch hier so umbinden könntet oder
So, ich habe glaube ich eins im Rucksack vielleicht.
Ja?
Aber
Macht doch mal,
Ja, du
dass
meinst
ihr
so dein
das euch so
eigenes
ummacht?
Tuch? Ja, aber
Nein,
du
nein, unseres, das ist von uns.
Nee.
Dass ihr das hier oder
Wo gibt's
hier
den
oder
Büro
hier?
unten oder was?
Im Produktionsbüro, ja.
Okay, ja, cool.
Aber dann flitzen und schnell wieder hier sein.
Alles klar.
Ja, macht ihr das? Danke.
Okay. Lass das mal.
Ein Kollege von mir. Ja, ich kann gerne was ausrichten.
Achso, ja, nur, dass sich die Leute geändert haben.
Ja.
Ansonsten.
Achso, leidenschaftslos.
Wir haben vorhin mal geübt. Wir hatten ja, vorher waren wir in der Tower View und haben das selber gemacht.
Okay.
Der guckte vorhin die Antenne raus, da habe ich ein bisschen wieder reingestopft. Also müssen wir vielleicht nochmal prüfen,
ich weiß nicht, was die rausschauen soll.
ob Signal da ist, ob das alles geht. Weil wir vorhin nochmal geübt haben, dass das alles da geht, wie keiner abgeschossen wird.
Ja.
Genau. So, das war auch schon.
Ja, die Jungs sind nochmal kurz ins Produktionsbüro geschickt worden, weil es da wohl irgendwelche Tücher gibt. Wieder hier. Ich sag's dem Kollegen auf jeden Fall noch. sagen, die hatten warum auch immer.
Ja, so ganz politisch als Armband in Deutschland. Das ist die besten Erfahrungen mit.
Versuchen wir anzurufen.
This is Global Solutions, recoupling the world. This session is Germany's G20 presidency, implications for global governance. This session is moderated by journalist Declan Curry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to our discussion on Germany's G20 presidency, the implications for global governance. We're going to hear today from those who are shaping and implementing Germany's policy agenda for the G20 as its current president. We will also hear from those who are preparing the policy agenda for the next G20 president, that is Argentina. We will bring you a global perspective from major policy thinkers from 4 continents, and I hope that we will also have your input. We welcome your engagement, your involvement, so please do not hesitate to join in when we ask for your contributions. As always, greater value is derived from contributions that are concise and to the point. But we start with an update on what Germany's policy agenda is for the G20 and what it hopes to achieve. Please welcome with some opening remarks the G7 and G20 Sherpa and the Chief Economic Advisor to Chancellor Merkel, Lars-Henrik Röller.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. In fact, I know this place very well. I used to be, I think it was called the president of the ESMT, which is housed in this building, which was, top international business school in Germany. And I feel back home, if you want. So I'm very happy to be here. But the topic is the G20, or in particular the T20/Global Solutions. So I want to thank Dennis and Mr. Messner for organizing this. We've been very actively working with them right through the German presidency, which started on December 1st. It always starts, at the end of the previous year, and sort of has its highlight in July 7th and 8th in Hamburg, actually very soon, a little more than a month. And then, we have some other events after that as far as the G20 is concerned, but, most of the work is sort of hopefully accomplished. Then, of course, we also have elections in Germany after that. And then we are very much looking forward to Argentina. Argentinian Sherpa Beatriz, who's also here today, will say something about how things are going next year. And I think it's very important. I have 4 points to make on the G20. Very important to have a certain continuity. It's a presidential-driven process. We don't want institutional structures to create new institutional structures. We have plenty of those. But the continuity of the G20 process is very important. And therefore, I'm very happy and welcome Beatrice. And of course, the German government will be fully supportive of the Argentinian agenda. Of course, expecting full support also from the Argentinians, which I think we have for the German agenda. One more preliminary remarks, and then I make my 4 points, is that, we just had a G7 meeting finishing, which was interesting, and I think that is something where we worked very hard. This was, of course, Italian leadership. You may have looked at the communiqué. The communiqué is one thing which you produce at these summits. The other thing is, of course, the discussion, the bilaterals, and the possibility of engaging, which, of course, is not public. And that part of it is actually very important. The G7 is a much smaller format. And we now need to build on that. And of course, the G20 is much larger. You got important countries like Brazil and others in the G20, which are now going to weigh in. And we need to sort of try to move the world forward in some of these important policy areas. But I think, you know, we always say this, and I've done this now, I think 7 years, these Sherpa, these G7 and G20 processes, we always look at that sort of as you go over the years as a sequence of things. Take the issue of climate change in previous years. You know, we worked on the G7, we worked on the G20, we had the Paris Agreement in 2015. So it's very much sort of a dynamic process, and the question is sort of, what can we do this year now, given where we are in the G20 context? So that's going to be interesting. In terms of the process, and I'll get to my 4 points in a second. In terms of the process, we are sort of very much at the end of it. We're having these Sherpa meetings. Sherpas are the ones, I'm doing this for Germany, who are preparing the summit for the leaders. We've had the first one in December, so we've had several of them. We've had 3, and we'll have one more just before the summit. We'll meet just on the 4th before the summit. So we are in the process of, you know, getting to the important things, to the nitty-gritty things, to working on language, thinking about what we can do. But it's been a massive process, and with the help also of the T20, we've moved it forward. And now, of course, it comes to the point where things are most important, and we'll see. We've also had a number of other meetings. Let me make my 4 points. I think the 4 points are, you know, I think there's a debate we're having, and I couldn't have been here so far for this conference, but I know Peter Altmaier, the head of the Chancellery, was here today, and you know, the Chancellor also sends her regards. Of course, I should have said that. We are actually, I think, at a position where both the G7 and the G20, I think, are more needed than ever. So, you know, point number 1, if, you know, we don't agree on everything, which was, so for example, in climate, quite obvious in the G7 context, it doesn't mean that these things are useless. In fact, if we agreed on everything, we don't really need to have these meetings. So I think, you know, I rather agree than not agree, but you know, but that's not a choice. That's a policy choice of democratically elected governments, what their positions are. But then I think, you know, if you don't agree on things, it's very important that you discuss it. Now, whether it will have an impact on policy decisions is yet another question, an interesting question. I think we all have to ask ourselves that. But I think, you know, just because you don't agree on everything, actually we agree on most of the things, even in the G7, most in Gänsefüßchen, as we say in German, in quotes. But you know, it's important to have these things. So I think the G20 will be challenging. It's an opportunity, and it's very important. I think that we have that. By the way, the theme, as you know, of the G20 is shaping an interconnected world. I think this is a great theme. We sort of picked that a long time ago. Didn't know we were going to be where we would be now. But I think that hits it very well. And it's in Hamburg, which is an open city, a trading city. It's got, you know, one of the biggest ports in Europe. I think it's the 3rd biggest port or the 2nd biggest port in Europe. So this openness, multilateralism, is important, and I think the G20, which is not a hard legal entity, it's not the EU or NATO, and it doesn't or the UN, it doesn't replace those either. There's also been discussions that, you know, from some people that is just taking away, you know, muscle from other institutions. It's very different. It's a political statement, and you know, that's fine. And it's not a formal process either, and it's a presidential-driven process. And I think that's perfect for its niche. But I know, you know, there's a discussion on that. So I think point number 1, I think G20 is amazingly important this year, not easy, and we have to see what we achieve. A second point I'd like to make, and I'm not going to go into the German agenda, you all know that. We are in the middle of negotiating what we will say on each of these issues, and I can't tell you where we are in these negotiations either, because, you know, these are, you know, that's the way negotiations are. But I think if you look at the G20 and its history, maybe most of you know that, and I feel very good, I'm an economist, is it has really evolved in terms of addressing important issues in the world. It started off looking at the financial crisis. It used to be a financial ministers process, as you know. It's been pulled up in 2008 with Washington, the first G20 summit, to the leaders level. Financial market regulation, tax issues still amazingly important, I think, and also global growth and inclusive growth and many of these sort of, very important issues are there. But we've also moved into other areas. We moved into climate, we moved into development issues, which are in a way also growth issues. I think they're more than just growth, but they're also very important for growth. We'll be pushing the women's issue, which I think even for a country like Germany is very important for growth. If we don't have all talent participating in an aging society like in Germany, we're not going to raise our potential growth rate, which is only 1%, by the way, in Germany. We have the health issue on the table, which was not easy, actually. Not all member states were equally positive about putting health on the agenda. It's something the Chancellor has taken very seriously. We'll see how it will evolve in the future. Terrorism. So there's a number of very important issues which world leaders are discussing. So it's not just, let's say, a narrow economic forum, but it looks at the important issues of the world. And that I think is fine. And I think human rights and many issues are being discussed in the G20. And we sort of the idea is that we set a political message which is then implemented and propagated in other fora. The G20 is not really there to implement things. I think we should be doing more on accountability. And I think we're doing some, but we could be doing more. Also, the question is, how is the accountability organized and who's doing it? These are issues you probably have discussed. But I think that in terms of the topics, we go where, what the important topics are. And we feel very good about that. Sometimes I'm asked, what is the one topic which the G20 is going to address? Usually, it's important afterwards also for sort of communication is what is the big thing. And you never know this really in advance. It's very often changes even, something may happen before the summit. It has happened many times before that something happened just before the summit. It's dominated the summit. Of course, you plan this, but I think, being a former academic myself, I think if you have a number of very important policy issues where you move the world a little bit in a political way, not in a legal way, and it's many issues, but even, a little bit in all these issues, this is maybe not a huge political success, but I think it's actually, from a point of view you want to improve things, I think it's actually also a good thing. So we have a fairly rich agenda where we try to push and see, and we may not be able to get things everywhere. By the way, we've stuck to our agenda. We didn't change it at all. It's the same agenda we introduced essentially in December in terms of areas. Of course, we've been very open towards taking on initiatives, and we continue working on implementing those. But we haven't sort of said, no, we're not going to talk about climate change because we can't agree on it. We'll have to see whether we agree on it or not. But no, we stuck to our knitting and we do the agenda. And there's actually a lot of continuity. We always, I've done it 7 years. I think in terms of standing Sherpa, I'm the oldest serving Sherpa of the 20, which says more about the leaders than it says about me because they change a lot. In the last, yes, I get to this is my second point. And I have 2 more points.
Can you make the next 2 points in 1 minute?
Yes. So this is my old home. I think I can abuse my presidential powers from. Okay. So topics are, I think, important, and we move on. The other one is, I think, the governance of the G20. And I know that, we have the presidential process, the leaders of the meeting of the leaders. We have the president's meeting, which are about the ministers, which is about, and we have these dialogues with the civil society. And, again, my point of view is what I said before, is that we should have it a presidentially driven process. And I know you've been discussing that. Maybe I leave this up for the discussion. I'm sure we're getting into that. We also have to be careful that the G20 process is focused enough on what the output is. And I think output can be many things. It can be the communiqué. It can be a discussion in policymakers. It can be a discussion in multipliers. It can be informing the public at large. You have to define what your output is. And we have to be mindful of that. I have some strong views on that, which I will not say now, given that I'm getting pressure from the left, which I always get pressure from the left, being a more right-wing economist. So I think this is important. I think let me leave it at that. That's my last point. So it's about this governance issue. And okay, final point is that we take this dialogue with the civil society extremely serious. The German presidency has spent a lot of time and effort. We've invited you in also to participate in the Sherpa meeting. Peter Altmaier was here today. So I think we've taken that very seriously, and we wanted to be more inclusive, perhaps as a mark of the German presidency. And I hope we were successful in that one. Let me leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Lars Hendrik, thank you so much, and we appreciate your presence with us today, and we appreciate your contribution, so thank you for that. At this stage, I invite Beatrice Neufeld, the ambassador, and of course, Argentina's G20 Sherpa. Welcome to the discussion. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And both of you have microphones here in front of you. You will need to hold those in your hand as you continue this discussion. You heard what Lars Hendrik said about the agenda for Germany this year. How does that influence the agenda that is taking shape for Argentina's presidency?
Well, substantially, because there is going to be substantial continuity. We fully support the German agenda, so there is going to be substantial continuity, both process and content-wise, under our presidency. But there's going to be a little difference emphasis on priorities. And that has to do that we are part of the emerging world in the G20. So our priorities have to be led precisely. We have to bring a voice. We are completely aware of that the outside world sometimes thinks the G20 is not sufficiently representative. So we want to bring a voice in the G20 under our presidency from the emerging world, and also from Latin America in particular.
So aiming for a broader perspective.
Yes, but it's been on the German agenda. Henrik has correctly said that the many issues regarding inclusive growth are today on the table, and we're going to even have some initiatives, concrete action initiatives, particularly, for instance, in the issue of gender parity, where there are going to be some initiatives there. But we will focus, I mean, right now we're in the process of developing the priorities, but we will focus substantially on inclusive growth, on what we call people-centered growth and people's well-being. And we think issues of, well, that's basically, that if that is the agenda, then employment has to be, employment opportunities and the future of work have to be at the center of the agenda. They have been at the agenda today. One difficult challenge we face at the G20 is how we make these issues that are transversal. We have to work them in working groups, and sometimes this is silo look, but that's so employment, education, health, investment in order to generate employment, sustainability of the planet and climate change, energy efficiency. So those topics that are today in the agenda will be focused, but bringing a voice also from the emerging world.
And Lars Hendrik talked about the importance of the engagement with civic society, with organizations such as this. Is that also important for the Argentinian president?
That's critically important. In order to move this agenda ahead, this is a multi-stakeholder operation. It's beyond government. We need dialogue with civil society, but we need to go beyond dialogue. We need, like the German presidency has emphasized, responsibility, but we also need commitment and engagement. And that has been my message, for instance, to the private sector in the business, in the B20 group. We need some commitments also.
Is it still the G20 or is it the G19 plus one?
What do you want me to say? It's obviously
that you adore Donald Trump.
Well, actually,
forever.
Well, it's called the G20. As I said earlier, if we don't agree on everything, it's still the G20. I think, of course, what normally has happened in these G20s, that in terms of the communiqué, which is only one output of it, I think, is that we had a consensual statement, and that should be the aspiration also this year. You know that in Taormina, that did not really fully materialize. We have a section there in the statement. Again, the statement is different from the experience of the leaders when they have a possibility to engage on things. But what we have in Taormina, as you know very well, on climate, is that one country has said that they haven't made up their mind whether they are going to stay within the Paris Agreement. And the others confirmed their commitment to the Paris Agreement and referred back to the Ise-Shima commitments. Ise-Shima was the G7 last year in Japan. Then there's also a statement about developing countries, which is there for a good reason, and that's it. So there, you had a situation which was then also expressed later. That goes back to your question as six versus one, or whatever, 6-1. Actually, it's 7-1 because you also have the European Union, which is not an unimportant institution, and actually 2 EU institutions. It's both the President and the Council. President of the Commission and the Council who are present. This is also true with G20. So it's actually 21 countries, as you know, plus guests, plus international organizations. If I got this right, it's 35 people in the room for practically every session. And then they exchange their views. So, it is the G20, and it's also, to me at least, not known whether that one country which hasn't said they were going to be in the Paris Agreement will decide that by the time of the G20.
You're remarkably reluctant to say
I'm a
Trump
diplomat.
or the United States. That is the country we are talking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Isn't it blatantly obvious?
Yes, it is, but sometimes it helps.
To say everything.
Sometimes it helps to say things out loud.
Okay.
Herula, thank you very much. Ambassador Nobel, thank you as well. We will hear from both of you a little bit later in this session, but for now, please retire to the comfort of your seats, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. So a major theme of this conference and part of the global vision for the G20 is enabling an economically prosperous future that is environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive now, today, and into the future, resilient enough to absorb technological advances and shocks from major social and demographic change. To paraphrase Dennis Snower's opening remark yesterday, recoupling social and economic process. We will hear from Dennis Snower and from Dirk Messner presently, but first we're going to get some fascinating insight on economic progress that is centred on human achievement at a time of rapid and far-reaching technological change. The World Economic Forum is probably best known for its annual meeting of business and political leaders in Davos, Switzerland, but it is also a thought leader on the delivery and the consequences of the fourth industrial revolution. And we are delighted to welcome to Global Solutions from the managing board of the World Economic Forum, Richard Salmons.
Thank you, Declan, and good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations to both Dennis and Dirk for really running the best T20 process in history, as far as I'm aware. I've been invited, our institution has been invited to reflect a bit upon some of the big issues that have underscored, run beneath a lot of the discussions over the last 2 days. A lot of discussion about populism, protectionism, political polarization. And of course, the G20 is the self-described premier forum for international economic cooperation, so it's altogether appropriate to reflect upon what all of this political ferment means for economic policy and indeed for the growth model. Let me suggest that a good place to start in this regard is to acknowledge that there has been a certain complacency in leadership, and yes, indeed, even in think tank and economic policy research circles, about the human impact of the technological disruption, international economic integration, domestic deregulation, and migration of recent decades. If you will, that's like sort of a quadruple cocktail of economic change. And there's a certain human cost or effect of that. And that doesn't necessarily show up, I think, all the time in our mental models of economic growth and our public discourse. We have been invited to offer a few thoughts on that, and that's in the paper that Declan just referred to. But obviously, much of that churn has contributed significantly to what you might think of as secular dispersion over the last couple of decades. And part of acknowledging our complacency about that human dimension is openly recognizing that the dominant growth model paradigm of the last couple of decades, broad-based progress in living standards, really has been, maybe subliminally or implicitly, a byproduct of economic policy and growth. It's not been really thought about or viewed as an element of the growth process, let alone an important source of growth itself. And I think that fundamental point is part of the price of admission for politicians on the one hand, and us, the economic policy establishment writ large on the other, to be taken more seriously by the public, which is feeling a lot of these dimensions. Now, just pause for a second on that. I think most of us, maybe all of us, would agree that economic growth can be thought of as a top-line concept, if I can borrow a business analogy. The bottom line measure by which societies assess the success of their country's economic performance is not growth per se, but it is the extent to which broad-based progress in living standards has been achieved. That is a non-trivial difference. Growth, top line, broad living standards is really the bottom line from a social or political economy standpoint. But I think it's fair to conclude that the political polarization we see today is a sign of a drop in public confidence that we have it right, that we have the hierarchy of priorities right in this regard, after decades of this kind of change and disruption. If you think that the global economic integration of the last couple of decades and the digitization and other technological change during that period has really been a potent cocktail for this type of ferment politically and socially, then think about the next 20 years of technological disruption, which appears to be coming down the track. We at the Forum call this the fourth industrial revolution, but it's the rapid acceleration and increased intertwining of a number of advanced technologies, which many analysts suggest is only going to increase the velocity of this change and whatnot. So it creates, if you will, an even greater imperative, it seems to me, for those of us who are in political office and taking decisions on the one hand, and those of us supporting them on the other, to think about how to address that more specifically. So how to reinforce that public confidence? First, I would suggest, is to take measures to dispel this implicit complacency by the nature of the mental model we've been using for economic progress over the last couple of decades. A little bit of public humility and narrative signaling that maybe we don't quite have the right mental wiring on this, I think would go a long way. As I said, it's sort of the initial price of admission for some of the folks who have been at the front lines of this change and disruption to hear that, in fact, the message has gotten through. Yes, macroeconomic discipline, openness, flexibility in markets, entrepreneurial zest, and enabling environment conditions, these are all absolutely still highly relevant and important. But in the face of this rolling political dialogue and this degree of social unrest, if we simply rehearse those necessary but not sufficient elements of our mental map, our growth model, if you will, in my view, we just lengthen the distance between that degree of public confidence on the one hand and the leadership direction that our politicians and policy analysts seek to drive. So simply asking the question, as I think we just heard our Argentinian Sherpa indicate, what would it look like if we placed people at the center of economic policy? What would be the shakeout from a standpoint of political policy priorities if we put median living standards, we address that more explicitly as, if you will, the policy anchor here, as the bottom line? Simply asking those questions and fostering public discourse about it, I think would go part way, a significant way, toward getting the attention of society more generally in this regard. But it's one thing to show through narrative signaling that leaders get it and are moving beyond business as usual. It's another thing to have a credible, specific response, a policy prescription in this regard. And here we have laid out in this paper 3 specific elements, which I will very briefly summarize. First, I mean, broadly speaking, if I could put a cap on it overall, it's to explicitly design social inclusion to innovation ecosystems, on the one hand, national economic and international economic policy, secondly, and then specifically within that policy, human capital formation and labor markets. We lay out a specific set of policy suggestions in each. On the first, it's mainly to recognize that to design ex ante, or in process, social considerations into technological systems, you've got to have an informal, interactive, multi-stakeholder process of dialogue on that. And we at the Forum have set up a center in San Francisco, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is intended to serve as an international platform for that kind of informal governance dialogue. Secondly, with respect to economic policy, to design it or hardwire social inclusion into the growth model itself means fundamentally to recognize a lot of the work that's gone on over the last decades or so in recognizing the importance of institutional strength and both demand and supply side elements of structural economic policy for getting the pattern of growth right from the standpoint of society. But indeed, as the IMF and the OECD's research has demonstrated in the last few years, it actually can be a tonic for growth itself. And we lay out in our Inclusive Growth and Development report we issued in January of this year 15 different areas of structural policy and institutional strength in various sectors of the economy that are potential win-wins for both growth and inclusion, for finding that synergy between the two, and we lay out a cross-country database so that countries can assess where they're relatively strong and weak relative to their peer group of countries in those institutional domains. Viewing that structural and institutional ecosystem as an ecosystem, rather than looking at just one piece of it, education on the one hand or social insurance on the other, is the key to beginning to shift the growth model, to elevate institutions to the same level as the traditional preoccupation of finance ministers, which is macroeconomic policy and financial supervision on the one hand, and trade ministers on the other. If we rebalanced our mental map and our policy priorities in that regard, we would go a long way in this regard. And linked to that is a series of implications for international economic policy as well. And I'll end with one specific pointed challenge in this regard. It's anomalous, in my view, for there to be so much discussion about protectionism and so often an observation that we need to do more to help the losers, if you will, of the process. And yet, on the other hand, see a continuing absence of a commitment to invest substantially more in both the equity of access and quality of education and training and other aspects of human capital on the one hand, and labor markets on the other, modernization of labor markets on the other. This is crying out for a specific agenda. We lay out a range of specific areas where there is this anomaly. We provide some cross-country data in that regard, and I'll just give you one tangible illustration of this. I'm an American. You know what's happening in the United States. You've seen what's happened to the trade debate. And yet the US invests about 0.1% of GDP in active labor market policies. That's to say training and labor adjustment, which is 1/6 of the OECD average, 1/8 of the German commitment in this regard, and about 1/10 or 1/12 of what the small Nordic countries do. That disconnect, that anomaly, is just an illustration of what we could redress by changing this hierarchy in our thinking about how we organize economic progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard, thank you very much. We welcome and we are grateful for your contribution to the discussion, and we hope that you will continue to be a part of the discussion over the next 45 minutes or so. We are now going to have a global dialogue and understanding, so I'd ask you to join me in welcoming our panelists. First, Dirk Messner of the German Development Institute and Dennis Snower of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. If both of you would like to join me here on the stage on either side. They are joined by Carlos Lopez, who's from the University of Cape Town, Rohinton Mahudra, who's from the Centre for International Governance Innovation, and Zhang Huan, who's from the Institute of World Economics and Politics at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And they are rejoined by our two earlier contributors, Lars Henrik Röller and Beatrice Nafal. A round of applause for all of them, please. And just to say, Ambassador Nafal has to leave us before the end of the discussion because she has to catch a flight. I'll tell you from my experience that if it's a British Airways flight, you may not have to hurry that urgently. And your luggage will reach you eventually in this greatly globalized world. Dennis Snower, good evening, good afternoon to you as the president of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. What are your initial thoughts?
I am struck by one theme that seems to be emerging again and again through the course of all these different discussions concerning the different points on the German agenda, which is that the process of economic progress may somehow come adrift from social prosperity. And the need to focus economies, focus politics on human needs is crying out to us. And if the citizens of the G20 were aware that their leaders are focused on human needs, I think they would be very reassured.
Beatrice Nafal, that chimes with some of the remarks that you were making earlier, this need to refocus the agenda on human need.
Exactly. This need to change priorities.
If you just take the microphone there, please.
Sorry. This need to change priorities was present throughout the conference, the G20 conference, both in the first session. Gabriela Ramos talked about the OECD Sherpa, about the need to change the growth model. In the last session, thinking about the new paradigm, also the growth model, Richard Sammons just mentioned. Well, the seeds of that were planted with the German presidency, I have to say. There are some elements there planted that are very important to give continuity to this agenda. I focusing on people's needs or people-centered growth also brings the issue of social justice, which is a key issue on the table.
Thank you. Carlos Lopez, once upon a time you were the Executive Secretary at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Those points about the need to reshape the agenda, to focus more on human needs, a more human focus. Do you agree with those? Do they resonate with you?
Well, resonating doesn't mean necessarily this is a legitimate process for the G20 to be the protagonist. Because you see, I see 4 paradoxes that are emerging from the G20 process. The first paradox is that we are talking about inclusiveness by an exclusive group. And therefore, you know, we have all this lingo about how we should be more inclusive, how we should be more participatory. But in fact, you know, it's an exclusive group that is excluding, for the matter, a very important constituency for that type of debate, which are the Africans, because you only have South Africa as a member of the group. Even with these characteristics that in terms of GDP composition, depending on how you calculate it, you know, Egypt and Nigeria probably would qualify to be in the group as well, because there is an underestimation of GDP in Africa overall. The second paradox is that we have a crisis of legitimacy that derives from representativeness. We say that the Security Council is not representative, so we replace it by a mechanism, the G20, that is also not representative. And we have to figure why is it that some of these agenda items are populating the T20 process, the G20 process, when in fact, you know, they have been the subject of other initiatives and other processes that are more representative. The third paradox is that you have an expansion of the G20 agenda at a time where there is a crisis in the agenda that is already in existence. You have, obviously, the beginnings of the G20 that were associated with the financial crisis. And now it's expanding way beyond the financial at a time where they can't fix the financial. So this is, for me, a very interesting development. And finally, I would say that you have also a decoupling of the debate from social gains versus economic growth. We just heard Richard mentioning it and say this decoupling is actually not witnessed the same way in different parts of the geography. Obviously, for industrialized economies and very well-established mature economies, there is a decoupling. There is a decoupling because technological progress is not producing gains in productivity. You have, you know, basically stagnating social gains and even stagnating growth sometimes. But when there is growth, there is no social gains because the crisis of the model is the crisis of demography that we'll probably cover. But it's not the same story in Africa. It's not the same story in parts of Asia, for sure. And I think, you know, there is this element that is missing in the debate. So for me, these 4 paradoxes are important from the vantage point where I sit. It's a debate that is still about Africa, not with Africa.
Thank you. Zhang Yuan from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences.
Yeah, I strongly, you know, support your idea that is the meeting the human needs should, you know, reshape the agenda of G20. But at the same time, we should also, you know, remember that different people has different, you know, concerns. Especially, you know, there is a gap between the advanced economies and developing the emerging economies when they think about the needs, the human needs, you know, because of, you know, there is a different level of development among different countries. So personally, I agree with you, but in particular, we need to, we cannot neglect the differences when we define the human need.
Thank you. Dennis, did you want to reply to that before I bring Rohinton into the discussion?
I think we should all be very clear that poor countries need economic development and material needs which economics furnishes will be absolutely central to developing their social prosperity as well. As we become more advanced, it's possible that the two decouple. And the fact that there is a lot of discontent in many countries, particularly the advanced ones, but some developing ones as well, shows that it is important simply to focus on human needs. Now, I agree with you that we haven't solved the financial problems, but that should not absolve us from ignoring human needs, even when these human needs cannot be accounted for by GDP alone.
Carlos Lopez?
Well, you see, we never discuss the real issues because they are a bit disruptive. Like, for instance, demography. If we were looking into the demographic tectonic shifts the way we should, we'd actually be welcoming migration. Everybody agrees with that. If you have an aging population in the most mature economies, and about 1/4 of the population is already 65 or older, and they are going to be 3/4 by 2065, it's obvious that they need either to produce babies, or some would say produce robots, but also, you know, they have to accept some migrants. And I think because this discussion is not taking place, we decontextualize the migration, let's say from Africa, because I'm talking from an African perspective. We have about 2 million Africans that migrate outside the continent per year. It's a population of about 1.2 billion. In fact, this is about 1/5 of the number of migrants that go out of China. So we actually are associating poverty with that migration, when in fact we are talking about human mobility dimensions that we refuse to discuss. So that is the real human dimension that I would like to discuss.
Thank you. I want a quick thought from Jean-Yuan using that microphone, and then we move the panel on.
Dr. Snor mentioned the GDP. We cannot, make the GDP growth as a single, objective. I totally agree with you. GDP is commonly used, a measurement when we calculate the amount of output. But there is some problem with that index. At least there are two important missing elements. One is, it is, I think it's a short to measure the improvement in quality of our products and services. Let me give you an example. Cell phone. When we compare the prices of cell phones made in different decades, we can find the prices are almost the same, but the quality of the cell phone is totally different. The smartphone, today's smartphone, it's far more beyond a simple a tool of communication among people. And another missing element is that the GDP index neglect the measurement of a deterioration of environment and the depletion of natural resources. So what is encouraging is that a group of economists and scientists working at research institutions affiliated with the United Nations University and UNESCO, they have tried to, measure, to calculate the above mentioned missing elements by creating a new index, that is inclusive wealth index. This index is composed of the three parts: produced capital, natural capital, and human capital. Of course, so far, this index is not perfect, but I don't think it will replace the GDP.
And it's something that I'm sure the others will have something to say about as well. Rohinton Madonna, you've been very patient. We haven't heard from you in this discussion at all yet. There was a general discussion about the relevance and the competency of the G20 in many of these issues. And I'm sure I saw you on YouTube only today talking about the relevance of the G20.
Right, so watch the video. Wait for my piece on Project Syndicate next week. But so two thoughts occur to me at this point, listening to this and to your point. One is that the G20, by the way, which is 19 countries, not 20. As you would recall, Nigeria was supposed to be in that 20, and at the last minute did not make it because of it. So I endorsed a point about Nigeria and Egypt. So let's say it's a G21 and it is more inclusive. The question still is that the G20 began as an economic forum. And as Jeff Sachs and others would tell us correctly, economics is a social science, and we've sometimes forgotten the social in the science. So the fact that the G20 agenda is broadening, even though it's an economics forum, is not a bad thing. The second thought then is, again, going back to those early discussions around the G20, how wide can its ambit be before it becomes everything to everyone and therefore achieves nothing? And I'd say that for some time, the G20 has been in drift. And I think there has been a very diligent process under the German presidency to corral it and make it more effective. We talked about that late last year. And so I read into the current agenda, and if it continues so much the better, I read into it this business of getting more of the social into the social science. What do I mean by that? The focus on Africa, initially unfortunately named the Marshall Plan for Africa, but since appropriately framed, is a good example of that, that you see Africa both as an opportunity, but also as a way to prevent risk later on, investing in future growth and in future development. I'd say the climate change agenda spills into economics in important ways, and even now there's resistance among some Sherpas about drift. I don't think it's drift to talk about things like climate change and innovation policy and new technology. So I think we have to get that balance right. We're on the right track, but only time will tell.
Climate change is on your agenda?
Yes, of course.
Yes, says Argentina. Thank you very much. Dirk Messner, the director of the German Development Institute. Welcome to our discussion. Your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I would like to emphasize that Richard and Beatrice, you mentioned the issue of societies under stress, and this goes beyond actually Gini indices or something like that. You talked about acceleration of modernization, you talked about acceleration of technological change. Akerlof yesterday talked about the issue of identity of people, their place in the world, social recognition of people. No? And the lessons learned, I think, from our discussion is that if we don't get these kind of things right, this translates into right-wing populism, our country first. So it's related to the global governance issue. If we don't get the equity issue right, if you don't get this societies under stress challenges right, we will not make any progress when it comes to global governance. And the second issue which I wanted to emphasize, this comes back to the United States. No, you wanted to talk about the United States, so I will talk about the United States.
Thank you for naming them.
Yeah, very briefly, because I think when we reflect about global governance, we need to think how to substitute things which the United States now might not deliver. So contributions to the United Nations, contributions to global aid, contributions to reducing emissions, contributions to the global to the Green Investment Fund. No? So we have the president of the Green Investment Fund here. So one of the challenges now is how are we going to how are we going to manage these challenges, which are going to be produced by the administration of the President Donald Trump.
Thank you. Lars Henrik Röller. What do you make of what you've heard so far? Yes, Beatrice.
One challenge?
With the microphone.
Sorry, can I add one challenge to that? Changes in financial regulation that may bring us back to the situation in 2007.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree a lot also with this focus on social issues and inclusiveness, which is what we've done. I understand the point, your four paradox about, the first one about, the G20 being, exclusive. We're actually 35. We have a compact with Africa, not for Africa, which we're going to organize on the 12th and 13th. I think, some of you are very much involved in that. So it's not perfect, and you can certainly criticize it, but we, the glass is half full. We try to be more inclusive, and we need to be even more inclusive and as exclusive as we can, and still be practical. So I think it's actually, okay, it's the biggest economies in the world. Maybe we should add one or two more, or maybe more countries. There are costs to doing that. But the fact that, and it's not also academics who meet and discuss win-win situations in their models, and I'm an academic myself. It's the politicians who have their agendas. Some of them we don't agree with. In fact, we don't necessarily agree with each other's agendas. And you may agree with some of them or not agree with some of them, and I won't, but it's essentially them knocking their heads. And, if we can sort of focus the agenda on people's needs, actually, I think we've always think about people's needs. I don't understand this discussion very well. I think it's hard choices, and it's special interest groups. In Germany, you don't get elected if you don't think about people's needs. It's very much members of parliaments have the parliamentary districts. They talk to them every weekend. So I think it's not that they're too, let me be blunt, too stupid, and need to tell them, let's focus more on people's needs. We smart academics know it better. I'm being very provocative here. I know I'm in a minority, but I used to be, 20 years in academics. Now I'm talking to these politicians. But it's hard choices. So if you put pressure on them, and maybe that's what you're doing by saying you should focus on people's needs more.
I'm not saying that. Huh?
That's what it sounds a little bit like that.
No, that's not what I said.
But I just try to be provocative because it bothers me a little bit sometimes because I used to be an academic and now I'm in the policy side. They have their agendas. They got elected on political agendas, and it's tough choices they need to take. And I think our role as Sherpas and our role as organizing these things is focusing on the topics. And I'm happy we're doing something right here, that I think moving these topics into these areas as what we're doing is, I think, important. We're not neglecting financial market regulation. We want to do Basel III, the final regulatory issue. But there are big differences in opinions on that. There are countries and there are people in every country who want to do more and want to do more or less on financial market. It's not like we haven't done it. We can't agree on anything else.
Okay, thank you. What were you saying?
Well, basically, what I said is that the real human dimensions are not at the table. They are fluffed around. Like, for instance, the way we discuss migration. That was my point. But if you want to go further, I'm not the one who is going to be against a compact or some special attention to Africa. I welcome that. But the argument is constructed around efficiency. Your argument is the efficiency argument.
I said it's also investing to avoid future problems.
Yes, but you said this is an exclusive group because otherwise, we go wild.
Right.
Too many. That's the efficiency argument. And that efficiency argument is the green room argument, is the Security Council composition argument. It's an argument that, has its merits, but it excludes Africa.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Yes. I think basically the global economic governance is at a crossroad, and that's because of a number of factors. It's rapid, exponential, disruptive technological change. It's a low growth trap. It's basically reform fatigue, regulatory uncertainty as 2016 onwards. Therefore, the G20 has a critical role to play to uphold the international rules-based system, to uphold international cooperation, to uphold multilateralism. And for emerging countries, whenever you have the presidency, it's a key opportunity because it's the only time in the world where you can set the priorities and where developed and developing countries discuss at the same level. In every other forum, we have integrated under the rules the advanced countries design. That's the case of the ex-GATT and the WTO. That's the case of all the Bretton Woods institutions. So this is a process. It's a very important political process. It's not a legal process, but it's a very important political process.
Thank you, Dennis Noor.
I think when discussing human needs, the question is, what are they? Are they summarized completely through the goods and services that we produce? And if so, then economics is sufficient. And is it goods and services plus their distribution? We often talk as if that were sufficient. And my claim is that that's not the case. In your argument, when you say, look at the demography in the Western countries, they're aging, they should welcome the migrants. That overlooks an important human need in the host countries, which is to maintain their social rootedness, to maintain their communities, which they feel have become adrift through technological change, globalization, and certainly also threatened by migration. These are things that we need to bring to the table. People feel disempowered. They feel they don't have an opportunity for social solidarity. These things cannot be measured easily through standard economic measures.
Thank you. Dirk Messner.
Yeah, I wanted to mention what we discussed during the last 2 days, which is the time dimension. I understand all these difficulties in organizing consensus in the G20, but what we discussed is that there are 3 big multipliers of inequalities and stress on societies, and those are climate change, digitalization, next wave of infrastructures, and all these kind of things are happening during the next 15 to 20 years. So I would like to stress this. So we can push things into the right direction, but we can move into completely meaningless direction and multiplying the inequality issues which we are mentioning here. So time is critical.
Thank you. Thank you. And using the microphone, please.
I'd like to see my comments on the human needs. Human needs. Human beings have different dimensions of needs. So the problem is the ordering, the priorities, which is the most important, which is requires to be met first. So priorities and the sequences matters a lot, and we have to admit we cannot meet all human needs simultaneously. So the priorities, we have to identify priorities. That is my comments on that.
Thank you, Ren.
Look, 2 thoughts on, because I take Carlos's point that there's a balance between efficiency and voice, and we can't always be slave to efficiency. My sense is, if all it were voice, we wouldn't have needed the G20 and the UN would work just fine, and we know that story. So I think there's a couple of quick fixes that the group might consider. I'd certainly say move to the G21. The other suggestion that has been made is that G20 decisions be ratified in the General Assembly. So it's not as if we can't get it right, but remember, this group came together in crisis and things had to be done. My second point on exclusiveness is I think the G20 could do itself a real favor if it set itself a goal and achieved it. That would stop a lot of the naysayers very quickly. And the fact is, even on some of the financial sector reforms, and you alluded to them, we have made progress that's, to put it politely, painful and slow. If the G20 used its efficiency to be efficient, then the voice argument would take care of itself.
Politically, does that work?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, actually, we set ourselves goals in the G20, even quantitative goals. Not in financial market regulation, I think is a slightly different one, but in labor market, in women participation, and others. So we set quantitative goals. It's always a difficult one because a lot of leaders don't want to submit themselves in this sort of soft G20 context to hard quantitative goals. We try this very hard because, sometimes we want to show that we've actually achieved something also quantitative in the G20. And then one can look at the accountability. I said that earlier. I think the accountability is also important. There are some also academic institutions, Toronto I think is one of them, which is actually looking at have they followed through with what they promised at the summits. I think that's useful. So I think that's, and I think again, I think the G20 has been, somewhat successful. I think we've had a lot of discussions on financial market, on tax reform, automatic exchange of information, BEPS. It's all not perfect, and we still haven't implemented it full. But that has a lot of backing. So it's political support to processes which run anyways, giving you political backing. A lot of the people in this room, policymakers and others. And I think from that point of view, G20 has delivered. Taking it beyond and making it sort of more, I think what you said is have the UN pass the G20 or endorse it. I think is actually pretty good with the way it's working right now. Maybe one can think about expanding the countries, but this is not my decision, but I'll take that away.
Is your concern that one of subsidiarity, that actually instead of creating a whole new international element to the G20's work, a more appropriate development is for it to devolve down some of those responsibilities to national, even local or regional?
Yeah, my job is right now to get a successful summit for Germany, but I think it's an interesting discussion: is how can you develop it in terms of global governance further? My initial reaction is, and we've had some of those discussions with the context of civil dialogue. Yeah. Should we, do this differently than the way we're doing this? And I've sort of said, not this year, because we are doing it the way we're doing it, and I think it has worked, and we try to optimize within the model we have how we do this dialogue. But my initial feeling would be the G20 is what the G20 is. And I think being too ambitious, one has to be careful that one doesn't overfreight it. My view would be, let's try to get good summits. Let's help Argentina next year to move the world in these policy areas. Because the real constraint is not, this is maybe a short run answer, is not necessarily so much the governance. That's an issue one likes to talk about, but it's actually getting agreement amongst the leaders on important policy issues. So having everybody endorse the Paris Agreement. I'm not sure this is a G20 governance issue. It's much more than that. And, I think that's where what is important.
Okay, thank you. Dirk Messner.
Yeah, two things. One, the UN G20 link. I would say that we do have two fantastic United Nations regimes, Paris Agreement, 2030 agenda. So link UN and G20 towards delivering on that. This is how endorsement should take place. My second point is that global governance has been developing further in the G20 context, and I would mention the outreach formats which have been evolving during the last years to come. I mean, in times of trouble of intergovernmentalism and multilateralism, these kind of networks between our societies as such are helpful. Not only are we producing ideas and solutions and technical advice, the interaction itself between our societies, academics, civil societies, are creating the preconditions for better global governance midterm, I would argue.
On that, I think this is important. I think, what is the value added of this?
Yeah.
It's probably a question you've discussed. I think one way is to have impact on the summit. You do. And I think we organized that well this year. I don't want to go into details. This is something you will do next year, I know as well. The second one is to discuss amongst yourselves. And that is a value in itself. And I think the third one is to have a more, public gesture and to, inform the public but this would be more sort of an outreach in terms of the general media and all these kinds of things. I think all three are useful, and probably you do all three of those things. But I think that's a good question.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
Yeah. The G20 is the most important platform, not an international organization. The platform for the global governance in today's world. And the global governance aims to address global issues or global, challenges where we are facing today. So the key word is global. The global here means, the global issues are those that are, closely linked to the welfare of the whole world, rather than some specific countries or regions. So this is my understanding of the global governance. My second point is that we need to think about the division of labor among different international organizations. G20, the G20 has its own function, but at the same time, other international organizations like United Nations, IMF, World Bank, and so on and so forth, they have their own functions. So how can we improve the division of labor among these entities? It's very important. And by the way,
Dirk Nestor, just a quick thought on that.
Yeah.
You have a microphone already. It's on.
Yeah. No, I think that is very important. I mean, what we are discussing here is that we need to make progress on two fronts. On the one front is the societies under stress front. You mentioned this very strongly. The second front is the global commons front. And those are intimately interlinked. And I think this is what we need to transport and to communicate to our societies, because this is what you have been talking about.
Yes.
Solving social challenges and equity issues with a humanities perspective. And
Thank you.
This is what
with the world perspective.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Rohinton Manduri.
Yeah, we've been talking about sort of people and social, and you correctly pointed out that there's 19 countries and national interest and strategy. And that's important. So after the weekend, I think it was Richard Haas who had a tweet along the lines of those of us who've been asking the US to help create international institutions did not have in mind it's helping to create a G6. And so the point is that within the G19, there are coalitions, and there are some countries that matter more than others.
Okay.
And I think the G2 relationship within the G20 will matter a lot. And I think as go US-China relations would go a lot of global governance.
Just a very quick point. By 2034, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world. Africa has the largest renewable energy potential in the world. Africa is likely to produce the largest migration because of the demographic developments that are going to take place. Africa is the continent with the largest potential for leapfrogging. It has to have a seat at the table. And that seat of the table is what is going to basically allow for addressing the issues that you have raised, very, very important issues like, the migration disruptions caused by, identity and other debates and so on. But it has to be discussed with the Africans at the table, not with the Africans on the side, and then we have a compact with them, with all due respect, which I welcome the opportunity and the move, but it's not enough.
Thank you very much. Just to say that there is still 10 minutes left on this discussion. That clock on the screen is the clock, I think, for your flight rather than anything else. So what I'd like to do, I know that you need to go almost immediately. Ambassador, if we could have some thoughts from you on where you think this discussion has brought us, and then we will release you to the vagaries of the airports.
Definitely, I think we all agree that the direction we have to move is inclusive growth, and inclusive growth also means including different regions like Africa, including people. And in this regard, what I think that probably what the world is needing is emphasizing more the development of an action plan. And that needs, today was said by someone from the World Bank, for that we need data, we need policy, or evidence-based policy, and we need finance. In this regard, I think, for instance, the German presidency put in climate change, a climate and energy action plan forward. Maybe we can develop something regarding there's going to be a concrete initiative regarding women entrepreneurship on the table, which is very important. It's also an action-based measure this year. Well, on the same line, I'm being completely aware that if there are changes in US policy that impacts the world economy, both either in financial, trade, investment, or climate, we will have to navigate or lead the G20 dialogue process in that situation that will impact exactly the Argentine presidency. Understanding that, we think we have to focus on concrete actions that can provide bridges, common ground, so as to keep the process moving forward, because the process has a tremendous political importance. And Africa is at the table, not only South Africa at the table. We have 2 South African regional organizations at the table. Among 3 that are invited are 2 from Africa. No, they're not South African, they are from Africa. There is, I think, 1 other invited guest from Africa. Argentina is going to continue with the compact with Africa. We will broaden the scope because there are other countries in Latin America that have faced the same challenges, the same problems. So Africa is at the table. And regarding data, one issue that I want, for me it's amazing how in the United States there is so much literature on job market polarization, and how, however, in the politicians' discourse, polarization is attributed to globalization and not to technological change. And I think what we need really, particularly at the global level, is to develop better indicators. So data, and that for that, the G20, we have all the multilateral institutions that deal with statistics. We have the OECD, the IMF, the UN. I think we need to develop new indicators, first to assess where the automation risk is. For that, we need very disaggregated data at the occupational level, at the task really level, to know what routine tasks are in each occupation, and this we need to develop a global labor survey with this kind of disaggregation. And also we need to understand whether the new opportunities are. Here, private-public sector collaboration are key, because you have Microsoft that is knocking the door saying what I can do. Well, you can provide for information from LinkedIn to know where new employment opportunities are coming from. And there, the G20 has a tremendous political importance, because we can move the multilateral organizations in order to help governments address these major challenges and build inclusive societies and open societies. It's more important open societies than open economies.
Beatrice Nafal, thank you so much for being with us today. We are very grateful to you for your contributions. I did also say that we wanted to have an input and contribution from those of you who've been enjoying and listening to this debate. So if you have an observation you want to make, a question that you want to ask, then now is the time to raise your hand. We have several hands over here. We have 2 over here as well. Let's start with the closest.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ken. I'm from South Africa. I'm here as a young global changer. I heard the topic of inclusion being mentioned by almost all of you in this panel discussion, but I want to know how the youth can get more involved. Why youth members perhaps not at this table today and taking part in this panel discussion?
I'm young. What are you talking about? Well, who would like to take this point? A greater voice for youth. Dennis Snurra, you've talked often about the intergenerational conversation that needs to take place.
Thank you.
We have a Y20 also, a Youth 20, which is also organizing themselves, and there'll be a summit, I think soon, where the Chancellor will also go to and will debate with young people. So, like the T20, I think the T20 is a little larger, but there's a Youth 20 where we discuss that with young people. So I think it's important.
Thank you very much. The next observation, please. Go ahead.
What's this box?
The box is a microphone.
It's a microphone.
Yeah. So my name is Austin, and I am a young global changer and an American. And so I've heard the reference a lot to my country's role in this process throughout the week, both in very direct messages and implied ones. And like many people in this room, I find it daunting that one political agent can upend international cooperation. So how do you think the G20 process can best correct imbalances when maybe the lead figureheads at the table might not be able to reach agreements? And do you think a more inclusive process could help kind of correct that balance?
And thank you. You'll get your opportunity to speak in 15 minutes. How do you inoculate the G20 from Trump?
No, I think the example of the G7 was very interesting now. 6 countries opting for climate change and making this visible and making the division visible. And I'm expecting something like that a debate on climate change and other issues. And at the end of the day, it will be important how many countries are coming together to implement international regimes, which we have all decided upon in 2015. So making this visible is, for me, the most important thing. This has to do with accountability also.
Thank you very much. Question from here.
I'm Andrew from IRIA, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Actually, when we met last time in December, and now there is a lot of changes. The policies are changing and the governments are changing and the G20 leaders are changing. So we should make an appeal, particularly to have some continuity. There are 3 areas that need. One is the free trade, second thing is the global connectivity, and third one is the inclusive and sustainable growth. I think you should emphasize to the G20 for the next presidency. This is my appeal.
Thank you very much. There was a hand further along who had their hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Julia Leininger from the German Development Institute. Actually, we are all here because we believe in evidence-based policies. At the same time, policies are made with the values of people. That's what we observe in the US, for instance. So my question is, how can we, as researchers, politicians, link the evidence with the values to reach out to these people?
Thank you. And if you pass it to the hand in front of you, we'll take that question as well before we go back to the panel.
Yeah, I mean, from the day one, it was very clear. There's an elephant in the room. And I think it came out very clear, whether it's G19 plus 1 or G6 plus 1. We're talking United States and President Donald Trump. I'll just push the boundaries to what our young leader had said. Let's try to be a little creative. Let's imagine President Trump says there are 3 specific issues he would unconditionally support or implement on G20. What would be those 3 things that this panel would ask his support from?
Okay, thank you very much. If someone in the panel wants to digest and answer that, and we'll get the microphone over to the side of the room as well, please. And that is why, Lars Henrik, the microphone is in a box, so we can throw it like that.
How nice.
Somebody speak.
Thank you so much. My name is Naoko Ishii. I'm the CEO of the GF, Global Environment Facility. Today I have had a lot of great things at the efficiency versus voice, or the women, or the gender, or the health, or human well-being. But one thing I haven't really had much is actually environmental sustainability, which is the foundation of the entire SDG. And I'm just wondering, for instance, Rick Summons mentioned about complacency in the human being, that our growth pattern. And I'm just wondering, this G20 is a kind of ignoring that this environmental sustainability as a very important the foundation for the future. It's just a kind of ignorance of that. By the way, I'm not a green person. I have been working for the Ministry of Finance for 30 years. I'm more like a combated economist, combated maybe the environmentalist. But I just am so curious that are we missing something very, very important thing for the future?
Okay, thank you very much. We heard a wide range of views and perspectives there. Dennis Snower, could I ask you to perhaps draw some of those together? At the heart of this is the effectiveness of bodies like the G20 and the limits of their competence and the balance that they strike in terms of whether it's social issues, economic issues, or issues around empowerment or climate change.
I think the G20 has an extremely important role because its mandate is flexible. It has lots of opportunities for face-to-face contact between leaders. It has lots of expert groups. And this combination allows it to do what it should be doing, which is to focus on major human needs. And therefore, it is not surprising that its agenda has changed. And the agenda now focuses to some degree on the things that are troubling people. Now, with regard to 3 issues that President Trump may find important, one we already know, and that is the fight against protectionism. That is something that has been agreed at the G7. Second, is the need for empowerment. Lots of his voters, lots of Americans feel that they have become disempowered, partly through globalization, partly through technological change. And the need for training and labor market integration is something that he has acknowledged and one can build on.
Thank you very much. I'm going to get one final sentence from or three contributors, from Rohinton Medora, from Zhang and also from Carlos Lopez. If I get Carlos, I'll start with you.
Well, maybe just to know one question about climate change and the fact that Africa would like to enter the discussion about climate change as part of the solution and not just as a recipient of some capacity development activities, as good as they may be. But in fact, Africa has the potential to be the leader on greening industrialization, using a very short window of opportunity when other countries have to retrofit. Africa actually is building its industrial capacity in many areas. It can do it the right way with a low carbon footprint. And I think this kind of discussions that we have to engage.
Thank you so much. Zhang Yuan, just a sentence or two, please, in summary.
A sentence, okay.
Or two.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. There is always a trade-off between diversity and focus or concentration when we think about the themes or topics of agenda or international organizations like United Nations. As far as the G20 is concerned, I think the priorities is very important. No priorities, no strategy, and no solutions.
Thank you very much. And Rohinton Medora, a concluding sentence or two from you.
With a few semicolons and commas. I'd say three things. Financial stability and financial issues are in the G20's DNA. Please get something right there. And with due respect to progress, the Panama Papers showed that something that the G20 says has been successful, tax havens, have not been. Show a successful way that we can believe in it. Climate change for obvious reasons, and my third is new technology. And I thought what Michael Chertoff said yesterday was a good thought. Could we ring fence financial sectors from internet attacks and have a Geneva-type convention around that to show that we're managing new technologies for short-term needs?
Thank you very much. I thank all of our panelists. We have some concluding thoughts now from, if you can be brief, yes, please.
If it's one sentence, let your voices be heard. I think that's a very important message. If you read one more sentence, the initial paragraph, I think it is, of the Taormina communique, there's a sentence in there, something like that. We believe in the rules-based international order. Everybody signed that, all 7. I think there's a difference between saying that and actually doing it. So I think accountability, let your voices be heard on those issues is very important. And you help us a lot when you do that. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that. Dennis Snower, Dirk Messner, your concluding thoughts to bring this panel discussion to an end.
I think we still have lots of progress to make to align economies with social prosperity. And I think our discussion here has been very useful in that regard.
Thank you so much. And Dirk Messner.
Only one thought. The old economics have been about optimization of allocation of resources. I would like to make the value point strong. I mean, Africa on the table or not on the table, common goods and who have access to common goods, people-centered development. This is all about value decisions. And therefore, the G20 process is being based on creating new global values, which we base our decisions on.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking all of our contributors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Nicely done, thank you.
And we also say thank you to Richard Sammons for his earlier contribution as well. Next is Jeffrey Sachs, the Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Thank you.
This is Global Solutions, recoupling the world. Please welcome Jeffrey Sachs, Columbia University, Director of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network.
Colleagues, and first to Dennis Snower and Dirk Messner, thank you for bringing us together. We are members of think tanks. Our job is to think, to complain, and to make our voices heard. I hope that most of us are not politicians in the room, but really here as thinkers, because we actually need the thinking right now. As I sat through the discussion, I just became more and more nervous. I think there's very little to be complacent about right now. By the way, Donald Trump doesn't agree on anything. He doesn't understand anything. He doesn't care. And he's representing a very powerful group of super elite interests that don't give a damn. That's very dangerous. And the fact is that we're living in a quite dangerous world right now. And there is no reason for complacency. And our institutions are not working. And our governments are not working, actually. Mine, first and foremost. We are in a massive political crisis, the likes of which we've not seen, perhaps since the Civil War. And I don't think I'm speaking hyperbolically. We're in a very historic place right now. And it's really worthwhile to think about that just for a moment, because the rate at which our world can spin out of control is absolutely astounding. So we're at the 100th anniversary of World War I right now, a war that 100 years ago was raging right here, took 20 million lives. This is the year of the Bolshevik Revolution, 100th anniversary. This is the year when France and England really perfidiously divided up the Middle East in the death throes of the Ottoman Empire and created 100 years of chaos by creating states that they wanted to govern so that Britain could steal the oil from Mosul, France could have its colonies, Britain could control the route to India. Okay, that's the 100th anniversary. Take it the 90th anniversary here in Berlin, just after hyperinflation, just after the beer hall putsch, an unstable country in the wake of a terrible agreement of the politicians at Versailles, a disaster. The peace to end all peace. Go ahead 10 years from that. We're in Hitler's Germany, right here. One of the greatest disasters of all of human history. Take it 10 years from that, 1947. We're within 6 days of the 70th anniversary of the Marshall Plan. A glimmer of global cooperation after the most disastrous war in human history. Take it 10 years after that. We're in the 60th anniversary of the Treaty of Rome, the start of the European community. 10 years after that, we are in the Vietnam War crisis, the beginning of a long-term collapse of American governance, the German economic miracle on the positive side. 10 years after that, we're in the throes of stagflation, 1977, the absolute already change of global dynamics that brought about. 1987, a miracle named Mikhail Gorbachev appeared on the scene, making possible a peaceful resolution of a conflict that nearly brought us to extinction on several occasions. 10 years after that, the Asian economic crisis. And I penned a little article after that saying, shouldn't we have a G16 rather than a G7 or G8? Why don't we have developing countries talk with developed countries? And published that in 1998 because I thought that it was time for there to be an expanded discussion, not just a discussion of a few rich countries. 10 years after that, we had Bear Stearns nearly dying and the death throes of the bubble that led to near financial meltdown a decade ago. And here we are today. Every 10 years has brought unbelievable change. And so the idea that it's going to look the same in a few years from what it looks like now is just a frailty of our psychology. And we're in an extremely unstable period right now. And we're facing tremendous geotectonic changes. Most importantly is the decline of the United States as a leading power. And by the way, I have to tell you, sadly, while Trump is ghastly and absolutely psychologically unstable and incapable of this job, behind him is a broken political system. It's not just him. And the Republican Party is a bought political party in the hands of the oil and gas industry, and that's what's driving the climate change right now. This is just corruption of a democratic system by big money. This isn't about public opinion. This isn't about our voices. This is about the Koch brothers, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Continental Resources, who put in that idiot, Scott Pruitt, who knows nothing, and now he's in the Environmental Protection Agency. So don't ask me to respect my government. I do not. And I don't believe that we are in a safe period. And I don't believe that we should pretend that this is safe. It's, of course, not just the United States. I just know my own country's situation. There are many prima donnas that are not representing the values or the interests of their people. And we're living in a nuclear age. And more than that, we're living in an age where more insidious, less understood, deeper, and yet potentially catastrophic forces are at work. And of course, the environmental destruction that's underway is profound. So profound, so unprecedented, we're running to catch up with the realities. We're running to understand. As my biology guru, E.O. Wilson, says, we're destroying species far faster than we will ever have met them, because we haven't even classified the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of species we're driving to extinction because we don't even know of their existence in the ecosystems yet. And this is proceeding rapidly and nearly irreversibly. And we're at the brink on both the climate and on the biodiversity. And not to mention the social and other profound challenges we face. So I confess I'm a nervous wreck because I don't believe that we're doing the most basic things we should be doing to take care of ourselves. And I don't believe our political processes work. And least of all do I believe that democracies are organized for the sake of the political longevity of the office holders. That's the least interesting thing in the world, is how well they're doing, though it's the number one interest for them. So there's a basic misalignment of interests here. And that's what we need to grapple with. Now, let me smile for a minute and say a little bit of good news. Kind of the crazy other side of this. And maybe I'll, as I like to do, quote President Kennedy, who said in his inaugural address, "The world is very different now. For man holds in his mortal hands the ability to end all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life." So our existential reality is that all of those dangers which we are so prone to engage have on their other side the most wondrous opportunities for positive change if we can just learn to think, to deal with values, and to cooperate. It's not too much to ask, even of these 20 individuals that will meet in Hamburg in a couple of months. We're not interested in their fate. They need to be interested in our fate. So we have, as President Kennedy said, the ability to end all forms of human poverty. And he said that in 1961. And here we are, 56 years later, with technologies that he couldn't even have dreamt of, with more power in any of our phones than NASA had in the entire system as we went on the moonshot, with a $127 trillion world economy, $17,000 per person on this planet, and still there are poor people dying of their poverty. That's cruelty. That is absolutely recklessness. So I believe, as think tanks, it's our particular job to think. And I was delighted that the Secretary of State of Argentina said, "We need a plan." Then she said, "We'll turn to the World Bank." And I said, "Oh my God. That's about the last place we're going to get it. Maybe we're going to get an Ivanka fund, but we're not going to get a plan." And shame on the World Bank for going in that direction, because the daughter of the President of the United States says so. Where, Jim Kim, is your health plan, your education plan, your infrastructure plan? Why do we have an Ivanka plan? Come on. We're grown-ups. Let's be serious about this. This is not the way to behave. We need to take seriously what we're doing. We haven't had a health plan from the World Bank. God, I've tried for 15 years to get some thinking. But no, by the way, there's a deep issue there. They're a bank. They're a bank. They're not a development agency. They're a bank. Okay, there's room for banks. But they're not going to be the one to make the plan. Nor is the G20 governments. There's not even a secretariat of this thing. There's no continuity. There's not an office to call. We're here today because we have two gifted people, Dennis Snower and Dirk Messner, that brought us here together. And I thank you, and I've loved these people for decades as leaders. But that's why we're here. Not because this is institutionalized, because we've been told to think through things, not because the governments are waiting for this, not at all. So I believe that we're really in a dangerous period. Again, Trump by himself makes the world dangerous, but he also represents larger U.S. forces. And by no means is this the U.S. alone. By no means. The number of terrible ideas around the world is staggering. The idea that Saudi Arabia, in a crisis of budget, in an era of decarbonization, needs most of all to buy $110 billion of arms from the United States. Are you kidding? But by the way, it won't happen. They can't afford it, and we're too disorganized. And so it's actually not even going to happen. It's just a kind of announcement. I was at the One Belt, One Road conference last week in Beijing. Now that's something for us to think hard about. President Xi Jinping gave a brilliant talk, and within the space of about 500 words, he had invoked Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta, and Leibniz. Not bad. I'm not holding my breath for the US president to match that. But he gave a panorama of Eurasian history and the links of the Silk Road and the exchanges of technology and know-how over the course of 2 millennia that was truly inspirational. But a job for us, because even China, with its magnificent capacity for this, Eurasia's awfully big. And to get right the idea of One Belt, One Road, and to make it compatible with climate, with renewable energy, with the advances of information technology, require us as think tanks to be working hard on this. So I'm thrilled to be together with you. I believe our job is to think, and think clearly, and to think honestly, and to think about the future, and to show how the goals that our governments have agreed upon in a moment of lucidity. In 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement can actually be achieved. I'm not talking about how they can win the next election and do it. Frankly, I don't care, though I don't think it's impossible. I don't care which politician wins election or not. I would advise you not to care also, because that's such an uninteresting question among the many fascinating questions we have. It's much more interesting to ask, how can we save 5.9 million children who will die this year under the age of 5 because we have not solved that problem yet adequately with finance and with the delivery of services. Or it's very interesting for us to ask the question, how can we achieve SDG 4 to ensure that every child in Africa and every child elsewhere gets at least a secondary education by the year 2030? That's a great question. That's so much more interesting than the next election. That's really to make the world safe. And how can we achieve what the scientists have told us cogently we need to achieve, and which we even promised to achieve in Paris on December 12, 2015, the decarbonization of our energy system worldwide. Do not argue about Donald Trump about climate science. He would only enjoy it. he'd look at you like you're the fool to argue with him because he doesn't give a damn about climate science. He gives a damn about Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan and David Koch and Charles Koch and the money that has bought the US political system. That's what he cares about. So he's not interested in arguing with you about climate science. But our job is not to deal with that. Our job is to show the path to decarbonization and call out these crooks. Just to be clear, it's not our job to be quiet or pleasant when we have an irreversible cliff that we're facing. And that cliff could be the West Antarctic ice sheet or large parts of the Greenland ice sheet. And damn it, I live on a small island economy called Manhattan. And I just bought an apartment. And it's going to get flooded out unless we get this right. So, colleagues, because all of us are colleagues, we're members of think tanks, we're privileged to be here. I think we had a wonderful mandate from Germany this year. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and I'm incredibly grateful for the leadership of Dennis Snower and Dirk Messner. We have the organizational capacity to look ahead, to make plans, especially I like to call them pathways, as defining how we get from where we are to where we have promised ourselves in human decency we will be. And we are going to work together on this to make the pathways. And if these politicians won't listen, we'll bring in the next ones. Honestly, because this is too important to be left to 20 people. This is for 7.5 billion people and their children and their grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Vielleicht kannst du einmal Chef.
Ladies, hört man mich? Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. The session is about to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the very unenviable job of corralling everybody for this last and final session, and I promise you we will keep you engaged for the next hour, and then you can have cocktails and dinner and move on to the rest of your day. But not before a discussion which I think is going to be really interesting and what I hope will be an aggregation of all of the discussion you've heard inside the room, outside of the room, to really talk about global solutions and building a narrative. I'm Gail Mann from the Council on Foreign Relations, and I'm really here to talk to you about what we're going to talk about for the next hour. So we're going to talk about 3 C's plus 1. So we're going to talk about community. We teach a case at Harvard Business School about an entrepreneur in Afghanistan who supported her business under the Taliban. And the thing we talked about afterward at Harvard Business School this year is how there is not enough of a discussion about what is community, who do we care about, and how the idea of community has gotten narrower and narrower and narrower over time. And as we talk about inclusive growth and as we talk about the next steps, we have to think about this question of community and what it means. Connections between academics and the private sector, connections between business leaders and public policy leaders, connections between politicians and the press, connections between people who are living lives on the ground that are not siloed, and people in this room who are talking about how to create an economy in which people feel counted and heard. Changing the narrative, that's our third C. It is very easy to talk about growth in good times. It's much harder to talk about why people should feel invested right now. And I think there is so much talent in this room. There's also so much potential outside this room that we don't talk enough about and don't think enough about. And I think that is part of why we are excited about this conversation. And the fourth C, which I will leave you with, is concrete action. Because one of the things we really want this session to be about is about a concrete discussion about what everyone in this room can do to talk about the subject of unleashing opportunity and ventilating what is possible and having conversations that actually touch upon the way people live their lives now. As I think Beatrice Navas was saying, we're at this really fascinating fork in the road on global governance. And on one side is inclusive growth and moving forward and bringing people along, both in the politics and in the economics. And on the other side is not more of the same, but worse of the same. And so with that, I will turn to an opening discussion from Colm Kelly of PricewaterhouseCoopers, who also has written one of the briefing papers. Then we will bring our esteemed panel back to the chairs here, these lovely blue chairs right here in the center, have a discussion. We'll go to you for some questions, and don't leave, because you can ask questions of all the folks up here, but we're going to ask something of you in the last 5 minutes. And I promise, having come from both finance and television, we will stick to 1 hour. Thank you so much.
This session is Global Solutions, Building a Narrative. Please welcome Colm Kelly, PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Thank you, Gail, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of the analysis, the work, the reflections that we've undertaken focused on this, we think, really pretty critical theme of realigning business, economies, and society. We actually have a very long history of social progress underpinned by economic growth. We've heard that repeatedly over the last couple of days. This has been underpinned for many decades by three key drivers: increasing economic interdependence, which has been increasingly global in nature, an increasing emphasis on the financial performance, macro and micro, as the key measure of success, and an increasing role for technology, again, a recurring theme throughout the last couple of days. And yet, we find ourselves in a period of acute challenge, acute concern, acute anxiety, and indeed anger. So something significant and fundamental has happened to change this. We have a toxic mix of dissatisfaction, inequality, mistrust, and of course, toxic politics, as we just heard, as a consequence. And the politics essentially involves a rejection of the current system, political, economic, and institutional. So as I say, something fundamental has changed. And it's recent enough, arguably, recent in the grand scheme of things. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama suggested that we had reached the end of history. What's happened that we now find ourselves with this level of anger and anxiety and frustration? Well, actually, 1989 was probably quite a pivotal year for a different reason, because it's arguably the point at which a major evolution in the nature and the impact of the three drivers that I mentioned earlier, globalization, technology, and financialization, began to evolve, and particularly the evolution in their effect on each other and the compound effect they have on our economic system and therefore on our societies. These three drivers have fundamentally changed in that period, and they have changed each other in the period since the early 1990s. The internet revolution transformed global business and global operating models, which were in turn operating in a transformed, truly global world, underpinned by a transformed and truly global financial system. And this is a process, as we know, and as we heard in the digitalization session yesterday in particular, a process which continues unabated. But the scale of this change in that period must be reflected in the analysis. These drivers and their influence have completely changed the world we live in and we work in today. And we have a real misalignment between economic growth and social progress. So we really have reached a fork in the road. But the political reaction to this fork in the road, to this dynamic, is really troubling, because it typically involves a rejection of a global interdependent reality, a rejection of technological development, which will continue to evolve regardless, and a rejection of a mistrusted financial and therefore economic system. Manuel Muniz and his colleagues from Harvard and the LSE point out in their brief that this is a political convulsion. But there's real concern that the outcomes will be even worse, especially for the most vulnerable and disaffected. But we should be clear, the current system is not working as designed nor intended, and it needs to change. Richard Salmons and colleagues at the WEF point out that while this new sense of urgency is something to build on, there really is little time to waste. A reflection on the environment, a point that was raised in one of the questions earlier. The disconnect that I've just described is deeply troubling for a range of social reasons that are well documented and the resulting implications for the political agenda. But it has been deeply troubling for environmental considerations for some considerable time beyond that. And so as the necessarily realignment that I've talked about begins to evolve, the environment must be an inherent element of that realignment. And in fact, the urgency that I've described may create a greater opportunity to do so. But how to do this? Well, realigning a decades-old economic, financial, institutional and social framework has profound implications. It has profound implications for us in business. What purpose does business actually serve? From whence do we obtain our license to operate in a societal context, and how do we sustain it? Equally, for economies as a whole, what purpose is an economy supposed to serve, and how to ensure that that gets delivered? For policymakers, think tanks, academics, how to reinvent the framework to ensure that this happens, and for governments, how to create the condition to allow this. How do we together reimagine the role of the economic engine to once again focus on matching human needs and opportunities? There is an inherent duality in thinking about the way forward. Global interdependence is real, but it must be leveraged to deliver to local communities. Financial performance is a necessary and human element of a market economy, but it cannot be the only measure of success. Technology will continue to progress, but it must work in tandem, as we heard yesterday, with humans and for human ends. I really liked the comment from the Swedish minister yesterday, don't protect jobs, protect workers. It is possible to draw some observations about a way forward from the analysis that I've shared. First, economic growth as currently measured is not always benign. That is a fundamental challenge to the assumption which has underpinned economic policy for many decades, and it arises from the change that I've described since the early 90s. Related, average or overall success or progress is not good enough. In a divergent system, too many people get left behind. Amrita Narlikar and the German Institute of Global and Area Studies in their policy brief highlight that the economic data is unambiguous. Globalization has generated growth and prosperities for all countries at an aggregate level, but the picture within countries and indeed between countries is far more mixed, as we know. It is necessary to have explicit target outcomes beyond the financial, beyond GDP at a macro or country level, and beyond shareholder value at business level. These outcomes must be targeted at individual communities and countries, albeit in an interdependent world. Not all countries start from the same position or have the same needs. And as I heard a panelist say in the session this afternoon, these needs must be prioritized and sequenced. Reporting and transparency at macro level and at business level should reflect these target outcomes, again beyond GDP and beyond shareholder value. I think there is a major opportunity to link this to the SDGs, to define, measure, and report on targets, with each country leveraging a common methodology for local progress in an interdependent world. A comment on technology. Technology is indifferent to its impact on people. It is neither inherently good nor inherently bad, notwithstanding arguments we hear made on both sides of that equation. But that does mean that there must be an intentional harnessing of technology to meet human needs, including needs previously incapable of being addressed. As we heard in the digitalization session yesterday afternoon, there is a need for a huge focus on work and the role of technology, orienting this to human needs and opportunities with a related emphasis on the skills and education necessary to support this. A number of the digitalization policy briefs encouraged us to acknowledge and embrace the uncertainty inherent in this future world, and in doing so to plan for the funneling of new jobs and to plan for skills rather than roles. And finally, there is a need for us collectively to catalyse a major emphasis on jobs and businesses, again at local level, responding to local needs and opportunities, but leveraging global technologies and platforms to do so. As these observations imply, this is neither a small nor a simple endeavour. It requires substantive collaboration between a range of stakeholders who traditionally, frankly, operate in silos, including businesses, but also governments, policymakers, and communities of think tanks and academics. It requires a global effort driven by local engagement, again, between this range of stakeholders. But it also requires a sense of hope and optimism and perhaps ambition, which is sometimes lacking in the discourse, to get the economic engine matching human needs and opportunities back on track, to reimagine and redefine how to do this, to have the ambition and the intent to choose the correct fork in the road. A healthy economy needs a healthy society, just as a healthy society needs a healthy economy. We need together to accelerate the journey of change to bring this commonality of purpose to life. Thank you.
The members of the panel are Nobel Laureate George Akerlof, Georgetown University, Pankaj Jemawat, New York Stern University, Colm Kelly, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Arun Maira, former Planning Commission of India, Dirk Messner, German Development Institute, Dennis Snower, Kiel Institute. This panel is moderated by journalist Gail Lemon.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. We are leaving an empty chair, not because we have bad math, but because we are waiting for Professor Jemawat, who we are told is held up with some weather issues, and we're hoping may still make a last-moment appearance. So his chair is here if he arrives. We are at a fascinating moment, and I'm going to kick this off, I think, actually, with George, with Professor Akerlof, to talk about, you've written that what people really need is a place in this world. And I think, if anything, we're going to be talking about displacement, dislocation, people feeling alienated from the conversation and from what's happening in their economy. And I wonder, when you say economics as a whole leaves out the role stories play,
yes,
in its analysis, where do you see the story mattering, and how does the actual action and policy action influence the story, and vice versa?
Okay, so I think the story matters at almost every level, at almost every decision that people make. You were talking about people feeling displaced. Let me just say that I feel one of the most important things in life is for people to feel that they have a place. They have a place in life, an identity. Now, I can talk about the United States probably better than other countries, but there seems to be a crisis statistic in the United States. So if you go back to 1956, 2% of 25 to 54-year-old males were out of the labor force. That number now is 11%. That's a big number. That's in addition to the fraction who are unemployed. It means 11% of these men are simply, and what are they doing? We know what they're doing. There are time use surveys. They are watching TV 335 minutes a day. They may additionally, the numbers are unclear whether it covers this, they may be additionally at home in their basements playing video games. 80% of these men are unmarried. So the problem is that they have not, in some sense, gone through the rites of passage into adulthood. They are fatherless, unmarried, and do not have a job. This seems to be a crisis. Now, the US is probably not alone in this. One sees shocking statistics from Southern European countries of the very large fraction of men who are unemployed, very large fraction. And I think that indicates that in the modern world, what we're finding is people are finding harder and harder and harder to find an identity. And I don't believe that this just goes for the people who are not in the labor force. I think that's an indicator of something that's society-wide.
Well, and that brings actually to something that Arun has written, that, you've talked about the need to change the narrative. And you've said that unlearning the narrative is not easy because vested interests in the established order will resist changes that diminish their importance. So as the people that Professor Akerlof was talking about feel increasingly less important, there's also this question of how important and how relevant people who are talking about them or not talking about them are. And so I wonder how you address that duality, and how do you think you unlearn a narrative?
Thank you, Gail. Let me tell a story.
Yes.
I've learned from you, Professor Akerlof, it's best to give the idea in a story. And the story is about the demonetization Big Bang in India in November last year. It was a shock. It disrupted the lives of everybody, but mostly about the poorer people, the middle class and the poorer people in the country, who didn't have cash to buy food the next morning, to pay for the little things that they buy every day. And this narrative was seen through different stories that were in the heads of people who were looking at this demonetization playing out. The economists and the business people and people like us, we in the papers and in the media said, this is a disaster. People have been so badly hurt, and there were small enterprises and people who earn very little and have payments in cash. They are going to rise up in arms. However, nothing like that happened. Mr. Modi reframed the narrative. It was about inequity, unfairness, about these rich guys who were just looking after themselves. And it turned out to be a victory for him. He had a different narrative. He reframed it as a narrative about inequality, unfairness. Not just that, it was about, yes, anti-establishment.
Yeah.
And Mr. Modi came to Delhi saying that the Delhi establishment, both the Congress party as well as the government establishment, he knows nothing about it, and he's going to shake it up. Well, Donald Trump thinks he'll do the same in Washington, but Mr. Modi is quite effective, I must say. Anti-establishment. The second, as I mentioned in the story about demonetization, anti-elite.
Yeah.
And the third, and this I must read out, he said it's about anti-experts. He said the experts don't know how to make your lives better. So the words he used were about Harvard, and you mentioned something.
Yes, he says that he doesn't surround himself with Harvard
Hard
economists.
work is more powerful than Harvard, is what he said. And he was criticizing Nobel Laureates in economics from Harvard who had said that this was a very bad economic move that he had made, and so on. And then, of course, in the Brexit, which shocked a lot of people, you had, before that, Michael Grove saying people in the country have had enough of experts. So anti-establishment, anti-elite, and anti-experts. So I come here to us as experts, and we have theories in our head, stories in our heads about how the world is and what the world should be. The numbers that you gave, Colin, there were two I pick up, globalization and innovation. And these are the two forces that are disrupting the world, globalization, innovation. 89% of people are either very concerned or fearful of globalization. Only 10% believe it's benign. Innovation, 73% are concerned and fearful. We have a narrative, if I might say, experts, that it works out all well in the end. So in globalization, it's about the free trade narrative that comparative advantage will enable the whole pie to be increased, the efficiency in the pie. People must stop doing what they don't do very well and let others who can do it even better do it. The shuffling of incomes is 6 or 7 times the increase of the total income by $1. So it's the narrative of how we get to that place, that final vision that the economists offer us about a very efficient world. In the technology, it's even worse perhaps. We're keeping on being assured it always works out well in the end. But during the process, what's going to happen to me? And so it's my ability to be able to see the story of my life in the next few years while we're getting to this lovely dream that the experts are telling us will be perfectly all right for all of us. It's not easy for us experts to change the theories in our minds. We are vested in them. We get our stature because we are known for them. And we are going through, I think, a paradigm shift. And we've been talking about that too. And during paradigm shifts, the establishment, the people who rule the ideas, they're going to lose something. It's their vested interest, their stature that is under attack.
Well, I'm fascinated by this conversation for a number of reasons, in part because I grew up in a union household and then went to Harvard Business School where people would actually talk about unions and be as if they were really the source of the problem. And I said, well, you know, I had health care as a kid. I could go to the doctor and my mother didn't worry about whether I got glasses or braces because it was all 100% covered. And so I think in some ways what we're seeing now is the conversation that's been going on ground level, reaching the level of this room. And that makes me very hopeful, actually, because if you want to say what can talent in this room do, it's think about solutions. It's thinking about ways of narratives to bring people in who haven't been included previously. And I want to go to Dennis briefly because you had written that too many people feel left behind by a system they see as unfairly stacked against them. And you talk about wealth, empowerment, and solidarity as in some ways an antidote to the moment that we're in. And the argument you make, which I would like you to make to this room, is that this is not a nice to have, but that anybody who cares about global coordination's legitimacy has to care about these 3 things because you can't get people to buy into global coordination and to global problem solving if they don't feel that their basic needs are being met.
So I think that's absolutely right. We live in an interconnected world and our problems are interconnected as well, climate change, financial crises, and so forth. And therefore, it is important for us, the G20, to coordinate its actions with the purpose of meeting human needs. And I don't think anyone can argue with that, say we'd like to do something other than human needs. And then, if we are agreed on that, we need to decide what these needs are. Obviously, different countries have different cultures and different needs. But there is something fundamental. And that is, if you're poor, then you need a better material living standard, more wealth. As you become wealthier, other things become important that were important before as well. And one is empowerment. That is the ability to achieve something, the ability to learn, the ability to grow as a person. And the third is social solidarity, which is to have 2 things. One is the ability to be affiliated to a group that is meaningful, and the other is the ability to have care for others, to promote the happiness of others and relieve their suffering. That is extremely important to people. And we have become divorced from the latter two, from empowerment and solidarity, and we have gone on the wealth wagon. And I
They've
think
almost become seen as soft to talk about, right?
it's soft to talk about, and I guess one thing that we ought to ask ourselves, how was it that we equated human well-being with wealth? And there's a simple answer to that in the West, which is that this idea came about in the post-war period. After the war, there was a lot in the West, a lot of solidarity because we'd fought a war together. And we were building up a country, so there was a deep sense of empowerment. And what was lacking was better material living standards and peace. And that's what we built up. And that was one defining moment. And the second defining moment was the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of communism. And there, many of the ex-communist countries bought into this liberal worldview, which says we need a better living standard, perfectly understandable, and that is obtainable through free trade, multilateral agreements, governments providing basic health, social security, and education.
To think about what the narrative should be going forward.
Yeah. Now, my first point would be that climate change is a multi-party
involved. Second, the private sector has some incentives to try and figure out the solutions, because certainly if you look at things like the Pew Research Survey, business executives, they look at various occupations in terms of their assessed contribution to social welfare. I don't know, by the way, if this has already come up, in which case just stop.
No, but you were perfectly dovetailing with what was in Colin's presentation about the Edelman report.
Okay, so it's a US sample, so actually the military usually ranks first or second in terms of contributions to social welfare as assessed by US respondents. But business executives rank number 10, below journalists even, which is something that horrifies business executives a great deal, and ahead only of lawyers. So between that, the kinds of findings highlighted by the recent Edelman report, there clearly is a crisis of credibility. Yeah. And third, business leaders are wrestling with these issues because there is an awful lot of internal polarization, not just at the level of the electorate, some of which has direct business implications. For instance, Uber has not been helped by many things, but it's not been helped by Travis Kalanick joining Trump's business advisor forum. That prompted a backlash. But within business organizations, at least in the US, there is an enormous amount of polarization right now in terms of how to think about the way forward, given the very disparate tendencies we're seeing. So the strategy of simply lying low and hoping that this passes and that some tax cuts accrue in the meantime probably is not sufficient to dealing with the situation that businesses face, even if they're primarily focused on shareholder welfare as opposed to social welfare.
Right, and then as we see this table challenge that whole idea of simply being focused on shareholder welfare, right, and shareholder value, which is, I think, an idea which many are taking issue with at this moment. And Varun, before you go, I want to quote you to you, which is that you write that no community can change the world alone. Yes. It requires the support of others. Businesses need government support, governments need businesses support, and the people support. And without the adoption of its ideas by other communities, the scientific and academic community will remain a producer of papers for itself and solutions on paper.
Yes, thank you.
So how do you get beyond that?
Yes, yes. Let me start with the stories, and
Please.
that's going to explain this here.
You've taken this panel to heart.
Yes, it's about stories, it's about narratives. We've agreed that to communicate to the people, whoever they are, it's far better that you communicate to them in stories and find the right metaphor for the right idea. So it's about me communicating an idea that I have and making myself effectively heard. Okay? I'm not creating the story with them. I'm telling a story to them, and hopefully they'll buy the story. So we are now talking about a situation in which it's a very complex story. We've got the environment, we've got society, we've got institutions and trust in them, and economics and growth. And the story has to be like a good story always is. All the characters in the story must relate to each other. And a person reading the story says, this is credible. If this person did this, then likely that would be the reaction, and so. So it's a composite story. It's a story that's going to have to be created with many perspectives, creating the story together. Economists alone cannot write the story. Business alone cannot write the story. It's a story about human progress. And so, in the crafting of the story, we've got to listen to others who have a different perspective on what's going on and what they feel is going on as a story and what they think the story should be. And I'm not out here at that moment to convince them that I have a better story. We together are going to create a story. So the process of thinking is not think tank, thinks and then gives a paper. It's a thinking together of the community and stakeholders. By the way, I've spent most of my life with business and lately only came to policy and to government. And this used to worry me, that being a responsible business and wanting to be the leader of a responsible business, we would get criticized by NGOs and others. And I once challenged the NGOs that were being critical of us, said, how many of you have got investments in mutual funds? This is in India even. Everybody had something. I said, what do you want your mutual fund to do? Oh, I'll increase my money. So what do you think I do? I help the money to grow. So we've got a contract amongst ourselves. You asked business to play a certain role. Yeah. I can't unilaterally decide that I'm not going to make shareholder value and profit. We have to determine what all of us are going to do together. So which is my point, that this conversation about what the story should be and what the different characters, including business and governments, should be doing in that story, we'll have to craft it together.
Right, so you're not talking just about inclusive economic growth, you're also talking about crowdsourcing the ideas that go into really where the economy is going to go. I promised we would come to Dirk and then to Dennis.
Yeah, I wanted to add one dimension to our discussion. We are having here a dialogue about equity and how to solve equity issues. And to get equity issues right, probably we need to get global cooperation right. This is why we are discussing global governance and G20. And I only wanted to add to our discussion that I visited the Munich Security Conference some months ago. So this is the geopolitical dimension of global governance, of what we are talking about. And there we are also at a crossroad. It is about different narratives of completely different concepts about the future of the world order. And so I observed the Munich Security Conference, and this is the Western community coming together. And I saw 3 completely different world order concepts which are of importance for our discussion here. The first one was at the Munich Security Conference, let's undermine multilateralism. No? My country first, my country matters. Undermining multilateralism. This is school number 1. No? School number 2 was everything translated into security issues and into military forces and into making the West strong again, making us strong again. Minister Kelly, Minister Mattis, the Vice President of the United States. No, this was the second school. And then there was this broad third school, which was good to see. Angela Merkel, Mogherini, Democrats from the United States, many other people arguing that these 2 schools are completely wrong from 2 perspectives. The first one is that global stability and global security goes far beyond military perspective. It is basically about development issues. So development, climate, social equity, we need to broaden perspectives. And the third element was that it needs to go Western perspectives, obviously, because we do have new powers on the world. So going back to dominance of Western societies and nations, this is 20th century, actually. No? So I believe in this third school. And I think that we need to link these geopolitical dimensions to our equity discussion.
Well, and it's fascinating because I want to throw one idea out there, which is that there, especially in the US, a lot of times to be heard, you will have people frame conversations in national security terms, because that is, in one way, to make people's ears prick up. And by the way, we've done the same thing with girls' education, which often is seen as this peripheral issue that people occasionally bring to the big kids table for an hour and then it leaves again. But it's actually about stability and security and looking at its connectedness to GDP and connectedness to who participates in their economy. But when you frame it in security terms, more people pay attention. And so, I think that this is something that goes to the broader conversation of what do we listen to and how. And I'd like to go to Den.
I think this is a really important point. What we listen to tends to be things that address our needs. And if we have an old story, like the liberal worldview story that grew out of World War II and the collapse of communism, then you've got motivations that drive you in a certain direction that presuppose certain important things. Say the individual is the only unit of decision making. Therefore, freedom of choice for the individual is the most important freedom there is. If the individuals make decisions, they will make themselves as well off as they possibly can be. Free markets are the instrument whereby individuals can achieve efficiency in reaching their goals. And now this has given rise to motivations within society. Consumers, what are consumers meant to do? Consumers are meant to maximize their utility subject to their budget constraints, as you summarized. Firms are here to maximize their profits. And governments are here to set the rules of the game just to make sure that free markets work and certain basic public goods are provided. That is the result, the motivations that result from this worldview. And now we see a lot of needs have not been met. And instinctively, many consumers feel, no, my job is not just to maximize my utility. I have social purposes that must be pursued, environmental purposes. And businesses have risen to the challenge as well, and they feel the need to show that they're environmentally responsible and socially responsible. But there's a problem. And the problem is that the statistics that we have generated have been generated by the old world view. So GDP did not come as like manna from heaven. We put a lot of effort into collecting these statistics, and these statistics were particularly useful when economic prosperity drove social prosperity, and shareholder value much the same. And now, if we want to change our worldview to make it important to address the human needs that have gone unaddressed, we have a job to do, which is to create the measures that will enable us to see the unmet needs that are out there and enable business to report on things that are relevant to human needs, to enable consumers to respond to things other than their utility. And one simple example before I stop is fair trade. Why are lots of consumers willing to pay more when they see that something is produced by fair trade? Because they're responding to something other than maximizing their own utility. The willingness is there, but our measures aren't there. If all we can throw at them is a fair trade symbol, we still have a long way to go.
Right, because you can't count what you don't see, and people can't invest in things that are invisible, right? I mean, and I think that is one issue we've been. Colin, did you want to get in on the business front?
Yeah, look, I think that's really of fundamental importance. And at one level, it's a huge challenge because it requires us to be able to forget the old system and reinvent a new one. But it's also the basis for hope, because the construct which is the old system, which is a concern, is a human construct. It was specifically designed, defined, implemented, and evolved as a consequence of human decisions and behaviors. And so the challenge and the opportunity by definition, therefore, is to do what Dennis has described. It is to be human in redefining this construct and all of its component parts to reorient that system in a way which reflects what we wanted to do for this next iteration.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go back to something Dirk raised and connect it to something that Dennis talked about. So Dirk was talking about the extent to which people have, or some subset of people have, a my country first attitude. And I think we really need to reckon with the strength of this feeling if we're going to find practical ways forward. So one of the more horrifying studies I saw recently was one that presented US respondents with two hypothetical trade policies, one of which was supposed to gain the US one job and cost 1,000 jobs to the rest of the world, and the other of which was supposed to cost the US one job and give the rest of the world 1,000 jobs. And there was a strong preference on the part of the US respondents for the one job for the US and minus 1,000 for the rest of the world. And you can find many other demonstrations of home bias. And so while there are a whole group of constituencies that need to be mobilized, I think that unless we sort of start thinking about what do these people listen to, Dennis's point, and how do we change what they listen to, it's unlikely that the fundamental drivers of political decision-making in democracies, the electorate, are going to move with us no matter how good the studies are that we conduct. So 3 thoughts about how to do this. First of all, in the Mutz and Kim trade policy study, clearly more educated people, preferences got reversed. Education seems to help, although it's a long-term solution. Second, we know from other kinds of experiments that have been done, for instance, the willingness of Germans to participate in the bailout of Greece, that people who take an issue in national, international affairs are more likely to, were more likely at that critical point a couple of summers ago to agree to a bailout for Greece than people who take an interest primarily in local issues. And then the third thing is, I think that, we have not just a very home-biased parochial view, but a lot of damage is done by inflated characterizations of globalization, or what Claire Booth Luce once called globaloney. So I spend a lot of my time measuring levels of globalization precisely as an antidote to this kind of effect, and every 2 years we release this DHL Global Connectedness Index. When I survey managers even, their intuitions about levels of globalization are several times as high in many dimensions as actual levels. Think of the difference this could make. So studies, I think by the German Marshall Fund, suggest that Germans overestimate the percentage of first-generation immigrants in Germany by a factor of 2, and the percentage of Muslims by a factor of 3. The German data are actually better than data for a number of other large European countries and the US, where the overestimation ranges to a factor of 3 or 4. And think of the amount of damage that does to the debate about immigration, particularly when we also have work in the US and UK suggesting that when you tell people what the correct numbers actually are, the percentage that says there are too many immigrants drops substantially by 30, 40%. So stories are important. In general, more exposure to information about the world is important. Education is important. I also think that there's some very basic facts that even in an age where some people prefer to run with alternative facts can be very helpful at reminding us that globalization is not something that is a gigantic tsunami that's going to wreck everything we live. It's actually something quite limited, something we can't take for granted, and something that, given that it's quite limited, still offers potential for upside in a way that there wouldn't be if it were much farther advanced.
So I think that if I square what you say with what George says, is that you're talking about facts mattering, right? And obviously they do. But and at the same time, there is this need to understand why people have the feelings they have, and to supplement the feelings they have with facts, and to look at the displacement that they're experiencing on the ground. I think there is so much otherization that goes on all sides about why people feel the way they do, that actually getting to a ventilated conversation is half of it. I'm very conscious of time. I'm going to go to Derek and then to Dennis, then I'm going to go to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about something like a new social contract which needed to emerge. And the bad news is that this larger shifts in history, in human history, has been happened after large conflicts or disasters. I'm a German, I'm a European, so the European Union cooperation between states emerged after 2 world wars in Europe. No? And the Human Rights Declaration evolved after 2 disasters in the first half of the 20th century. So the question now is, how can we get these transformations done based on preventive action? No? So not driven by how can we substitute conflict and crisis as a driver of transformation, because this is the historical business as usual case, and substituted by preventive action. And I think you mentioned some of these issues and some of the drivers for preventive action. Education is obviously some. I think that concrete solutions demonstrating that things work differently so that you can forget your old concepts, this is very important. The energy transitions around the world, demonstrating that this is possible, this is powerful. No? And very often public policy for this is very important.
I think the two of you have made two really important points. Both of you, both points. The first is stories are not just things that you make up. There are true stories, there are false stories, and there are good stories, and there are bad stories. And think tanks' job is to find stories that are based on evidence. And that is a terribly important service to society. Bad stories are stories that motivate conflict, and good stories are stories that motivate cooperation with people who are very different from ourselves. And that comes then to the second point, which is your point that it's better to have one extra American job even at the cost of 1,000 jobs abroad. If you ask people, is everyone created equal? Are all human beings of equal worth? Then they'll say, obviously. But if you look at something like this, it's clear that their beliefs do not mirror this. And therefore, our job is to ask ourselves, what will enable people to extend their circle of moral responsibility and care to include those who are far beyond their social group? And there, I think, George has the answer, which is, if you are secure in your identity, which is local, if you are secure in who you are and who you belong to, you are in a much better position to reach out to people who are very different from yourselves. And so, building on identities, making sure that one of the responsibilities of business is to nourish identities will be important, particularly if that's combined with reaching out to the community that constitutes humanity, which is the community that we must reach out to if we want to deal with things like climate change.
Well, and the whole point of stories is to prove that a community of one is not a community. Right? And to really move beyond the individual as the thing that we care about. And I do think that this is the challenge that everybody has here before us, but particularly those at the table and in this room. And with that, I would like to go to Professor Anheier, who is going to talk to us for a moment about civil society. And then we were going to finish with actually some homework for everyone that Dennis is going to give us. Okay, they will. I think they're actually going to be one catapulting in the air.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I'm Helmut Anheier, the president of the Hertie School of Governance. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate the panel on a really engaging conversation about how to realign government, society, and the economy. And I was struck, however, by an absence of a particular topic in your debate, and that is civil society. How can you reconnect the three without thinking about civil society? And I had the fortune of penning a policy brief on that topic. And it would be, I think, very, very important for the G20 moving forward to think about how the G20 member countries can more adequately link or engage civil society. However, once you say that, it is not entirely sure how they would do this, right? Because many of the countries in the G20 are moving the other way. They're trying to control civil society. There is a shrinking of space for organizing transnationally. So we have a curious moment. If we want to re-engage, or as Dennis Snower said yesterday, if we want to recouple the economy and society, government and society, how can we do that without having a proper regard for the capacity of civil society? And I have no romantic vision of civil society. I think for me, civil society is about conflict. It's about tensions in very heterogeneous societies and how we allow people to organize for themselves. How can we manage that? And I think I would be very interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Give 1 minute to this, and then I will close with Dennis really throwing down the challenge to the room.
I feel that the courts are very important for civil society and how they rule and what one's civil liberties on the one hand, and also the limits to how much political participation single individuals can play, whether it's one man, one vote, or one person, one vote, or whether people can donate huge amounts of money and then have lots of influence.
Yeah, I'd just like to endorse the comment, because in today's globally connected, interdependent, technology-underpinned world, not only there's an enormous risk if that engagement doesn't take place, because of course the vacuum gets filled with nonsense, right? We've heard that, which means that the engagement with civil society needs to be intentional, it needs to leverage the tools that exist today, and it needs to support the stories and the narratives which are human and individual in nature. I fully agree.
Yep. Governments exist for people. Democratic governments exist for people. Even autocratic governments want to be supported by the people, loved by their people. Business is saying, oh yes, we are all about producing goodness for people. People is ultimately what these other institutions are there for. Now, how do you listen to people? There are millions of them. So when I was in the government and the Planning Commission, I said, we have to listen to the people. But how do you listen to the people? So you rely on civil society organizations. In my country, there are 4 million of them. So we asked them to gather together and say, well, in 3 months, we want to hear what is on the minds of people, what are the stories in the minds of people, and what is the national story that they would like us to craft. Quite interesting. So they selected amongst themselves some 900 organizations that would represent the others. And we said to them, go back to the people and listen to them about these 10 questions that we as planners have got to find answers to, and come back to us. And when you come back to us, your groups, women, organizations representing women, organizations representing children, organizations representing the cause of water, representing the cause of the outcasts in our country. There's 7, 8 of you representing women, or not 30 of you. Please decide amongst yourselves what the answer to this question is. You know what they said? No, we are going to give you separately, all 30 of us, the answers to the questions. You figure it out. I said, it's very difficult for us. They said, you don't understand civil society. We are very proud of our identity, our opinion, and even though I represent women and she does too, we don't get on with each other at all. So listening to each other also about a cause that you care about is very important. So there is a need, we felt, not just of listening to other stakeholders, but certainly in civil society particularly, because the characteristic that you said, it must always be passionate, advocating, and able to listen, I think, to each other, and then being able to represent something on behalf of the people, which then makes, if I can use the word, sense to the other communities also.
Yeah. I am very conscious of time. We are the last in the day. We have one question here that we will take, and then Dennis will close, please.
So if, here's the microphone. Yeah. If what we heard a lot on this panel is that global solutions can be found on local levels. So I would like to ask you the question, what do you think about Benjamin Barber's idea, who just recently passed away, unfortunately, of a global parliament of mayors? A global parliament where mayors, local mayors, would meet, gather, and develop solutions. Because he believed that the United Nations and also G20 is not the only solution. We need to really go down to the local level and on the regional level. So what do you think about this brilliant idea of Benjamin Barber's idea to create, which is happening, but it needs also to be addressed to G20, I think. Do you know this idea, and how would you deal
I'm going to toss this to Dirk, and then Dennis will close us out with some hope and some optimism and some action.
Yeah. No, only one sentence. I think you are very right. Barber is very right. Global urban population will double from 3.5 billion to 7 billion. In the climate process, where I'm very engaged, mayors play a major role. They are as important as nation states, actually. They can change the paradigm. Yeah.
A harbinger of hope.
Listening to Jeff Sachs, I was filled with a sense of his vision, but also of a sense of deep anger and despair. And it would be a terrible pity if that is the main thing that we take away with us tonight. And I believe lots of people have come to me in the last 2 days, and we've had a meeting of the T20 where one theme keeps coming up, which is, why is it that we generate so much activity for this one conference, and then we all go home and devote ourselves to something else, and then start all over again next year? Can't we devote ourselves to something that is ongoing? And this panel has convinced me that part of the answer to that question must be that we can do so if we can agree on a common narrative. And I believe the narrative that has come out of this conference is very clear. That is that in many respects, our economic progress has become decoupled from social human progress. Environmental degradation, polar ice caps melting, social discontent everywhere. And therefore, we need to do a very fundamental rethink. And that would be sort of my point one. I've got 5 points that are takeaways from here. Point one is we need to recreate the intellectual framework that we have for thinking about the purposes of economy, the purpose of business, the purpose of policy making, and the purpose of civil society. And make economy and politics serve human needs. That's basically point one. And point two is that this can be done within the overarching framework of the Sustainable Development Goals. They are broad enough to encompass all of this. And we have made progress in this summit because we have reached agreement between the T20 and the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network to together investigate the feasibility of long-term transformations that would be required for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is to be called the Long-Term Transformation Pathways Initiative, the transformation pathways that Jeff talked about. And the participating research institutions of the T20 and SDSN network would collaborate in undertaking the process of finding roadmaps for delivering, for roadmaps for finance ministries, for environmental ministries, for economic ministries, and so on. Big job. But these hundreds of institutes have agreed to combine efforts to do something. And so the overarching framework that the SDGs provide are coming a little closer to policy realization. So that's point two, and that's useful if we want to rethink how economies and polities can serve human needs. Point three is clear, and it's an implication of what's just gone before, which is we need to create measures of impact on the relevant SDGs, impact not only on inequality and employment, but impact on health, impact on personal empowerment, opportunities for social engagement, in addition to impact on climate, biodiversity, resource depletion. A wide variety of impact measures which are already implicit in the Sustainable Development Goals. So 3 is simply measures of impact. And 4, so we need to design methods of business reporting with regard to these measures of impact and policy reporting on these measures. If policymakers knew what they would need to, what boxes to tick when they report, and businesses knew, we would be much further along in the game. And fifth is we need to make these reports consistent across countries for business and policy making, recognizing that different countries have different human needs and therefore different priorities for the SDGs. So, reasonably straightforward 5-point plan, a rethink of economy, business, polity, civil society, centered on human needs, using the SDGs as a framework for thinking about that is point 2. Create measures of impact relevant to the SDGs. Design reporting measures for business and policy making and make this consistent across the G20 and beyond. Now, that is an ambitious task. And it is the sort of task, I think, that think tanks could engage with us in an ongoing process. And so my question to everyone in the audience would be, did I gauge your opinion right? And would you like to engage with us in an ongoing conversation at a global level and at a micro level on bringing this 5-point plan towards fruition? And if so, we would make an effort to link think tanks with policymakers, with business leaders, and with civil society. And we have a big head start, which is that we already have a strong community of think tanks that is cooperating in various flexible geometries already. And we have an offer from PricewaterhouseCoopers to support this process in connecting us with business. That will not limit us in any way in our contacts with other business organizations. It's meant to be an opportunity, and it's not an obligation. And we also have superb relations through a good number of leading think tanks with policymakers that we have activated. And so we have a base on which to engage with you on an ongoing basis. And I would just like to hear from those around us whether this resonates. And this is addressed not only at the seniors, but also at the juniors. So if we could just hear it.
I have to run out.
Are there voices of dissent? Because the applause, in a sense, I haven't smiled. It's a big job ahead. And if you really want to engage, then what that implies will be, if you're serious about your applause, then send us your email addresses and send us your concrete ideas on how you can contribute to this process. You know how to reach us. You know how to reach me. You know how to reach Dirk Messner. You know how to reach the organizers of Global Solutions. Please engage with us, and we will try to do our best to rise to the responsibility of engaging with you and bringing this into an ongoing endeavor.
But you all have heard it here. This is just the start. And I really do hope that you will take Dennis up on this offer, because it is one that we've been discussing as a group for quite some time. This is really something where we hope this is really the launching pad for the rest of this conversation. And with that, I will no longer stand between you and dinner and cocktails. I wish you a wonderful evening. I want to thank this tremendous panel for really sharing ideas and for letting us challenge them. And thank you all for joining us.
An hour.
schnell bewegen.
Oh, no.
Herr Messner, wollen Sie nicht aufs Podium rüber?
No, er kann sich nicht so gut bewegen.
Okay.
It's such an honor for discussion.